Hi, everyone, and welcome back to Set the Pipe. I'm Sully. This is my first interview. It is with Tim Bear Johnson, Division I national champion, international coach, collegiate coach, international player, all around great guy. We're going to explore his life in volleyball, hear some tragics about his family. He's offered some books that you can actually purchase below, fantastic coaching books. And don't forget to subscribe to this channel so I can do more interviews like this. Solid interview. I really hope you enjoy it. So without further ado, let's get to it. Okay, first ever interview on Set the Pipe, and I got my boy, Tim Johnson. We call him Bear, former teammate of mine. He's got a good story, and I think people need to know about it. Welcome to the show, Bear.
Thanks, Sully. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, good to see you, man. Hey, so just to let our viewers know, this guy, and we're going to go into his history a little bit. High school volleyball was pretty fortunate because he's in California right now, and that's pretty normal. But the more out east you go, it's just not available, and you know that. So played high school ball. We'll go into his high school career, college career. He's a national champion, open club nationals. He's a national champion. Went overseas to play in France, and his coaching stints happened through that. And he's been on the women's side and men's side. And I think he's just got a great story to tell. And the people in Southern California know who Bear is. But I think with this podcast and the legends who I want to interview, you're at the top of the list, and I've spoken to Misty May, and I've spoken to, Alan Knipe, and I've spoken to a lot of people, and I'm hoping to get them on this show as well. But yeah, man, I know you're humble, but once you start going over your volleyball bio, it's pretty impressive. I mean,
thank you. Yeah.
There's not too many guys, Bear, or gals for that matter, that has done women and men's and been successful at it. And we'll get into that a little bit of why men's over women's, or is it opportunity, or whatever the case may be. But let's start, you went to Fountain Valley High School. You were a basketball player.
Yeah. So, I played basketball and football basically since I was about 7 or 8 years old. I had older brothers.
You played football?
I did.
Did you really?
Football.
I didn't know that.
Because I've seen your highlights, but I did, yeah.
But I didn't know that. That's awesome.
So, yeah,
okay.
I was a wide receiver, and I played DB as well, corners and safeties, yeah.
So how tall were you in high school when you played football? You weren't so Bear's 6'4".
Yeah, no, I was kind of skinny. I didn't really start, I would say, physically developing until my junior year.
Oh, okay.
So
okay.
I didn't play football all 4 years in high school.
Okay.
So, but I did play like tackle football starting when I was 12 or whatever. And then when I got to high school, my freshman year, I played football, tackle football, and I played basketball. And after basketball season, my basketball coach literally walked me down to volleyball tryouts. And he's like, I think this will help your basketball skills playing volleyball.
So are we talking freshman year he walked you in, or?
That was my freshman year after the basketball season ended.
Okay.
And I knew a little bit about volleyball, but I never really played. And a couple of the other basketball guys that I played with also was at that tryout. And I made the team somehow. And
because even at that time, I mean, Southern California boys volleyball was strong. It still is.
This was in the mid-'80s.
You got a newbie coming in,
Yeah.
right, from basketball, trying this volleyball thing. You actually made the team.
Right. So, yeah. There was probably about 20 of us. I made the first cut. I made the cut and ended up really liking volleyball. And I gave up football after my freshman year because playing 3 sports was a little much for me, especially my grades kind of suffered my freshman year.
Yeah.
So I just stuck with basketball and volleyball through high school. And I did want to play basketball in college, but I had more offers and more opportunity playing volleyball. So I did go to the community college route before I went to Long Beach, but I ended up playing volleyball in college.
Yeah. It's interesting because you talk to athletes or you see athletes and like, oh yeah, I played this sport and I played that sport. You're like, yeah, you probably sucked. I actually saw you play basketball one time. We were on some kind of like, I don't know if it was on the beach that there was a blacktop and you were playing and all of a sudden you just took off on one foot and just dunked over somebody. I'm like, Holy
Yeah.
crap! Like Bear can play.
Yeah, actually, not to toot my own horn, but I was the most valuable on my basketball team
Oh, no
my
kidding.
senior year. Yeah. And I
Nice.
think I was all conference or all league or something like that too.
Yeah, I was
That
the
was
shortest
really
center
valuable.
in my conference when I played in high school. And I mean, but I out jumped. I think I got out jumped one time, and when you do a jump ball, but the guy was like 6'8", 6'9", or something crazy. But I was surrounded by tremendous athletes. I mean, we were a small town, right? In California, we had the 100-meter state champion on our basketball team. I mean, that's big schools in big schools. Yeah. So, and just guys that went on to college and play, just unbelievable. But we were so small, and it was the last year of non 3-point. We couldn't
Yeah.
shoot a 3-pointer. So the next year after we graduated, they implemented that. So I think we would have been a lot more tight in games, but we just, they just like, hey, just put it down the center where that short guy is, and we'll just, score a ton of points. So
Well, you
that,
had the
that was
hops
kind of my,
back then.
yeah, I
Probably
did have
you
the
had the
hops back
hops.
then. Yeah,
And
yeah.
I kind of did too, actually. That was about,
No, you could
you know,
fly.
I did I would do the jump at the beginning of the game and all that
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
And I kind of had the Rodman style where my coach literally told me not to shoot outside the key. So I basically just rebounds, and I played pretty good defense, and I got a few dunks during my senior year. Yeah, that was
Nice.
kind of things that I wanted to do. I barely took any outside shots. So
Interesting story. So there was a guy by the name of David Leith. Probably don't know him. He actually volleyball player in another school, and he went on to play at Santa Barbara. He was a gaucho, and he was on that team that went to the finals against
okay,
SC's team with Lawrence Hom, right? And Santa Barbara actually lost that, but
okay,
that was my best game because the first play of the game, he stole the ball and like I think it was actually from me and he dunked it. I'm like, oh no, this is not happening. And I don't know, like scored like 23 or 28. I've never done that in my life, and nor did I after that, right? So I'm like, this volleyball player's not going to get that on me, and he just dunked. Like that's not okay. So yeah, but that was my extent. I mean, I was definitely the fifth guy on the court for sure
hmm
for basketball. But you were the MVP, dude. I didn't have any idea. Look at this
there
interview; it's
was
awesome already.
we made playoffs, CIF, and it's kind of a long story how we barely squeaked in. So we played a really good team, St. Bernard's, and they were inner city. And the very first play of the game, they tipped the ball right
Yeah,
long, and the guy just dunked it, and that's how the game started.
yeah.
And they beat us, and there was actually four dunks in that game. They had three. One guy got a technical for a reverse hanging on the rim, but I did have one of the dunks, and it was a
Oh,
three
sweet.
point play. I dunked over a guy, and that's my basketball highlight. And
No,
yeah,
that's
so
that's cool
yeah,
though, man. So then, okay,
can't
so
believe
now
I'm
you're
even talking about
now
that.
you're into this volleyball thing, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so, how long? And this is good for viewers out there that can see this today, tomorrow, 5 years, 10 years down the road about not playing club at 12. You actually started playing volleyball as a freshman. I didn't start playing volleyball until my sophomore year. I did football and basketball and I swam. We were year-round swimmers. So my freshman year I swam, and then I'm like, I want to try this other sport that my sister actually played at Fresno State volleyball.
hmm
So of course everybody thought it was a natural, but that wasn't the case. I think the first swing I did went probably up 30 feet, and because I didn't know anything about hitting balls down, right? All I knew is I can jump and I'm supposed to hit the ball. Any case, you get started your freshman year. When did you start getting the hang of it?
Well, that's a pretty good question. I I never could really pass that well, so that
Mm,
was always a difficult skill for me. But I'm going to compare it to basketball one more time. I think where getting a ball in a hoop was difficult for me. I told you I wasn't a very good shooter,
right.
but getting this little volleyball into a 30 by 30 uh, court, I thought was a lot easier.
Yeah.
So the first couple times I took a swing, I'm like, wow, I like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I thought I was okay even my freshman year, just jumping and hitting. The other skills took me a while to get. And I would say by the time I was in my junior year, I was playing varsity. Um, and so that we only had three teams at that high school. We had a frost off team, a JV team, and then varsity.
Okay.
So basically, you play frost off your freshman year, you play JV your sophomore year, and then you spend 2 years on the varsity team. And coming out my junior year, you're younger than most of the guys, right? Because they're seniors. But
Right.
I felt like I could kind of hang with them in some of the skills, and that's when I kind of thought, yeah, I can do this. I can
Yeah.
play maybe at another level.
When I tried out my sophomore year, I was told, everybody was told before the tryouts began, okay, only this. So if anybody's thinking about playing on varsity your freshman or sophomore year, you can forget about it. There's only one person in the gym that's going to do it. And he pointed at a buddy of mine named Scott. And I'm like, okay, it's on. Like, it's on. Right. Because
Right.
I mean, football, basketball, contact sports, I was just kind of that. They call me the silent competitor, right? So I'm like, oh, okay. So then after the tryouts were done, he goes, okay, so remember I said we got two guys, right? So that's how mine all started. But, I actually didn't play club until my senior summer.
Okay.
Crazy,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah. I did the same thing. I was the
yeah.
same way.
And
Yeah.
that's how I was discovered.
Okay.
Actually, and that's hopefully will bleed into some other interviews because the team that I played against, you're going to love this. Lawrence Hum was the coach.
Hmm.
You had Dan Greenbaum, the setter. You
Wow.
had Brian Ivy, um, West. His last name was West.
Hmm.
You had Fenoy, Carl Hinkle.
Those are big names.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
3 or 4 Olympians right there. That was a
Right.
high school team, and I didn't know who they were. Like I
Hmm.
wasn't even nowhere near Southern California.
Right.
And I had a 40-inch vertical, so I was blocking these guys like straight down, boom, boom, and I'm yelling and stuff, and everybody's like, "Dude!" So that's how I got noticed. Was like, "Who is that guy?" Like, he's not a, and I'm like, I'm like, I know who they were until I get to college. Like, oh yeah, he was, top player in the country in high school. Besides Foster, Huey. So yeah, so okay, so now you're on the road you're graduating from Fountain Valley, and
Well,
you're
let me back
like,
up just a sec, though, Sully, if
yeah,
you don't mind. One thing that was kind of cool back then, we didn't really have a whole lot of club volleyball back
right,
in the 80s. We just represented our school. And my freshman coach was a guy named Bill Lovelace. Do you know Bill
oh,
Lovelace?
Bill Lovelace,
That
the
was my
legend,
freshman coach. Okay, so he's a legend in volleyball, especially
absolutely,
at Long Beach State, and it was really awesome to have him as my first coach because he taught really good technique and all that. But he was in the volleyball community, and we went to UCLA during the summer for Junior Olympics,
hmm
and we stayed a week at UCLA. And we stayed in the dorms, and we got to play in Pauley Pavilion a couple times. They had like 10 courts going at one time in Pauley, but still we got to play in there, right?
yeah, probably that's legendary, buddy.
And Carlos Brasino was on our team,
Oh
and
yeah, yeah,
because he went to Fountain Valley, another Olympian,
another
and
Olympian,
and and we just had a blast up there. I mean, it was unbelievable, and we were watching the guys that were older than us because we were like a freshman sophomore team, and we were looking at guys like Sam Blood. Eric Sato, they were playing
right,
for like Samo High. They were a
right,
couple years ahead of us.
right,
Adam Johnson I think they played in the finals that year. And it was just unbelievable watching those guys at that level, just coming into the sport, not knowing anything,
right,
right? And wanting to be like those guys.
yeah. Craziness. I mean, kind of the same thing. Bob Stavertlik is the guy that actually I wanted to be, and I'm hoping to get on an interview with him just because of that reason, right? So he was at Long Beach State, which I didn't know about, but during that time, he went to Pepperdine, NCAA Player of the Year. I thought he was a phenomenal player, right? And so
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, that's the guy. So when Long Beach State, basically after that match, told my coach, who's now my brother-in-law, says, hey, have him come talk to me. Have, Patrick Sullivan come and talk to me. And so I totally blew him off. I'm like, yeah, right. Like Long Beach State's number 6 in the country. I was ready to go to Fresno State, play football, by the way. I already had
Okay.
scholarship, the whole deal, right?
Yep.
So the next day, he's like, my brother-in-law or coach at the time is like, hey, did you ever go talk to that Long Beach State coach? I'm like, no, he doesn't talk to me. He's like, no, like he walked me over there. And so I met Ray Rattel, and he's like,
That name sounds familiar.
why don't you come with me here? I'm like, okay. So I'm following this random guy. Like, I don't even know him, right? Random guy to his office. Hey, kind of like what I see out there. And I'm like, okay. He goes, can I have your phone number? And so remember, there's no cell phones back then. So
Yeah.
called my parents and said, hey, take a look at your son playing volleyball down here. I'm Coach Ray Rattel from Long Beach State, and I want to offer him a scholarship. I'm like, I don't even know who you are.
Wow.
Like, yeah, it was crazy, right? It was crazy, but that's kind of just,
awesome.
things happen kind of that way, unless you were Southern California, you were in the know and,
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff. I mean, all those guys I named off, I mean, those guys were already committed to, USC and Santa Barbara and UCLA and all that stuff already. But so like I said, so you get out of Fountain Valley and you're like, okay, I'm thinking this volleyball thing's pretty cool. And you actually went the JC route. Was that
Hmm.
by choice? Was that because you didn't get recruited? I mean, because remember, so for all those people out there that specifically are really watch women's volleyball, there's like 344 Division One teams,
Wow.
right? For women,
Hmm.
and men's not so much. I mean, there really isn't. So you're talking about the select few that can play at that level, right? So tell me about your like recruiting history or just how you wound up where you wound up.
Yeah, that's yeah. So I had a couple offers. I remember when I was a senior in high school. I was actually planning on going to Loyola Marymount. I had a scholarship there, and with the setter on my team, which was Norma Bella,
Hmm.
he and I,
Good guy.
yeah, real good guy. He's yeah, we're still in contact. He lives out in Texas. But anyway, so we were going to go to Loyola Marymount. I think they were going to give us some money, and we went on the recruiting trip up there and did the whole thing. And the coach at the time was Kevin Cleary, and it wasn't, I don't think, a super strong program, but it was still D1. And we're like, okay, if they're going to give us some money, let's do it, you know. And then he ended up quitting right before the season to go play on the AVP. I think the AVP just got resurrected, and so he left. And that kind of, they brought a new coach in, I think Mike Norman, and we
Stormin.
decided, Storman Norman, and we
Yeah.
decided not to go. And I did get recruited by Pepperdine as well. I
Mm.
remember I was looking in a scrapbook not too long ago, and there was a letter from Rod. Was
Yeah.
Rod?
Yeah. Rod Wild. He called me
Yeah,
too, and Yoder called me from
yeah.
USD as well. Yeah.
And
After that tournament.
I'm not sure exactly why I didn't pursue that. I don't really remember. Maybe it was money or finances. Maybe they wanted me to walk on, but those were basically the two schools that had showed interest in me my senior year. And my brother went to Golden West College. It was right down the street from my house. And to be honest with you, I don't know if I was really mature enough at the time to go to a D1 school. I was just doing a lot of things in my life or whatever, and I knew I liked volleyball, but I wasn't really taking academics that serious or whatever. So I chose to go to Golden West College for a year, at
So,
least a
and
year.
you did you guys wind up winning state that year?
No, no, no. Orange Coast, actually, they just resurrected their program with Bob Wetzel
Yep.
and Mike D'Alessandro and all those guys, and they came out first year program and came out and won state. That was like against Brian Lewis, and yeah, they were good back then.
And then but you were chosen all state.
Yeah, yeah, I made all state there, and
So,
the 2 years I did play at Golden West, I was all state. Yeah.
so you have so my assistant coach was Robert McNutt. He was a
Yes.
fantastic volleyball player out of Pepperdine. Hardcore, great stories as an assistant coach. Oh, by the way. And then Long Beach State got Delhi Biggs,
Yeah.
right? Mike
Yeah.
D'Alessandro, who you mentioned was at OCC, and that was shortly after. So did you guys both come in at the same year?
No,
Or was Delhi the
think,
year before
yeah,
that?
yeah. Delhi was the year before that.
Oh, you're right. You're right,
Yeah.
because 90 is when we went to the finals, and yeah,
Right.
D'Alessandro was on the bench. So who recruited you? Was it Ray? Was it
Well, you
Mike?
know
Was
what?
it
When I was playing at Golden West, Ray came to a couple of the games and talked to me, kind of like you. And then it's kind of funny. Delhi, I talked to Delhi quite a bit, and Delhi and Alan Knipe and I, all three of us, had our recruiting dinner together.
Oh,
And that was back, I think, in '89.
okay.
And I was planning on going there in '90 after Golden West, but I broke my arm pretty severely, and I had to redshirt that year. So that's one of the reasons why I didn't go in '90.
Gotcha.
But Alan and Mike and I, we all had dinner together, and we all decided that Long Beach would be the place we'd go.
Cool. And look what happened. So we can talk about that next step, right?
Sure.
So you go to Long Beach State and you join these really blue collar worker type guys, right? I mean, we weren't the pedigree that UCLA and SC and Pepperdine had the time. You know what I mean? And we had some guys, Mark Cairns, we had Brett Winslow who came back. Cooch really started that thing in '90, right? Then he left with Cairns.
Yeah.
Those are two huge shoes to fill. And you came in and Knipe was there the year before that, but then Allen stepped up as that middle that we needed, opposite of Winslow, went in front of Cooch, and then we had, and we won the national championship. I mean, first ever in Long Beach State history. And so I lost one in 90. We won one in 91. And then when you left, 92 was probably the best team I've ever been on. I mean, we crushed everybody. Northridge upset us. And then comes the end of the season, we get upset a couple of times and we're out. But I got to tell you, those are 3 special years. We were number 1 in the country, majority of the time. And, you look at us and people are like, wow, you didn't play all that much. I'm like, I tell everybody all the time, I'm like, yeah, but I had 3 Olympians in front of me. Like, and then for you, Tim, you had Zach Small and Matt Lyles and those as a tandem, they were the best passers in the country at the time. And so it's like, so where do you guys fit in? And this is where I think this interview is still really important, is understanding as we've gotten older and we can coach the younger ones about our role, the role players, and how important that is. Granted, it's always important to have the studs, right? But I got to tell you, day in and day out in practice, the ones that don't play and they understand their roles about pushing your own teammates in the weight room, at practice, making sure they're accountable in the training room, everything that goes along with that. I don't think there's one person on our team that would ever in their lifetime say that we didn't contribute to that ring.
Yeah, when I first arrived in Long Beach, you mentioned like blue collar workers, correct?
Yeah.
And I was very, very impressed with the work ethic. It didn't seem like, sometimes in a season, you'll have some practices that are just kind of so. I don't remember one practice that not everybody was going 100%. And I think a lot of it had to do with the 90 team getting as far as they did and not winning that national championship.
Yeah, and we were number 1 going into that thing.
That was a stinger, and I felt the first day that the attitude was, hey, we're not going to let that happen again. Our main goal, no matter what, is to win the national championship. And it's not like we talked about it, but it was that underlying feeling or thought going into every practice, every match that, hey, our goal is to win this thing.
So were you intimidated going into that? Were you like nervous or like, oh, am I going to fit in? Or you're like, oh no, this is home. This is exactly where I want to be.
A little bit of both. Okay. I like to be at that level where everybody was in tune of what was going on and everybody was giving their all. But when you're playing against guys like Hilliard and Winslow and some of those guys, I was a little intimidated and I was a little nervous sometimes. Any chance I got to play a little bit, and that was great.
Yeah, we all did.
You helped me with the attitude because, I've been on several teams in my whole life, a lot of different sports. At times I was the worst kid on the team, and sometimes I was the best kid on the team, and everywhere in between, right? So you helping me find my role was great because you know what? We had such great guys on that starting 6, and we figured out our role was going to be to push those guys. And you know what? I became a much better player playing against those guys, basically the national championship team, every day in practice. And we had something a few years ago. We had like 25 years or whatever. And Alan said something at the ceremony about how, I don't want to say how great it was for us to be pushed by the second team. And I thought that was an honor, and that's 25 years later, and he's still appreciative. And a thing that sometimes happens on teams I've seen where the starters, there's a division between the starters and the non-starters, right? I didn't feel that with our team. We were just one wheel trying to, get to that finals. And it didn't matter if you were the best guy on the team, the worst guy on the team, you were on the team and you contributed. And to this day, I think we're all tight, we all have great relationships with each other, and there is no hierarchy on the team. It didn't matter who you were.
Yeah, I think there was a time it was I don't know if you remember this. It was about 3 quarters through the season, and we all want to play. Like we all wanted to play. And I remember like Mike Nelson was coming to his own, but then he was kind of mopey one day, and everybody was just kind of like hanging their heads because we want to. Who doesn't want to play,
Oh
right?
yeah, you're right.
And so
Absolutely.
so again, and I tell people the same story you just did. I'm like, we not only played against the number one team in the country, we beat them. Like in
Yeah.
drills, we would beat them, right? I mean, that was kind of our job. And when we went into matches, we were fine. Like everybody, it wasn't like, oh no, Bears in. We're gonna that's
Yeah.
3 points we're giving away. That just never happened. We held our own, but we weren't Brent Hilliard, one of the best players of all time in
Yeah.
indoor volleyball collegiately, right? We weren't those players. But I remember I turned to Ray and I'm like, hey, Ray, can I get a timeout? And I thought he was going to rip on me. I did. Or just go, Sully, wait. He's like,
Yeah.
okay, Sully, you got it.
Yeah.
So I gathered everybody up. I'm like, listen, we're never going to play the rest of the year. This is crunch time. We're not playing. See
Yeah.
those guys over there? Those guys are going to be on the court. Those guys are going to get us the ring. We got to do a better job over here to understand that we have to kick their butt. We have to be better than the number 2 or number 3 team in the country right now.
Right.
And I think at that moment, and that was, I specifically remember Mike Nelson.
Mm-hmm.
That guy played great after that little meeting because he was like, yeah, you know what? Screw this. I'm not going to play. So I'm going to show you why I should be playing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he played awesome. And I think everybody played loose. We started talking trash across the net more. And I think you're right. Except for that brief moment in time, was we could have went downhill and just was like, well, we're not going to play. This sucks. It does suck not playing.
No,
But if you
that's a bummer.
yeah,
For
if
sure.
you understand your role, it's so much more plentiful. It's so much more fruitful, right? And like you said, 25 years later, you're not going to get one guy that we're like, oh, it was all Hilliard. Like, well, Hilliard was freaking great. No one's going to deny that. You know what I mean?
For sure.
Niper was great. Winslow was great. We had Lyles and we had Stimfik setting, and we had Schroed set most of the season, right? That no one's going to say that guy didn't deserve that ring because he didn't put in the work.
Right.
And I think you're right. I think it was a special year, but I really love the fact that we can share those stories with players today because I think it's very me driven. I need to play but you look at the national championship just on the women's side, just one for Texas. Not everybody played, but I bet you everybody on that team, was driven for one goal and they met it. And like, I'd like to get, Sully Eric Sullivan on this and talk about his history, but also talk about the season. Like, hey, did they understand their roles? I mean, I think that's a huge part that is you and I can deliver to players to say, hey, no, you are important.
Yeah. That's great you say that because I did feel part of the community on that team and I didn't feel like a second person or whatever. And as a coach, I try to instill in my players that every single person on the roster is important. They have to find a role, or I find them a role. And if we're going to be a successful team, they need to know that. And when I first started coaching, I used to read some coaching books. I read like Phil Jackson, I think it was Hoop Dreams, and just a couple other guys too. I think Pat Riley. I read basketball and Wooden's books or whatever. But one thing I remember reading about Phil Jackson's book is keeping those so-called bottom players happy. Okay, the guys that aren't going to see much time, the guys that are on the end of the bench, and finding something for them to do where they feel that they are helping the program, because those guys, they can become a cancer to a team if they have that crappy attitude. If they, start feeling sorry for themselves, hanging their heads, kicking rocks, whatever you want to call it, and that can bring the whole team down because they're not getting their way, that me attitude. So I took that and I've tried to instill that with my players that might not be getting as much playing time as they want, and finding something for them to do where they feel like they're contributing.
And they can be fighting two battles that night, right? They can be fighting themselves, but also parents going, well, you should be, you know how parents,
Yeah.
you should be playing, and you should be playing in front of Jimmy or Sally, and
Yeah.
that doesn't help, because I had one player, and this was not that long ago, right? That basically said she was a role player, fantastic role player. I mean, put her anywhere you want, but she wasn't all conference. And I knew that going into the school she was going into. I knew she wasn't going to be, but she was the ultimate role player. She can play middle, right side, left side. She can even go DS if you need her, right? And this is Division One. And she came to me teary-eyed and basically said, I love where I'm at. I love my role, but my parents don't get it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, my parents don't get it. They want me to play. They don't understand why I'm not playing. And I'm like, I don't need to answer those. I know my role. I know I'm going to play a ton sometimes, and I'm not going to play at all others. Like, she got it, right? She got it.
Understood it. Yeah.
Yeah, and she's playing professional right now overseas.
Oh, wow.
She gets it.
Yeah.
So really cool story. I'm going to get her on here as well.
What's her name?
Jaden Blanchfield.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Yep.
She
I
came
took
out
her
to
down
California. I'm friends with her on Facebook. I follow her. That's who I thought you were talking about.
Yep, exactly.
That's a
great story. Late bloomer. She's got a great story too. I mean, that's good for the girls to understand that, there was a kid, and I saw potential in her, and the coach was like, you want her? Like, you want her? I'm like, yeah, that girl right there. I want that girl. They're like, her. You want her? I'm like, and I knew it. I saw her. Right. And I just saw the potential in her. She came out and tried out. She had that worst tryout ever. And then I told her parents, I'm like, hey, if I didn't see her before, there's no way I'd pick her. And her dad got upset. He was so mad. And her mom's like, I love this guy. He's honest. Like, yeah, we want to be a part of this. And basically, she was just a late bloomer. Yeah. She really was. And she excelled. She went to a junior college, went to Division One. Now she's playing pro. This is like her fourth or fifth year. Crazy.
Yeah. Like I said, I follow her on Facebook. We're friends on Facebook. And
so
I think like she is right now. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So just good stories in terms of role playing. And, because in order to be at that level, you had to be a superstar at one time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then the higher tier you get, you play, that's great. If you're not, you're part of it. And you're doing it. And I think that's kind of lost. So during your 1991, like I said, national champion, we won it in Hawaii. Oh, by the way, you couldn't get any sweeter than that. And your mom was there. Beautiful woman, right? You lost her how many years after that?
It'll be 20. It's 20 years right now.
20 years. Yeah, that was,
I think 2004.
That was brutal. And and then your biological dad passed away in a horrific accident right down San Diego-ish.
Yeah. That was kind of a weird thing. I was over in Europe actually coaching at the time, and got a phone call from my brother-in-law saying that my dad had been in an accident.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, it was just kind of, he wasn't driving, but I don't know. They went into the bay.
Right. That's what I mean. That's just a
San Diego Bay.
Yeah. That's one of those you make into a sad movie, like, just because it's just unbelievable.
Right.
I mean, so to lose your two parents, your stepdad, really cool. You just lost him recently.
In May.
But what's that?
In May. Yeah. He passed away in May.
Yeah.
84 years old. He just was old.
Good guy. I mean, you were surrounded by good people. So
he was my coach when I was a kid, my stepdad, and he was my basketball coach and my flag football coach and my tackle football coach. And we used to win some city championships when we were young with him. And he was with me all the way to the end. I had him running the scoreboard last season at Santiago.
Oh, every time he saw me, Sully.
Yeah.
Big handshake. How are you? So good to see you. Yeah, I actually got to meet some of my kids, so I was really happy about that.
He's a big supporter for sure.
So you go to Long Beach State, win a national championship, and then this is a lot of people don't. There's what's called Open Nationals, and it's for adults. It's after you play college, and we were put on a team called A6 Paul Mitchell. Do you know my first club team after college? Do you remember that?
The Red and Blockers.
I was part of the Orville Red and Blockers, baby. Gary Fish. It was a great name, fun. By the way. Costi was on that team.
Which Costi? Chris or John?
John
Costi. Yeah, Chris was too young to play, right?
Yeah, and there's a guy, Jarrett, I think he's like a senator now or congressman now out of San Francisco. Anyway, so that was my first start. And then Delhi just happened to walk by and said, "Oh yeah, they're Sully," you know, and I just went off. Like I was hitting pipes out of the back, digging crazy, like crazy. He's like, "Dude, you got to play with this next year." I'm like, "Well, if you ask,
Yeah.
that'd be nice," you know. So we got on that team, and
Delhi asked me to play too. That's how I got on there.
yeah,
One morning, you know how they were playing Saturday mornings, I think down in Irvine or at
yeah, 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 yeah.
one of those places. I got a
Yeah,
call
in
from
the
them because
warehouse.
in the
Yep.
warehouse, and they were short a player. He's like, "Barry, get your butt out of bed. You're playing today." I'm like, "Okay, I'm doing it."
Yeah.
And I guess I played okay, I guess, and they asked
Yeah.
me back. So
Well, I got
yeah,
to tell you, so I had Stimvig most of my career at Long Beach State. He was, you know, All-American. And then but the best, I tell you this all the time, the best setter I've ever hit on was D'Alessandro
yeah,
Biggs. I mean, after
yep,
college, I was unstoppable. I
right.
was. I would have guys that we played against Northridge, SC, like, "Dude, where did you play?"
Yeah,
Michael, I played against you, but I got to watch you a lot. You know
I
what I mean? He's
remember
like,
you and Delhi though. You guys connected about three
oh
or
my
four, a
God.
couple years after college.
Yeah, I was
After
hitting
that,
like 800s,
yeah,
750s
yeah.
in the
You
middle.
guys really connected well, and you were unstoppable. I
And
remember
Pesto
that.
was like, Sully, what's going on? I'm like, I don't know, I'm getting playing time, I guess. you know, like what do you say? But that was
Yeah.
when I peaked for sure. So
Hmm.
we got on those team and we won a national championship during that time.
Hmm.
And we played with, this is why that club adult open nationals is great. We played with the guy who played in Hawaii, USC, UCLA. We had Northridge guys on there. I mean, we had the gamut, and I thought that was so fun. I thought it was so fun because then you realize, oh my gosh, how many Olympians did we have? The future Olympians did we have on that team? I mean, Eric Sullivan was on there, Hinchell was on there. I mean,
Yeah.
Alan Knipe was the coach. I mean, are
Right.
you kidding me? Right? So just to be able to play with those different All-Americans from different schools was really cool. How many years did you play on A6 Paul Mitchell, and how many national championships did you win?
Yeah, you're putting me on the spot. I should know that.
I
You
know
know.
I won. We won. So like Tom Hoff, right?
Yeah.
Olympian gold medalist. He was on
Yeah.
that team that we won.
Yeah.
So we won two. Two. I won. I was on two and I lost one.
Yeah. That it's hard for me to remember those. I'm sorry. In the sense of okay,
Because you stayed on. I walked away.
right.
I walked away and you stayed on.
So I mean, I remember winning one in Memphis. That was my
Yep.
first year. That was like maybe 93 or 92, 93. Then Tulsa. Um, we made
We
it to the
lost to
finals a couple
Ukraine.
times in Holyoke. That was yeah.
Yeah, the one in Massachusetts, we lost to Ukraine, and that was
Yeah.
when Presho, the MVP of the year before, went down,
Yeah.
and they put me in there.
Hmm.
And this is a Coley and Geeter conversation, but
Yeah.
they put me in and Eddie Rapp's like, "Sully, you ready?" I'm like, "Yeah, dude." Like,
Yeah.
I didn't see the big deal. Well, you know, it's the same thing. Like, well, you didn't play much at Long Beach. Like, no, dude, I played against these cons every single day. I'm fine. You know what I
Right.
mean? And then it was match point for in the semis. It was match point for the other team they were serving,
Hmm.
and we had a rally. And Wally,
Yep.
right, our setter,
Yep.
John
John
Wallace
Wallace. Yeah.
sets me a D in the back row. And I put it over the block down and put it away. And I remember afterwards Coley going, "Why in the hell did you set so?" I'm like, "Thanks, man." He goes, "I'm
Thanks
no,
for the
like, you know, you
confidence.
had all these big guns. You know
Yeah.
what Wally said? Because
I
he
don't
called it.
because I could hear him.
Yeah, because I heard him. So I set the D. He goes, "I didn't even think about it." He had a great match. So it's not like, oh, I'm going to set Sully or I'm not going to set him. It's like I heard him. I throw it back there and I put it away and we freaking won it. We went to the finals.
Yep.
And then I rode the pie in the finals, but that's a whole nother story
Yeah.
too. So
There was a couple other ones too, like Milwaukee. I think we won in Milwaukee,
see, I didn't do that one.
Wisconsin. I know we lost in the finals in San Jose, and yeah. So I think I was a part of probably three, if four, maybe.
Yeah.
Because
And then
some I
lost
did
one.
play in, some I didn't, and then and I took a year off here or there too. So I kind of balanced that. There was a 10-year span where I probably played in about 7 or 8 nationals. I think we went to the finals just about every time. And I want to say I was a part of like 4 national championships and probably 3 or 4 semi national or
Yeah. And I tell people, I'm like, these were televised. Not only were they
Yeah,
televised, but people were sitting around our court.
right,
They were
right.
sitting around their court. I mean, it was open nationals. It wasn't a double A what they have now. I mean, it was open. It was the real deal,
Yeah,
right?
yep.
So yeah, so that's experiences that we have. And then you did something that I didn't do. So everybody watching, we weren't attached by the hip the whole time.
We were
You
pretty
went to
close though.
France.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That
you
that
went to
that, that
France.
was
You did it overseas. That wasn't really in my wheelhouse. Like, okay, I was one of the shortest middles in the country, right?
right.
And I was right side, but I was obviously behind Hilliard. Hello.
Hmm.
But it wasn't really on my radar to. It wasn't on my radar to go play beach because that was at its pinnacle, right? You had
Yeah,
Karch and you had all
yeah,
those guys, Kent Steffes, right? I mean, try to get in that network was
yeah,
brutal, right?
yeah.
So I didn't think that was in my wheelhouse, but like I didn't even consider going over. And then you're like, yeah, I'm going to France. I'm like, you're doing what? Yeah,
Yeah.
dude, I thought that was awesome. Talk about that.
Well, that's an interesting story in the sense of okay, so what year was that? Like maybe 94 or 95. Okay. There was an opportunity for some of us to go play in South America for,
I remember
yeah,
this.
I think it was called the Pacifico Games. And
Yeah, I remember this. Who
it was
was
a
putting that
games,
together? Because you're like, Sully, we got to do this.
right? And so, I mean, there was like baseball. It was in Colombia. Okay. There was like baseball. I think there was roller hockey or something, gymnastics. So it wasn't just volleyball. There was other teams. I remember the baseball team. Anyways, our national teams couldn't go to it, and so our national team has two teams, an A team and a B team, right? And they were playing in some tournament somewhere else in the world, and we had won the men's open that year with Team ASIC Paul Mitchell.
Right.
And so basically, I guess you would say we were the third best team in the country.
Yeah.
And so they asked us to represent the country, right? And so we're like, yeah, well, Columbia for 2 weeks free. Are you kidding me? We'll go play, thinking we're going to get crushed, right? Well, not everybody could go on that ASIC team.
Yeah, I couldn't go.
Yeah, you couldn't go, and like Schroeder couldn't go, Allen couldn't go because he was getting married, and so we put together kind of an all-star team. We got some guys from the East Coast ASICs, like Harry Reid and Pat Ryan and a couple of those guys. Coley Kyman, he went, but he couldn't play because he just had surgery, so he was like our representative. Chris McGee was on that team. He was our setter, and I think we had Eric Sullivan on that team.
Yeah.
And Pat Sinclair, he was playing on one of the national teams, but he played with us. So we had one national team player, and we're like, hey, let's go down to Colombia. We'll probably get our butts kicked, but we're going to go down there for 2 weeks and see the country and just what a great experience. It's like a mini Olympics, right?
Right. Yeah, it's like remember the old sports festival?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. It's probably like the best thing from sports festival goes, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So we went down there, and we were down there for like 2 weeks, and we ended up winning the gold medal down there. And we had a blast. I mean, it was unbelievable how much fun we had, and we were successful and got to play in front of a lot of people down there. There was like one of our first matches, I think there was a couple thousand people in the crowd, but by the end, we were playing in front of like 10,000 people, which in these huge arenas, right?
Yeah.
And it was unbelievable. It was great. But anyways, I think Eric Sullivan, I don't think he had started playing with the national team yet, but he had an agent or something. I'm not really sure. And we were talking one day, and he's like, Bear, would you be interested in going overseas and playing? And I'm like, yeah, for sure. I would love to do that. And he goes, all right, when we get home, I'll talk to my agent. And I think it was Bill Ashen at the time. And he, when I got home, he contacted me, and he's like, hey, would you be interested in going overseas? And I'm like, yep, I sure would. And he goes, well, can you put some video together? And I put a short video together of some of my play at Long Beach State. And then when I played in the finals for the Open in Tulsa, that was televised. So I had some tape on that, and I put together a small tape, and he sent it overseas, and I got picked up by a team in France and went over there and played for a season.
Yeah, that's crazy. So the only time I went to France is, we lived in Germany for a year, so it was a military deployment, not mine. I went to Paris a couple times, and we loved it. You know why? Because they treated us so well. They really did. They knew we were Americans, and to me, it was a fantastic time and good people over there. Did you experience the same thing, or?
I had a great time in France.
Yeah.
I lived in a small town, Macon, France. It's near Lyon or the Swiss border. I think it's like South Central France or whatever, right?
Okay.
And the people were very friendly to me. I had a hard time over there with not knowing the language. I thought I'd pick, I could speak Spanish a little bit, and I thought I could pick up French, but it's not an easy language. And this was pre-internet. Okay.
Right.
The internet was just coming
all this
around.
is, by the way.
Pardon me?
I said everything we're talking about is.
Yeah. So I got a little lonely over there at times, but I made some good friends. My coach was American, Chris Chiliano, and he and I hung out quite a bit together. And it was a great experience, but at times it was a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. And playing volleyball was awesome. I love that. You get to play, you get paid for it. That was huge. Get to see another country. Learn another culture. I'd been out of the country before, but never for longer than a couple weeks at a time. And it really opened my eyes to just a lot of things with their culture and how people look at America outside of America.
Right.
And kind of a bubble we live in a little bit over here.
Oh, for sure.
And it wasn't all negative, but it was just kind of weird to see America outside of America.
Right.
And the French culture, the food was great, and it was just it was a great experience. One I'll never forget. I feel like I went over there kind of as a boy and came back as a man.
Yeah, well, that's huge, and that's why I can't wait to get some current players over there to see if their experiences are any different from yours. But so let everybody know we're with Tim Johnson Bear, a former teammate of mine and brother for life, Hall of Famer, by the way, inducted to Long Beach State. So you can't take anything away from this guy. So those 3 books that you read, are those your favorite coaching books?
Well, let's see.
Because there really wasn't probably at the time volleyball stuff, right?
I've really never read a volleyball book, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
And here's another one I read, and I don't remember the name of it, but it was Vince Lombardi's book. He had a couple of them too. And I just thought, hey, once I was kind of done playing, I started coaching, and I'm like, I need to I want to get good at it, and I want to know what to do basically. And there's really no manual. So I just thought it would be a good idea to read these top coaching, these coaches, their books. And I read like maybe 1 or 2 a year for the first 5 years I coached, I think, and I got a lot out of them. And that John Wooden book, I mean, I think They Call Me Coach. I think that's what it's called. I think it's a must read if you're going to coach. I mean, I liked his style. I don't know. He played. I think he played by the rules for the most part. There was some recruiting stuff in there, but whatever. The way he treated his players were great. Phil Jackson's book, Hoop Dreams, was awesome. Pat Riley. I don't remember the name of the book, but I just thought some of those guys. I got a lot of information how to coach from those books. Yeah. Right.
Well, that just kind of leads into your coaching career, and you've been kind of all over the place, but only in Southern California, right? You've done the women's side of the game. You've done the boys and men's side of the game. What I mean by boys, by high school. When I was getting into coaching and looking back on it, I wish I would have just stuck with it because I got right out of college. I got into it, and then I was in Southern California. I had to pay rent, and trust me, those jobs were not paying enough for rent. I had some help along the way, don't get me wrong, but it was really embedded in my head to coach the men's, coach the men's. And gosh, I wish I had a mentor outside of that to say, yeah, look at all you're just good with people in general, right? But look at all the opportunities there are in the women's side. And I'd always say, I'm never leaving California.
Yeah.
So I put myself in a box.
Yep.
Do you think your career is dictated by you putting yourself in the box of never wanting to leave Southern California?
I think so. I think so. I started coaching maybe for the wrong reason a little bit. I mean, I bought a new car and I ran into Eddie Rapp. He's
one of the
a
best.
Great guy.
One of the best.
Eddie and I have a long history together. We call it a love-hate relationship.
Yeah.
In the sense of when we were in high school, he went to Edison High School and I went to Fountain Valley, big rivals.
Okay.
So we hated each other, right? And then, we played together. We were teammates at Golden West College. So then we loved each other because we were teammates, right?
Yeah. Right.
And then I was ineligible one year, and I don't like to brag about that by any means or bring it up. So he was upset that his second year, we could have been very good, I think, and I was ineligible. So he hated me again, right? And then we started playing for Paul Mitchell together, and we loved each other again. And then he gave me my first coaching job down at Santa Margarita.
Santa Margarita, yeah.
That's right. And it was funny because we were talking at Coley Kyman's wedding about it.
Oh,
and I'm like, I would like to coach, and he gave me a call and he's like, hey, I got a position, the JV boys. And I'm like, okay, I'm in. And it was right after I got back from France. And so I went down there and I coached the JV, and he's like, hey, would you want to coach the girls as well? And so I'm like, oh, sure, I'll coach the girls. And I thought that was an experience. So I got to coach both guys and girls. And
big difference.
There is a difference. There is.
I mean, speed of the game, and the height. It sounds funny and kind of minute, but it's a big deal. The height of the net.
Yeah.
I mean, you're dealing with guys that are 6'7", 6'8", that are so athletic. And I mean, the women's games, you get some 6'8", 6'9" girls, but it's like 3 of them.
Right.
Well,
right.
now
it's a different game, and just how I don't know. I've coached girls and women, but not. I don't feel like I have a whole lot of experience with them.
Yeah, for sure.
I think I just
relate. It's on your resume for sure, but no, I would say, what do you 85, 15, 85 men's? Yeah, 85 to 15.
It's just it's a different beast. If how you communicate with women compared to guys and stuff, and I found I relate to the guys a little more. Yeah, and so. And
I enjoy. I think I'm that chameleon. I enjoy both, right? And when Alan took left, right, to go overseas to play, I took over that Golden West job, and really who brokered that was Mike D'Alessandro, right? Biggs. Yeah. And so I went in knowing what I knew, but man, I was green. I was super green, right? And then Alan gets hurt in Italy, comes back, and we actually head coach at Golden West. We won the first ever state championship. But at that time, I already knew that Alan's profession was going to be coaching.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I already knew. I think I was so green still that I just needed time. I needed time. Where Alan was in overdrive. He was already in 4th, if not 5th gear. I was still like in 2nd. I mean, I was good at what I did, and I was good at what I knew. But looking back on it, I'm like, oh man, I was green. And you think you own the world at that time and can do it, and until you're actually in charge, and then you're like, ugh, it was kind of rough. But
I think Alan, I noticed Alan a little bit being ahead of the game mentally. I think we were playing. I don't remember exactly where it was, but it was men's open, right?
Yeah.
And we were in the semifinals. I think it was against East Coast Asics, and in the middle and whoever won this would go to the finals. And he's out there on the court. It's a big game. There's, I don't know, a ton of people watching and stuff. And I think he calls a timeout, or he makes this sub, and he brings Tommy Hoff in. And Tommy Hoff comes in, and it's just like 2 stuffs. Boom, boom, and we're in the finals. Yeah. And I was just like, okay, he's in the middle of the game, and he's thinking coaching as well.
Hoff, future Olympian, gold medalist, is on the bench, by the way.
Yeah. So we all ride the bench
we were
sometimes.
surrounded by, right? Yeah.
But for him to have the presence of mind in the middle of this huge match to make that adjustment, I was blown away about that. And and he had already, and I was just like, okay, see the ball, pass the ball, hit the ball kind of guy, right? And he's thinking strategies like this, and I just thought he was ahead of the game. And
the one time he helped me was my senior year. I was up against Tim Kelly from UCLA, right? Was Tim's like 6'8", 6'9"? Guy's huge.
Tim Kelly was on that team that we went down to.
Columbia.
He was on that team as well.
And then who's their setter? Mike Seeley. Right?
Yeah.
What's Mike? 6'5", 6'7"? I mean, he's tall too, tall, lanky, right?
Yep.
So I have to not only watch out for Seeley dumping, I'm 6'3", by the way. And as high as I can jump, I still got to jump up and
And
come
come
down.
down.
Their reach is so high anyway.
Yeah.
So he's like, Sully, Sealy's the easiest setter to read. I'm like, what? And he's all American. Sealy's legit,
No,
right?
he is legit. Yeah.
He's like, this is what he does. And he showed me what he did. And oh my gosh, I maxed out every time I knew he was going to set the middle. I left
hilarious.
super early when he was going to go the outside. I left early when I was never not blocking. That doesn't mean that my boy Tim Kelly hit over me, that kind of thing. But just the fact that he gave me that one tip, and that wasn't from a player perspective, that was from a coach's brain at an early age.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. He was seeing the game at a different level earlier than a lot of us. That's for sure.
So you went to Santa Margarita with ERAP, right? And then you go into assistant coach at the junior college, Golden West.
Yeah,
and you guys wind up winning state. So how was that transition?
Yeah, so that's kind of a funny story too. So back to Mike D'Alessandro. He and I were roommates at the time. We were living together, and I told him I was coaching, and he's like, "That's great." And then after the season, he's like, "Well, why don't you help me over at Golden West?" And I think this was like 98, 99. And I'm like, great, I'll do it. And there was another assistant coach there, Steve Yuki, another brother from another mother, he's a great guy. And so he and I were Mike's assistant, and we had a great team. And I think they had won 4 or 3 previous state championships. I think 2 with maybe 4, 2 with Allen, and then Mike came in and had won 1 or 2 already. So it was a great program at the time, and we ended up winning. I think that was 99 that we won. And kind of like what you were saying, I thought, okay, I coached a little JV. I basically tried to do the practices that I remember doing at Long Beach, right?
I'm a national champion, multiple times over. I can coach.
Yeah, and not even close. To be under Mike, though, I got to tell you, to this day, I still learn a ton from Mike. A lot of the drills I do is what I've learned from Mike. Yeah. And walking in there and seeing how he communicated with the boys and the drills he ran, and he's running multiple courts. JV, you run 1 court. Hopefully you have 12 guys. Right. And he's running, we probably had 25 to 30 kids in the gym at the time. And he'd go put me on a court or whatever, and I'd start taking notes. Yeah. And I'm like, wow, I like that drill. I'll keep that drill or whatever. And then Mike had I don't remember exactly, he had an opportunity to coach, I think, where did he go? He left Golden West in 2000 or two. What happened was, okay, so I got in 2000, after that Golden West season, I got an opportunity to go back to my old high school. They asked me if I would be a head coach there.
Fountain Valley, right?
Fountain Valley, exactly. And I was kind of torn. I'm like, do I want to leave college because I'd only coached there 1 year, or should I run a program? And I had to weigh that a little bit. And so I ended up going back I went to Fountain Valley, and I coached the varsity there, and I ran that program.
Yeah, you got a couple seconds in that Sunset League, right?
Sunset League. We actually lost to Eddie Rapp in the first round of the
CIF. You got a couple of seconds there. That's impressive. Sunset League's no joke.
Yeah, we took second. We lost to Marina, who had Wooten, Jeff Wooten.
Oh, Hawaii boys.
And they were coached by Derek Lucero. And it went down. We lost in 5 for the league championship. It was a battle. But so I went to Fountain Valley, and I learned a lot, just even 1 year there. And after that season, for whatever reason, Mike left Golden West. I'm not really sure why he left. I don't remember. Anyways, they asked me if I'd go back to Golden West and be the head coach there. And that's how I got started. And it was kind of a co-head coach situation with Steve Yucatel. And we coached there for about 7 or 8 years together.
So then you started that early 30s.
Yeah, I was around. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So my point is, so you're doing this different coaching stints, and you're in your early 30s to do a junior college, not Division I, right? And you get Coach of the Year twice.
Yeah.
And I think that's important to mention, because I say it all the time, is especially in the women's side right now, they're just forcing these coaches to be head coaches so early, either because gender or because they're cheap, or they can get them for cheap. And they're failing because they haven't put in the time. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like I say like men's basketball and football. If you hear somebody that's 35 taking a head coaching job, oh my gosh, they're so young.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And now your story's the same way. Hey, I did some high school stuff and I did some JC assistants and I went back to high school. Now I'm doing, a junior college, for 7 or 8 years. I get it twice coach of the year. You kind of led the good path.
Well,
The
yeah,
path the path I think most coaches should take.
and here's a couple other things I was doing too. I was coaching club at the time, and that was
Yeah.
for Surf City, and that was Mike's club,
Yeah.
Delisandro's club. So he put me in on like an 18-2s team or something. I think Alan had the number one team for
Right.
that club, and then I was coaching at Golden West. I thought I was coaching someplace else as well. Anyways, I was coaching 2 to 3 teams at a time. So
Right.
I mean, and I had a job,
Right. Yeah. Forget about that.
So,
Oops.
but right. So I was always coaching 2 to 3 teams for 5, 10 years or whatever, and I just immersed myself into it.
Yeah.
And that
I mean,
helped
so
a
you,
ton.
yeah,
Oh,
you talked about mentors. So Deli's your probably number one mentor, right?
right. Yeah. And then yeah.
I've always considered him one of the best minds in the volleyball game that I've ever seen. He just
Yep.
has it. Yeah. I mean, we all know, everybody's got demons in their life, that kind
Yeah.
of thing. But in terms of a volleyball brain and just he was special, right? So, and then I have you, and I still say it to this day, and you're kind of like, oh, okay, Sully. The reality is you can train at a very, very high level at any level in terms of age group, right? So you've done USA developmental stuff, you've done high school, you've done junior college, and you've done colleges and club, and you're just so experienced with that. And as well as Kalani Mahi, you two remind me of each other in terms of how we progress this drill. So here's drill A, very basic, very fundamental, but then you can add B to A, and you can add C and D and make it more difficult. And you can go all the way up to M and N. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not, this is one drill and this is how it goes. It's like, here's the foundation. Okay, now we're going to add this. Okay, now we're going to spin this ball. Okay, then we're going to go from the back row, and then we're going to add a middle. It's just between you and Kalani, two of the best I think that I've ever been around. And in terms of just the game itself, I got to put D'Alessandro as one of the top ones for sure. What about you? What about your mentors?
Well, yeah. Deli for sure. I've probably coached with Deli more than I've coached with anybody else, I would say.
Yeah.
And his mind is unbelievable. Like the drills he comes up with and things like that. And I'm always looking, as a coach, when I first started, I was just like, okay, I like that drill. I'm going to write it down and I'll copy that or whatever. And I spent a lot of time with Alan too, Alan Knight, doing camps during the summer, either at Long Beach or that USA stuff. He helped me a little bit, or I helped him a little bit when he was coaching the national team. I'd come in and I had a really good opportunity coaching that Pan Am Cup team with Sean Patchell or whatever. But
yeah, that was huge.
yeah, so I would say when we first started, Alan and I, we were coaching this USA development, high performance stuff. And one of the first camps we did, we had a computer, and in between sessions, we were making the template for those camps. And we ended up probably doing, 20 camps together after that. And we're still doing camps to this day. And it's great because I'll go in there with him, and he coaches at a different level, obviously, with Long Beach and coaching the national team, and I'm still learning from him. So Alan's a big mentor as well.
Yeah.
But I remember Alan telling me, he goes, wait till you get to the point where you start creating your own drills, not just copying them from other people. And I'm like, wow,
Right.
I don't even know if I'll ever do that. But then down the road, it's like almost every practice or every situation you're put in, you should have a practice plan. I think you should write down your practice plan. But there's always something that's going to happen. Somebody gets hurt, somebody doesn't show up, you have weird numbers. So you got to
switch on the fly.
You got to switch on the fly. Yeah. And I took this advice from D'Alessandro. Is like, he's a coach. He would stop practice a little bit if need be. okay, and talk to the guys. But basically, he goes, when you were a player, did you like a coach to sit there and talk the whole time?
Right.
And you need some of that, right? You need to get them on the right. But he was like, you play.
I can't tell you how many practices I've been to that a coach will explain a drill for 20 minutes.
And the kids are bored.
And then the kids are looking around like, I don't know what to do. And then they get in there, they try to run the drill. Then that same coach chews them out because you're an idiot. How come you didn't listen to me? And then they take another 20 to 30 minutes to explain. So you're talking an hour to get one drill started. Right. And like you said, the most important thing is, were you prepared before you came in here? No, you weren't. Obviously you weren't. Right. And it shouldn't take that long. So not only you don't have to be this organizational freak, but be professional, do your job, be mentored appropriately.
Yeah. I like Deli's attitude towards his philosophy, I guess, for a standard practice. Okay. And I don't want to get into weightlifting and all that stuff, but basically I think a good practice is about 2.5 hours long. You take the first 15 to 20 minutes and you get a good warm up. Okay. And then for the first hour, you work on things you need to, technique stuff. Could be, passing, serving, whatever. And then you spend like the last half of practice and you play game type drills where it's 6-on-6 type drills, wash drills, whatever. So you're playing the game. Some coaches will never even have their players play. They're just doing technical stuff.
Right. Or the opposite. They just play.
Or they play and they don't work on the technique stuff, right?
Right. Exactly. And, and I've seen some of the practices go no more than 2 hours. This isn't lifting weights at all. Hour and a half, but it's so efficient. Right. It's so efficient because they're prepared.
I think
when you I've been horror stories, 3-hour practices. I'm like, well, I get why it's 3 hours because you take an hour to do one drill. Like, are you out of your minds?
But as a player, did you like that?
No, I mean, it's
you had those coaches where you sit there and listen to the guy the whole time, and you're like, I want to play.
Right. So that's why I'm here.
That's why I try to emulate those coaches that I liked playing for, and contribute that to my program or my teams. And I do wave the carrot a little bit in front of them. I'm like, hey, I know some of this technique stuff gets a little old, gets a little boring, but every touch matters, okay? And you do this well, and then we play.
Right.
Okay. And they're like, yeah, we want to play. We want to play. And if you, but if you don't take this stuff serious and you just kind of go through the motions, we're going to do this all practice and you don't get to play. And that usually motivates them enough. And that's
and on the opposite end, right? On the opposite end, you get high end athletes at, some of the best in the country and they just want to play. Right. Where I remember Jared Elliott 10 years ago when they won the national championship says, remember all those boring drills on our technique. I told you they would pay off. I told you just need to put the time and effort and focus in and it'll pay off, and I think that's lost on you too. And I think that's why, not the only reason, but that's why coaching isn't easy. It's hard.
No.
I say it all the time. And there's some great coaches out there and that do, sometimes they have a 500 season, but I'd play for them. And then there's some horrible coaches out there that just need to leave. Right. Period. End of story. Right. So, hey, so you have Santa Margarita, you went to Golden West, back into high school, Fountain Valley. Then you took on a couple years at Vanguard, which I was a volunteer coach for you. So I got to see you in action. That was really fun for me. Then you were head coach at Golden West.
Yeah.
Right. Am I getting this timeline right?
Yeah. I'd kind of forgotten about Vanguard. So that's kind of a fun thing.
Thanks.
No,
I'm not with you. No, whatever, bud. Yeah. Okay.
Because that was the women.
Been your highlight. Forget the two coach of the years. It should have been your highlight. Vanguard University in Southern California was solely as my volunteer.
That's
dude.
Right.
So then you graduated to international coaching, not only international coaching, international head coaching in Northern Ireland, small division, right? But you did it. You absolutely did it. And so international player, international coach, is volleyball?
Is volleyball. Volleyball is volleyball. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, you got different cultures and it's not like Ireland's this huge Brazil or United States or, that kind of thing. You had a smaller country and I mean, I know you had a ball obviously, but
I took the same system I learned over here, over there. And
was that new for them?
It was new for them.
Okay. All right.
And that reminds me of a story, a little bit of a story where I was, you know, the system that we ran pretty much at Long Beach, you
Yep.
hold on defense, you're not
Yep.
guessing, you don't flop on your back, you land on your chest, this sort of
Yep.
thing. You wait and react, that sort of thing, right? Everybody has their own style or whatever. But I took that over, and we were watching film one day, and this was, I don't know, a couple months after I'd been there. And at first, these guys were just like, "What are you talking about?" They're all over the place, right? They're doing their own thing, not a whole lot of structure. And we start watching film, and I'm like, "Okay, you need to be doing this. You need to be doing that here at the, you stop the film at a certain point and go, okay, why are you jumping in the air when you should be on the ground right now?" That sort
Right.
of thing.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Their eyes weren't right or something. They weren't looking
Yeah.
at the right
What are you
stuff. Okay.
looking at right now? Okay.
Right.
Why
Right.
are you going left when the ball's going right?
Right.
That sort of
Right.
thing. Okay.
Yeah.
But it started like after watching film a little bit and calling these guys on it, not just like telling them, "Hey, you got to do this," but actually having them see what they're doing right and wrong. I remember one of the players goes, "Hey, this system works. This system works. We just got to stick to it." Because, we struggled a little bit. We had our ups and downs over there. But they bought into it, and they became more successful. But they were just kind of doing their own thing. They really didn't have a lot of good coaching, I would say. I don't want to say anything bad about them over there. They're great guys. But they
No,
like
there's a
that system,
difference.
and
I mean,
I took that
there's
system.
major-
So volleyball is volleyball,
Yeah. I mean, you can get coaches that only know their level, and they may have known in a JV coach or even, just a lower level. I mean, okay, so I'm not ripping on coaches that are at other lower levels. And what I mean by lower levels, like
yeah.
JC Division 3,
Sure.
those kind of, compared to like the national team.
Sure.
It's just different, right?
Right.
And you have different athletes, and
Mhm.
and there are very, very successful coaches that I would play for in Division 3 that have been there for years and have won year after year. You're just like, yeah, absolutely. You must be doing something right?
Exactly.
So,
Yeah.
but it is different to carry it over to higher levels. And so when you bring, like Alan, perfect example. He goes to he's our Olympic coach, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he gets to know some of the best coaches in the world that are coaching their national teams, and they start sharing with him.
Yeah.
We're talking like statistics stuff, and this is what we're looking at. And he brings that to Long Beach. They're at a whole nother level now. Then they win national championships, 2 of them, right? So, I
saw.
I'm not ripping on those guys, but it's different. And so if you bring higher level training, and the fact that they appreciate it, they should get better.
Well, they over there, volleyball is not the number one sport over there. It's
Right,
soccer
right,
and
yeah,
football, right?
Yeah,
And so, they just had limited exposure, maybe,
right
over there. And then,
I can see that. Yeah, I mean that's just like anywhere. I mean, even in our country, right? The exposure is okay. Well, your head coach played, JV, and then in a bigger city, you got Division I coaches coaching high school. It's a whole different thing. I mean, I've seen that in football too. You get Division I players that kind of get the game, and then they coach high school.
Yeah.
Oh, their defenses are crazy. They're like, they're doing high school. I mean, they're doing college schemes in high school. And it really transfers over. So, okay. So you've done the Northern Ireland thing, Team USA. You actually did Hope International for men's for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And then did you go to Ocean View after Hope?
Yeah. I did.
Just for a season?
I was there. I was coaching JV there, and I was coaching. I helped with the varsity as well.
Okay.
I think I was there for about 2 years.
And then you wound up starting a brand new program in Santiago Canyon College, right? And you're still there today. So starting your own program, that's historical and super tough.
Well,
super tough. And you had to go through the whole COVID, stuff as well.
Yeah. So, I got a call from, I was coaching club at the time too. I was coaching for Ohana for Paul Munoz, another Long Beach State alumni. And he said that there was a job available up at, a position that's available up at Santiago Canyon College that he'd been contacted on, but for whatever reason, he couldn't do it. And he goes, "Hey, why don't you apply for this position?" And I'm like, okay, kind of a shot in the dark. and I went up there and interviewed for it, and I got the job. And it was, I've been there now. I think this is my 7th year at Santiago, and it's something I'd never done before. So it's kind of, I like that because something new. You know, I'm always kind of looking for, I like to try new things or whatever. And to start a program is, yeah, I did it. You know, it was a little rough the first couple of years, but I contacted a bunch of the local high schools and got on the recruiting trail and put a team together. And going through COVID was a little difficult, but we've made the playoffs a few times, and yeah, it's quite an experience. I got a lot of support from my athletic director up there, Martin Stringer. He's from the UK. He doesn't know a whole lot about volleyball, but he's made it where, hey, if you can just win a couple games this year and then do better next year and get get your roster fuller and fuller every year. And he's been a huge reason why I've been successful up there, because he's not like, hey, you need to come out and win these games right off the bat or whatever. Just at first it was just like, get some guys in here that won't embarrass the college, you know, that are good students and that stuff. And he allowed me to start kind of slow, or go at my pace at least. And I do kind of feel proud that I did that. The women's program up there has gone kind of up and down. They've had 3 or 4 coaches. We started at the same time. Okay.
Right.
Both programs. So that struggled a little bit, but I've been there the whole time, and I really enjoy it. It's a great campus. It's a good environment up there, and it's a lot of fun.
So going full circle, so do you think, looking back on it, that you made the right decision just to stay in Southern California? Or would you, looking back on it, right, you go, you know what, Ohio's not that bad, Florida's not that bad, Alabama's, you know, and yeah, I kind of wonder, because I've always given you a hard time about, dude, you pay how much? Do you not know what's on across the country to live in Southern California, right? And I know the benefits, right? Beaches right there, ocean, all that kind of stuff. And I hear that all the time, by the way, and I just laugh because I probably go to the beach more often than most Southern California people do. But, you know, but it's there. But yeah, have you ever thought about that?
A little bit. You know, that's interesting you say that, because I've pretty much lived most my life within about a 5 or 10 mile radius, Fountain Valley, Huntington Beach. And I've had the opportunity to do a lot of traveling through volleyball, which has been great. I've seen a lot of different places, and it's been great. I've got to live out of the country a couple times.
Yeah, even in the States, right? You've done camps in Pittsburgh. Did you do one in Vegas were you there with me when we did Vegas with Alan?
Possibly. With Alan, I've done probably 20 camps in Vegas.
Okay, we've probably done that. But still, you've been across our country.
Boise with you.
Yep. Yeah. That was a sweet camp. That we should go into that at a different time. I'll probably go into that with Hoff. But that was a stacked.
That was a good
camp from coach's perspective. You had a gold medalist. You had 3 national champions. Division I national champions. You just had a coach that were in the finals in the Division I women's game there with Hosfeld, and that was crazy. And then that's a whole nother story.
And
but
Rod Stewart picked us up in a limo. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, well, I had to treat you guys right. That's what it came down to. Rod Stewart, remember?
Yeah, I've done some camps. I do camps in Florida too, in Pittsburgh. I do camps. Yeah, and it's another way I think to kind of hone your skill. I think camps are great because you coach with other coaches from around the area or out of state or whatever, and you learn from them, and you pick up, like, every year the game evolves, right? And if you can for me, I do camps during the summer. It helps my coaching evolve too, and stay on kind of what's new, what's new in the volleyball world. And that's how
there's rules every year. By the way, for the record, I wish they would stop with the rules. I think they should bring in rules every 4 years, not every year.
Yeah.
Just let it play out for a while.
Yeah, you know what? Like I didn't really like the libero at first. I'm like, what is this? They're bringing some guy on with a different color jersey. Da 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 da. But you know, it brings ball control to the game, and the rallies last a little longer now. I'm kind of used to it. I
That's
didn't
with the
like some.
hands too. That's with first ball over with your hands. You
Yeah,
can absolutely butcher it just to keep the
yeah,
rally in play. But I don't like the second touch, how they're
yeah.
talking
They've
about
loosened it up.
doubling that thing. I'm like, so then all you need is the tallest person out there just to chuck it out there.
Right.
Where's the skill set in that? So that's a whole nother
Yeah.
conversation. But my point is
Right.
like make decisions.
Hmm.
Like, I don't know, right after the Olympics. Here are the rules for the next
Yeah.
4 years and leave it
Well, it
alone.
just seems like something happens though. Like every year, something happens, and there needs to be a rule about it. Either if it's making the playoffs in a different way or whatever. And yeah, I think sometimes they tinker with the game too much, a little bit. And
Yeah,
like
leave it
you
alone.
saying, let
Yeah.
let it
Just
play out for a few years and just see.
yeah,
So
a few years
there's
too.
a
I don't
fine
even care if
line
it's
on that.
2 years, but just leave
Yeah.
it alone. Let it play it out. But so yes. So do you regret staying
Okay.
down there?
So me personally, okay, like I said, I've lived in basically a 10-mile radius my whole life. I don't know. It's the community I know. Okay,
Right.
and moving out of the country, and right after Long Beach, I moved up north to my sister's house and got a job up there, and I lasted for about 4 months. And I just know it's just kind of even when I was out of the country with my family, I still missed like Huntington Beach and Fountain
Home.
Valley, my community.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I could go move to Ohio. You know, obviously the money's great, and
I mean,
coaching like a women's
yeah, no,
team. I don't know
yeah.
if I would be doing it for the right reason though. I really
Well, you have
enjoy
to,
coaching the
or else you
guys.
won't succeed, or you won't be happy either.
I mean, you know, I've thought about going to make some of that money. I
Right.
think I'm past that in my career now, but when I was
Yeah, yeah,
younger,
yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
but I don't know if I would have been happy with it. And
Mm.
I don't have any regrets on the path I've chosen, to tell you the truth. So
Would
I think
you would you leave now? So
you know what?
let's say Division 1 school, and
Yeah.
I'm not even talking top 25.
Okay.
Division 1 school outside of California.
Probably
Women.
probably not. No, probably not.
Southern
You know,
California boy through and through,
yeah,
baby.
and like you know,
And
I'm
that's
happy I have
okay.
this.
No, that's all
I'm a
right.
teacher now too. I have my teaching
Yeah. Oh,
credential,
yeah. Yep.
and yeah, I don't know. You know, if I had an opportunity possibly to go international again, I might do that.
Oh.
Yeah, I
Oh.
really like being outside of the country and experiencing that. I wouldn't want to do
Yeah.
it longer than a couple years,
Yeah.
but I would if international opportunity came up, I might consider that. You know, when I was coaching in Ireland, I had my first wife and kids over there, and they were young. And it was hard on my wife at the time because she didn't really know anybody over there, and there was periods of time when I was traveling and she was by herself raising two kids, and
Right.
it was
Right.
difficult for her.
Oh,
And
that sounds familiar. That's what happened in Germany
yeah,
for me.
yeah,
Yep. It was a role reversal though. I was home in a foreign country and
yeah.
the wife was gone.
That it's not easy. It's not easy. And
No, it wasn't.
I had an opportunity. We played Iceland, and the Iceland coach is like, "Hey, when you're done with Ireland, would you consider coaching up in Iceland?" I'm like, "Wow, that sounds like a good opportunity." And I talked to my wife, and she's like, "Nope." she she wanted nothing to do with it, right? But
Yeah. Tough.
yeah, I mean, when you're in that international environment, some doors open for you or whatever,
Yeah.
and you know, I liked the international level. I thought, and if I had a chance to do that again, maybe I would do it for a couple of years.
Huh,
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah.
Cool.
So
Well, brother, that's all I had. So you got Tim the Bear Johnson, national champion, Division 1 national champion, Open Club multiple national champion, Hall of Fame, Coach of the Year, my brother for life. I appreciate you, buddy.
all right, Sully, anytime.
Hey, everybody, I'm back. That's right. Set the Pipe is getting relaunched, and I just wanted to let everybody know where in the world have I been? Well, let me tell you. I still wake up every day thinking about this podcast, literally every day. So the passion, desire has never gone away, but I just wanted to let you know what's been going on the past couple of years. Shortly after the Tim Johnson interview, and go check that out. Still love that one. It's my first one, but the information there is, he just has a great story. I had a heart attack. I did. And it knocked me for a loop for a while. And it still has a little bit of effects on me today, mentally and a little bit physically too, but I'm good. Like, for the most part, I am good. Everything's fine. I can live a normal life, all that kind of good stuff, that's a good thing. So, and then when I wanted to start the podcast up again, we came into a situation that a family friend had a tragedy, and that just took the wind out of my sails. And then towards the middle of last year, we also had to experience a family emergency, and I had to put everything aside. I also got a full-time job. So with all those things I just mentioned, plus all the family responsibilities I have at home, and I still was coaching, it was tough. It was really tough to get back in, but I'm ready. I'm ready to go. We're going to have a new spin on Set the Pipe. But I wanted to let you know that I had a lot of verbal support, but not a lot of actual physical support. And I was pleasantly surprised, actually, by how many people thought Set the Pipe was such a great idea, even those that I wanted to interview. But those that I wanted on the podcast were waiting for someone else to be first on the podcast. And my guess is they just wanted me to be more established and to see what this was going to be all about, and no aha moments, not necessarily wanting to go viral or anything like that. But it was slow and I was on my own. But I can't tell you, when trying to restart this, how many times life just interrupted me every day. And to let you know, to create a video podcast, there's a ton to do. And I realized some things about myself. I work really hard individually, but I work so much better in a team environment. Even the best video podcasters don't do it alone. They have a producer, they have an editor, they have a social media manager, all that kind of good stuff. But for me, I was all alone 100% of the time. So managing my time was crucial, and I wanted to do this podcast right. So time really wasn't on my side. So managing my time was extraordinarily tough, and I had to put it off for a while. But like I said at the beginning, I'm back. I also realized that I tried to be all things volleyball. Scores for Division I, for Division II, Division III, JUCO, junior tournaments, training updates, trying to put those stories out there for interviews. It was a lot. My heart was in the right place, but I realized that approach just wasn't sustainable with my life responsibilities and doing it 100% on my own. I didn't have enough bandwidth to do what I thought it took to do a great video podcast, and the one I wanted to stamp my name on that I produced. I have been asked and encouraged to still do my training videos. I'm really good in the gym, and I want to share those. I plan on doing those, and I backed off my private lessons locally and in another state for a lot of factors. But I know everyone has their opinion on how to train. This is the best way to do it. But I'm confident in my success and trackable results, to be quite honest, and having volleyball players reach their potential. Sharing my teachings are only going to benefit those that want to think differently and get better, but now's the time to share it. So expect those on Set the Pipe. But moving forward with Set the Pipe, it's going to be a bit different. It will be why I started Set the Pipe to begin with. I won't be giving updates on scores and tournaments anymore, but I do think someone can really do well on a podcast if they have the time to give love to the Division I and Division II and JUCO levels. I just don't have that bandwidth, like I said. I will also take Tessa's PK Against Cancer's videos down, and those videos will be moved to a different channel where they rightfully belong, and I will announce that channel in the near future on Set the Pipe, so I hope you follow that channel. Set the Pipe will get back to telling stories, something that I've been wanting to do It's what the whole purpose was. And there are people in the volleyball world that have great stories that need to be shared and put in a time capsule like YouTube and Spotify for the world to see and hear. The younger volleyball generation needs to have access to those volleyball past as well as the current player story. The first and only one-on-one interview I did on Set the Pipe was with Tim Bear Johnson. I learned a ton from that episode. From that experience, each episode moving forward would only get better. I did do an interview with the UNI Peterson family after they won the epic battle in their MVC championship a couple seasons ago, and I plan on interviewing them again, but with a new twist. Set the Pipe will also be talking about the current state of volleyball, including the new rules, college transformation, youth level conversations, and frankly, anything I want to talk about. And hopefully with those topics, I will have experts on the show to share their views. Lastly, the next interview has already been recorded, and I hope you like it. The ending is pretty epic, and it will solidify what Set the Pipe is all about. I will announce I have a partner. That's right. I'm not going to be doing this alone. I'm going to be with the partner. We're looking for a third and final partner. And then what we plan on doing is every once in a while having guest hosts to interview those people we're going to be interviewing, or just having conversations amongst ourselves. We're also going to have surprised guests while the guests are on the show. So it's going to be really fun. And if it's not going to be fun, if I can't tell any more stories, then Set the Pipe will go away. But as of right now, good things are about to happen. And I really hope you enjoy it and follow. So subscribe for sure. Click that bell below. You'll know when our new episode's going to be on. But announcing my partner coming up here pretty soon. And we have scheduled interviews already. So I'm glad I'm back. This is something I've been wanting to do for a long time. And I can't wait to get going. And for the love of God, set the pipe.
Hey, this is Sully, and welcome back to Set the Pipe. I did promise you on my last video that I was going to announce my partner. Well, without further ado, let's get to it. Who do we got in the chair? There he is. There he is. The man, the myth, the legend. There's Tim Johnson. Bear, buddy.
What's up,
Welcome to
How you
the
doing, Sully?
podcast, man.
It's good to see you.
Yeah,
What's going
good
on?
to see you. Tim and I talked for quite a long time, and he's looking to join the podcast full time, which is great. It's a big commitment. We all work, but we both have the same interest, and we've got some people lined up. And actually, we got somebody lined up today. But yeah, Bear, glad to have you on, man. I think it's going to be a fun time. Your knowledge of volleyball and who you know is fantastic, and I think we're going to have a lot of banter. And yeah, man, what do you think? What do you expect?
I'm looking forward to it. I think we can get some good guests on here, talk a lot of volley and have some good times and tell a lot of stories.
Yeah. I think once we started talking a little bit about this, you're like, yeah, I wasn't sure. But an hour and a half later, after we were talking about all the stories that we had and what other people had, I'm glad you just kind of was like, yeah, man, I want to be a part of this, which is great. So I explained in my first video that, you know, I work so much better in a team environment. Maybe that's what volleyball did to me. I work individually hard, right? But yeah, I think this is going to be a good deal. So I think you have somebody in the studio. Is our next guest around?
Our first guest.
Well, bring him on in, man.
See if you guys recognize this guy right here. CK in the house.
That's right. See,
What's up, fellas? Sully, Bear Guy, and how you doing? Welcome to be here. So happy to be here. Thanks for having me on my first ever podcast. Really
this
excited
your first
to be
ever?
here.
This is your first ever.
I've been wanting to do one, be on one. This is one of the first times I've ever done this, so I'm pretty excited.
Have you ever thought why no one's ever invited you on a podcast before, or is it just like totally obvious?
You know, I don't know. I've talked to a couple people in the hoops world when my son was playing, but never really ever got on one. My wife's been edging me to jump on some because I like to talk, as you both know.
Yeah, we both. Yeah, we do both know. So yeah, this is CK. This is Coley Kyman, and I'll give you a little background on Coley. He's married. Coley went to Cal State Northridge. That's how we compete against with each other, and we also actually were teammates after college. But he married a Bruin, UCLA national champion Bruin, Michelle Mooney, right?
That is
And
correct.
you know, I ask all the time, like, how in the world did she get so lucky? Like,
I couldn't agree more. I mean, that's what I would say. I would say the majority of the world would probably say the opposite. How did I get so lucky? I mean, she's a wonderful, wonderful woman. We've been married for 27 years. We've been together for 30 years. She was able to help me deliver she delivered
yeah,
two
she
wonderful
got
sons
two
that became
kids,
athletes.
right?
So,
Yep. So you got two boys. You got
two
two boys. Jake, right? Jake started out Division I hoops at UCLA, actually made it to the Final Four, wound up his career at Eastern Washington. And then you have a son in high school still, Braden, and he just committed to Washington State. So congratulations on the great marriage. You got two kids. I mean, you went from full-time volleyball, like both of you and your wife, to absolutely 100% hoops. What a change in life.
Yeah, it was different for us. I mean, we both tried to get our children to play, both of them to play volleyball. We thought it would be
because they're
great,
monsters. How tall are these boys?
My oldest, Jake, is 6'7". He's 24 years old, and my youngest is Braden. He's 18, and he's 6'8".
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
and
instant liberos, right?
Instant liberos, right? It was crazy because when we grew up, we always had the volleyball outside. We were still coaching high school together, Michelle and I. You know, we're around volleyball all the time, whether it's a six-man or we're going to play for Paul Mitchell at the U.S. Open Nationals, and all our friends were playing. I got a chance back in 2008 to coach Jen Kessie and April Ross. And so my boys have been around volleyball forever, but they didn't want to play it. They fell in love with basketball. They can play volleyball. They can pepper. We set with them. We can play they can do some hitting, but for the most part, it's just been basketball. It's been great for both of them. I mean, my son had a wonderful career at Santa Margarita in high school, got to go play at UCLA for his dream school, went to the Final Four, played in the Final Four, and got to finish last year to get his master's degree at Eastern Washington and won the Big Sky Conference. So he had a wonderful basketball career. He's going to marry a Bruin volleyball player similar to me, so we'll leave it at that. He's somehow involved in volleyball, even though he didn't play it.
Man, somehow I think your wife kind of finagled that deal. Had to finagle. They got another Bruin coming in the family. Ugh. I don't know how you can do it. I don't know how you can do
tough.
it.
But I gladly wore the UCLA, and I'm very proud of it. I mean, obviously my wife there, and then my son being a Bruin as well. Playing in Pauley Pavilion, watching him hoop, it's still some of the greatest moments of my life as a father, just to have him reach his goal and his dreams to get a chance to play there.
So we talked about you going to Northridge, and we talked about how we all met with ASICS. Paul Mitchell was our club team. We won a couple of national championships there in the Open, and we've talked offline for years for like the people that we played with. We didn't even know they were going to be Olympians, right? We knew they were great, but we, just Olympians. And then with Tim and I playing at Long Beach State, we heard of this Coley Kyman guy, and I'll tell you my perspective on UCK was played with a smile, but probably the most intense guy out there. And then as soon as that whistle blew, you were smiles, cracking jokes, talking crap, but not in a like vindictive way. It was just part of your nature, and that you just stood out, and your leadership, people just gravitated to you, even across the net, right? So
I appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
Yeah, brother.
It was a good run. I'm no longer an athlete, which we can get into later about that. I guess once an athlete, always an athlete, but I don't do much in the athletic standpoint anymore due to my ankle. But I love to compete. And I think in today's world, I have two sons. I think that's kind of lost a little bit, is to compete and have fun doing it. I don't like to lose. I still don't like to lose. I've never liked to lose, as you both know. Tim, you know that.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think just going out and competing and giving everything you have and leaving it, on the field, the court, whatever it is, you're a winner if you do that. And I think that's lost in today's game. Everyone wants to win. Everyone wants to get a scholarship. Everyone wants to do this. But just going out and competing with your friends, your teammates, and just giving it all you got, there's something to be said about that. And that's what I miss the most about being an athlete, is really competing.
And in the grand scheme of things, the audience needs to know that, Tim and I have a ring. Your wife has a ring, you know what I mean? But
of course,
in terms of me, but of course,
why at the beginning? I thought we were going to wait a little bit on this, Sully. But
well, my point is this. But CK was on the Northridge team that ended my career. That we were on the team that smoked everybody except Northridge. I mean, it was a phenomenal team. So as much as I can say a ring, I do remember, and I will always remember who ended my career, and that was Cal State University Northridge Matadors.
And believe me, I let a lot of your folks from your 49er fans know that. Matt Lyles hears it all the time. Every time I'm with him, anytime I'm with Knipe, it's always, hey, you got, oh, I want to know. But your last game, who was your last match against? It was a loss against me. And Matty O and Geeter, that's all I can tell you. It was a loss. But you do have a ring. My wife has a ring. I don't. I lost in the national championship at UCLA against UCLA. It took me decades to get over, but they were better than we were. We played really well. Not good enough, but they were better than we were.
You joined us in club, and we let you come along for the ride for a couple of national championships. So you're
absolutely
welcome. We've got a couple questions for you throughout the whole podcast, and I'm going to take the first two. Your favorite sound?
Favorite sound? The ocean.
Your least favorite sound?
My wife screaming at me.
Perfect.
Which is rare. That's why it's my least.
Hey, I'm wondering a couple things about you, Coley, when you were a little younger. I know you had a tragedy with your mom. Can you go into that? Because we have a little bit of that in common.
Yes, absolutely. I was a freshman at Cal State Northridge playing volleyball, and it was in May. Season had just ended, and I got a phone call about 2 a.m, and my mom had a brain aneurysm. She was in the hospital for about 12 days, and just wasn't able to pull through. So losing a parent is just difficult for anybody. Losing him at a young age, at 19, right when you're in the heart of growing up and needing your parent was very difficult.
How do you cope with that at such a young age?
I mean, Barry, you went through the same thing, right? I mean, it wasn't necessarily during college.
I was in my 30s, and my mom's been gone for about 21 years, and it's a very difficult thing. But being a teenager, I mean, how do you deal with that?
Everyone deals with grief differently. I think I was so fortunate to be playing volleyball and having my support system, which was with my friends in volleyball. I happened to go to the U.S. Olympic Festival that year. It was in Minneapolis, and there were so many of my friends. I just had finished my freshman year in college. I had a pretty good year as a freshman at Cal State Northridge, so a lot of folks around the country kind of knew who I was, and so I had the opportunity to just pour everything I had into sport, and it really helped me deal with the grief. Tim, it really helped me deal with the grief and to get over it. You never get over it, but to get over the daily grind of thinking about it and the sadness and doing what I loved, which was competing, as I said, getting a chance to compete. And my mom was one of those sports moms. She was the team mom at the soccer games. My dad was a high school coach for 43 years. So she was a coach's wife. So she understood sports. And so for me to be able to compete, to be able to go out there and do that from the love of the game, and for me, really helped me through that. And the last thing I'll say for me about that, and maybe this will help some folks out there as well, but what I learned at 19, and this also will go into something I'd like to say, is life can change in a second.
Sure.
And which leads me to say my heart, my thoughts and prayers out to everyone in Los Angeles. Numerous friends have lost their homes. And again, it goes back to what I just said. Things can change on the drop of a dime, and you just never know. And so what I learned, again, like we just said, from losing her at such a young age, is you got to live life to the fullest. You got to just take chances. You got to give everything you can. And when you wake up the next day, which we hope we do, you put on your pants and you get back to trying everything you can, because you just don't know when things will change that drastically.
Yeah. So both of you guys sitting next to each other with some tragedies with your moms, just big hearts, right? Let's go back to high school a little bit. You were a 3-sport athlete, is that right?
I played 2 of my 4 years.
Okay.
So I got to do that. I was at Reseda High School my freshman year. My 3 main sports in high school were football, basketball, and volleyball.
Right.
Volleyball started at Reseda High School my freshman year, which actually gives me a little story, if you don't mind me talking a bit more, which is weird. I get to talk.
What?
So 1984, we have the Olympics here in Los Angeles. It's amazing, right? I get to go to a few events. It's great. I've never really played volleyball. I don't even know what volleyball really is, Tim.
Sure.
So 84 Olympics, they had a lot of money left over. So they put it in the park and recreations, which is another topic that I'd like to talk about, but that's down the road. they had a lot of money. So I'm in the gym working down at the local park, Winnetka Park, down where I grew up in Northridge. And I'm on the basketball team. It's 3-on-3. They're going to have a basketball 3-on-3 tournament. And so practice is over and I'm taking off my clothes my shoes, excuse me. And all of a sudden there's people putting up the nets, and the people were very cute girls putting up the net. And I'm about to be a freshman in high school. It's the summer before my freshman year. So I'm sitting here looking at this and I'm like, oh, I'll go try to play a little bit. So they go and I start hitting, and I just happen to be natural at it, like natural enough to like my footwork was okay. I could go up and swing at a volleyball without ever doing it before. And so the coach came up and talked to me and said, hey, do you want to play? Well, I said no, right? Because I'm a basketball guy. I've never played volleyball. Well, both the coaches of the volleyball and the basketball team for this rec organization to put us for these, the funding from the LA Olympics, they were brother, sister, and the sister played for my father at Chaminade High School. So the brother came out to me and said, listen, you're never going to play volleyball again. Why don't you play volleyball with them and have fun this summer? You're going to play basketball. So went and played volleyball, won a gold medal on the fact it was actually at UCLA on the grass with our team. And I fell in love with the sport, just fell in love with it. Got to Racine High School. A couple other folks at school wanted to play too. So they started a program. So to go back to your question, I got to play volleyball in high school. So I played football, basketball, and volleyball. My freshman year, I ran track. I ran the 800 and did a high jump. And then my senior year, one of our football coaches asked me to come out because I played as a kid growing up in baseball, needed some bodies for about four games in a spring tournament. So I got to do that. Got to put on a baseball uniform, go out, get in at bat. Was pretty awesome. And then again, the main three sports is what I did at Reseda. Yeah, kind of crazy, right? To think I started volleyball just to do it because saw some pretty girls, thought it was great. Coaches said, why don't you give it a try? Turned it into starting it at high school. And then my junior year, if you want, I'm going to continue to talk about what made the success for me with volleyball is I was going to play football. Football still to me is in my heart, which was part of the ankle and that stuff, which I'm sure you have a question or two later about. I was like, okay, I'm going to play football, but I started to fall in love with volleyball. The great Marvin Hall, rest in peace, Marv, came up to me after my junior year and said, hey, do you want to play club? I didn't know what club was. My parents didn't have a lot of money for that. I went and raised some. I got to go to the Junior Olympics. And from that point forward, it was 1988, Junior Olympics were in Fort Collins, Colorado. I met two of my best friends that are still my best friends to this day. I fell in love with volleyball. And it wasn't just the game itself. It was the culture of volleyball. It was the people of volleyball. It was the way things they did in volleyball. Came back home that year, my senior year. I actually signed a letter of intent to play college football at UNLV.
Right.
I was a big UNLV fan, big Randall Cunningham
quarterback
fan. Yep. Would go out to the summer camps at UNLV. And then I got to my spring in volleyball and I just felt in my heart that I wanted to play volleyball and I needed to go to college for it. And I chose to go play volleyball at Cal State Northridge.
Well, that's what we wanted to ask you about. Why Northridge? Why would you go to Northridge? Did you have any other offers anyplace else or?
I was being recruited by a few schools, Pepperdine, USC, LMU. Grades weren't good enough to go to Stanford, or I might have been recruited to Stanford, but that's a different story. And I really loved John Price. And I loved the players when I went on my recruiting trip. Matt Unger, he was a freshman. He's still one of my best friends to this day. Bob Samuelson. These guys made me feel so comfortable. And even though I lived 4.5 miles away from Cal State Northridge, because I grew up in Northridge, they made it feel like it was a college to me and I was going to get an opportunity. And then at the same time, Ken Lynch, who went to Crespi, Chris McGee, Eater, you guys see him on the Lakers, who also went to Crespi, Greg Weaver, who went to Chatsworth, and Gary Resnick, who went to Taft. We were all from the Valley. We all saw each other at a tournament, and we had all talked about, let's just go to school together. Let's go do something different. Cal State Northridge never had been to the playoffs before we got there. And all 4 years, myself, I mentioned Gary, Geeter, all these guys that helped evolve with the program. The program was already evolving. John Price had done such a great job. Neil Kaufman had come over. Rafael Tolino had come over. Like I said, Bob Samuelson was there. Just a tough league and hard to get into the playoffs. They changed a few things format-wise. And my freshman year, we get there and we get to the postseason. And my senior year, we lose in the national championship. And I still have a lot of my best friends are still from that team at Cal State Northridge. And to go back after Marvin I say this all the time, and I've told him this, and again, I miss you, Marv. I owe everything to the sport of volleyball. I owe my family, my friends, the way I've lived this life through this sport. And I am so grateful, Tim, to be able to have played it, to be able to have competed in it, and to be able to have made it and been grateful enough to have it be part of my entire life. I mean, you and I are sitting here, Sully, you're over there. We go way back. I mean, we played against each other in college and we knew each other. We played each other together at Paul Mitchell for so many years. 30 years later, 35 years later, we're still friends. We're still talking. And again, I'm just so grateful for this sport. And it's so nice that you guys had me on this podcast to be able to talk a little bit about volleyball. Because again, I'm not around
Coley,
it as much.
let me stop you there, buddy, because people have to know when you talk about Bob Samuelson, Olympian, you were a 3-time, correct me if I'm wrong, 3-time All-American at Northridge, and I'm not too sure.
First team All-American, 3-time first team All-American.
Consensus All-American, which doesn't happen very often. That means everybody voted you first team. Super impressive, right? And then, so I'm going to go back to how you started volleyball, because when I interviewed Tim, we talked about he was kind of doing the basketball thing. The basketball, he's kind of like, hey, let's get in the gym and see what you can do. My first experience in the gym, because my sister played at Fresno State, right? They just thought it was osmosis. And so I remember my first swing. Remember, I had a 40-inch vertical, right? So my first swing must have went up 60 feet up in the air and hit the glass on the top of the gym. And everybody's looking at me like, what? I'm like, I wasn't a natural. And I had goofy feet coming into college. It took me my whole redshirt year to switch it. It was brutal. So to hear that you were a natural at it, man, that's pretty sweet. Tim too. Tim, I think you were pretty natural at it too, going from basketball to volleyball. I thought you caught on a lot quicker.
Well, I remember my freshman basketball coach actually walked me down to the volleyball tryouts. That's how I got started. Just thinking maybe it might help with my basketball skills. And I remember the first time I took a swing at the volleyball, I hit the floor and I'm like, wow, this is a lot easier hitting a little volleyball into a 30 by 30 court than putting a basketball into a basket.
Let me stop that. Did you hear what he said? Another coach in high school walked him to play another sport. All you coaches out there, let the kids play multiple sports. We've lost that. I understand it's important to train. I understand it's important to push that one sport, especially if you're trying to get to the next level. But so much is lost in it. Tim's a great example. I'm a great example. I played so many sports, as I mentioned, in high school, and I wouldn't even have played volleyball if it wasn't for basketball. And I played 2 in college. I mean, I got to play college football. We talked about my
that was my next intro. Was you got to play something that I almost did myself at Long Beach State, right? Talked to the head coach and wanted me to go out there. You already heard about me because I was going to go to Fresno State and play football. So you actually did it though, right? And quarterback. So I didn't know Coley, the football player, until we got to A6 Paul Mitchell, and then you couldn't shut up about it. But besides that, you have this great picture, and we're going to put it up on this podcast of you just high stepping against San Diego State, I think, right? Scoring a touchdown. It is Coley Kyman in a box. I mean, it is who you are. It is what you are. That picture is, in my opinion, that's CK right there. And everybody, I can't imagine, would go, no, there's another picture. I mean, it is you encompassed into one picture, just your energy, your competitiveness. It's a brilliant picture. And I can't wait for everybody to see it. But yeah, you had a really bad ankle injury though, like really bad ankle injury. Can you talk to me about that?
Yeah. So football will always be in my heart, my first passion. My father was a high school football coach.
Yeah,
my father played college football. I coached a little high school football right when I finished at Cal State Northridge. I love the game.
Yeah,
but as I told you earlier, Tim, that volleyball, I owe everything to my life. I fell in love with the game. So I'm there my freshman year, and I had a really good freshman year. John Price was amazing. The team was amazing. Like I said, it's still one of my best friends, but I felt like something in my soul was missing. I'd sit out on a Friday night in October at Northridge on my balcony with my friends. I'm getting excited for volleyball practice. There's a beach court where we're living, and I just smell the grass, and I'm just missing football, like really, truly missing the game. And I had a long talk with John Price, and due to the way scholarships were and what it was, it actually worked out great. And he was fine with me playing football. Again, not many high school coaches allow people play multiple sports, but John Price, who was my volleyball coach, was supportive of it. So I got the chance to go back out. I said I was recruited. I turned down after signing a commitment to UNLV. So it was exciting. They were happy to have me come out. I was happy to come out. I was a backup quarterback most of my career, but it was fantastic. I wouldn't have changed it for anything in the world. So now my senior year, I'm about to start. It's exciting. I've had a couple other games where I've played, made some good opportunities and whatnot. And so it's my senior year. We go down to San Diego State. It's Marshall Faulk's a junior year. He's supposed to win the Heisman. Smith and Street magazine has him rushing for 700 yards against us. They're supposed to beat us by 70. We're playing at Jack Murphy. We normally play like Long Beach at Veterans Stadium. By the way, we played Veterans Long Beach's last season. They got their win against us so they could be 500, but different story. So we're down at San Diego State. I'm excited. I'm about to start, ready to play. Huge stadium, 50,000 people. And it's going well. We drive down, we miss. We drive all the way down. I hit a guy, drops it in the end zone. It's okay, it happens because I throw a pick here and there. We go to kick the field goal, we miss it. First play from scrimmage from the 20, they hand it to Marshall, 80 yards, gone. I'm like, wow, watching him run's like, okay, I guess it is going to be like they said. Well, fast forward almost to the fourth quarter. Before I tell you about my ankle, Marshall Faulk had more yards in his NFL rushing debut for the Rams than he did against the Cal State Northridge Matadors. So let's make sure we understand that.
Okay, yeah, perspective.
We were also, before the ankle broke, we were driving to tie the game. They beat us. They were better than us, but we were in there. And after I watched tape later, I made some bad reads too. There were guys wide open I should have hit. So it's the fourth quarter. We're driving maybe on the 35-40 of theirs, drop back to pass, and just one of those things that happen in the game of football. I got hit. My ankle broke. I wish my ankle broke. My ankle didn't break. My ankle shattered in pieces. It dislocated. It was facing the complete opposite way. It was a rough one. I had surgery. Tried to still, took a lot of time to do that. I was able to go back and play volleyball over in Europe professionally. I was able to play a little bit on the beach, a couple four-man tournaments, trying to get into the AVP here and there. Still able to play nationals for a bunch of years. I just was never the same after that injury. But I have zero regrets. And knowing what I know now with my ankle, I'd go back and do it again. As I told you, I love the game of football. I love the game of football. People ask me about my children if we're going to talk about football. They both played flag football. They loved it. They know exactly what happened. And I'm going to get to your answer to specifically about the ankle in 1 second. But I would have supported, I would have loved in my heart if my boys wanted to play tackle football, but they didn't. And I couldn't be happier that they didn't want to play. It is a brutal game. It's a violent game. It's an amazing game. It's a special game. And like I said, I would have supported it and been happy. Now that they didn't want to play it, was even happier. So ankle goes bad. I still try to play. Fast forward all these years later. 2018, at the end of 2018, I finally waited long enough. I was ready to replace the ankle with a joint replacement. It took a long time. Technology finally caught up. To make a long story short, as you know, I like to talk, but to make a long story short, the wheels fell off when I had the surgery. Up until that point, it was 25 years from September 4th, 1993. It's not like I ever remember that is when I broke it. I'm in November of 2018. I'm about to replace the ankle. I'm excited. I'm going to be able to go back and play pickleball, maybe play some pickup hoops, play some four-man on the beach. And the wheels fell off. They went into an incision that they had did once before, and the incision just opened up. There was nothing they could do, nobody's fault, couldn't staple it again, couldn't do anything. So all of a sudden, I go from having an ankle replacement where I'm going to be excited to, if you can see my arm right here, not sure if you can, it's a skin graft.
Got the graph on there, right?
I'm in the hospital for 10 days. I have a skin graft. They skin graft my ankle. They're trying to save the prosthetic. So it was tough. Again, to keep this a little bit short, is from 11 months later, 11 months, 7 surgeries, 2 different stays in the hospital, 10 days the first one, 10 days the second one, staph infection, fungal infection, finally came to the point where there was nothing they can do. I went into a surgery agreeing that I might come out with my ankle off. Like they didn't know if the fungal infection was in the bone.
Right.
So I woke up and it was fused, or was going to get fused. Part of that whole process was 11 months, 7 surgeries, 2 different stays in the hospital, and now I have a fused ankle. Good news from that. I feel great. My ankle's great. Doesn't hurt. I have no more pain. The negative is I can't play sports. I can't run. I can't jump.
Do you have a cool walk? Not that you could jump before, by the way, but can you have a cool walk now?
I do have a cool walk. And I've actually, I've overcome that to be where it's practically normal. Most people don't even know. But to be honest with you, kind of like what we said, I'm sitting in the hospital and I'm just going to myself, like, I just want to walk.
Sure.
I've played enough in my life. I'd love to keep playing, but I just want to be able to walk. I want my foot. I want to be able to walk. And sure enough, I was able to do that. So, that's where I'm at right now with regards to sports. As I said, I don't do much in regards to competing, but I'm grateful. I'm super grateful.
Hey, real quick, to go back to Northridge a little bit, can you tell us one of your greatest moments there? Either football, volleyball, whatever.
Yeah, probably not going to want to hear this, but we call it All-Star Weekend. That's what we call it at Cal State Northridge. It's called All-Star Weekend. And let me tell you why. Our baseball team.
Because Long Beach State was showing up to your campus. Go ahead.
Our baseball team that year was playing the number 2 team in the country in baseball, Hawaii, for a 3-game stand. Our women's softball team, who was ranked in the top 10, was playing number 1, Fresno State, at Cal State Northridge. And this team that was undefeated, that had won the national championship the year before, that had yet to lose, that was smashing everyone 3 straight. They were called the Long Beach State 49ers in volleyball. And they were playing also at Northridge that weekend. So I would look back at a lot of different things in my life, like you mentioned, especially at Northridge. But I'll tell you, for me, that's got to be, if not the number 1 time, because let me tell you something. We swept. We beat the crap out of Long Beach that night. Our baseball team swept Hawaii that weekend, and our women's softball team swept Fresno State. The parties Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night were just special, Tim. They were special. So winning that against the number 1 team in the country in a packed gym, probably one of the best moments, in Northridge of my Northridge life. And then to top it all off, that whole weekend, like I said, it was just special. And we had such a bond, and you guys were similar to this at Long Beach because we talked about this. When you go to a commuter school or you go to a state school like Cal State Northridge, where there's not hundreds of thousands of people piping into a football game every weekend, sometimes you have to manufacture things, right? And the best part about my journey at Northridge is I call it lightning in a bottle. There was a lot of the like-minded people that showed up at the same exact time in all the sports, from basketball to baseball to softball. I'm still friends with a lot of them. And so it was such a wonderful time at Northridge during that time. We were some of the best. My freshman year at Northridge, volleyball was Division I, but everything else was Division II, from football to baseball to basketball. My freshman year, our baseball team lost in the Division II national championship. As you know, the jump from D2 to D1 is astronomical. It's very hard.
Mm-hmm.
It's very difficult for most people. 2 years later, our women's softball team played back-to-back national championships, losing to Arizona. Our men's baseball team was a pitch away from going to the College World Series 2 years after going into Division I. Unheard of. And our Northridge team was top 3, top 4 in the country almost every year. Beating you guys that year that you were number 1, going the following year after that, losing to UCLA in the national championship. It wasn't just us. It was a conglomerate of athletes and sports teams at Northridge that were special during that time. So that answered your question. It was when we beat your ass 3 straight.
I'm sorry I asked.
Yeah. Okay. But even at Long Beach State during that era, during our time there, you remember Jason Giambi, right? Brian Russell, Lucius Harris, the women's won, national championship. You had Tara Cross, 3-4-time Olympian. I think just during that 3 to 4 year period there was amazing athletes during our time at Northridge and at Long Beach State. So got another one, Coley. Okay. Green
keep
sauce.
It coming.
Green sauce or red sauce?
I'm going to go red sauce, but don't mind green.
Tacos or burritos?
Tacos.
Oh, all right. Back to the podcast. Here we go.
Go back to your burrito. Unless you're driving to Vegas or Havasu and you stop at the OG Barstow, well, it used to be Nagos, but the OG Barstow Del Taco, then you got to get a burrito because the way they make their burritos they're 2 times the size of any other Del Taco burrito.
See, fairness. These audience needs to know. They need to know that. Write that down, right?
Yeah.
Hey, so after Northridge, I think you did some national team stuff, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But tell us a little bit about A6 Paul Mitchell.
A6 Paul Mitchell, unbelievable opportunity. Yeah. So U.S. Open Nationals is a wonderful event that USA Volleyball has put on for years. In fact, before the NCAA used to crown a national champion, the only way the national championship was crowned was at this event, before men's volleyball blew up. So I got to go early on in my career, right while I was still in college. Someone from Northridge that I knew invited me to play one year. So I went and played my first year in Kansas City. The team I was on lost in the gold medal game to Nike. And it was Nike at the time and Paul Mitchell.
Yeah.
So the following year, we were able to somehow take that sponsorship and garner it for us, and we became A6 Paul Mitchell. Alan Knight.
How'd that happen? Tim and I don't know how that happened. Do you know how was that brokered? Do you know?
Yeah, I do. So what happened is actually I have to go back and tell the real story. So the first year I played. The next year, Mike D'Alessandro, who was an assistant coach on that Long Beach State team,
Biggs,
Alan Knight, Winslow, a couple of you guys, they were putting a team together for the first time, and they asked me to play. And I said, sure, I'd love to. So I got a chance to play. So my second time playing at Nationals, I played for 17 years in a row, by the way, for that opportunity. So the second year I played, I started playing with Knight, Deli, could go on, Bear, a few others. So the third year we're playing, this is now my senior in 1993. So this is my third year playing, my second year with the team. We're still not Paul Mitchell yet. Okay, so it's our third year team. We're just A6, Al Knight, Deli, Hugh Foster. We go out to Memphis. It's our senior year. Hugh Foster's on our team. Presh, Bear, you, Sully, Cooch. I could go on. Knight. We have such a great team with some unbelievable players. This is when we played Nike, Paul Mitchell in the championship for the second straight year, but played them in the finals, and we beat them. And we beat them pretty handily. Had a couple national team guys, a couple ex-Olympians on their team.
Yep.
And that's when we went right. Mark Prescia was playing on the 4-man, which was 4-man Bud Light. Paul Mitchell was a sponsor. Presh had become real good friends with Julie Solwold and Paul Mitchell. They weren't sure what was happening. Iggy with Team Nike was kind of fading a little bit. And we were able to just capture that sponsorship right from there. And we became Paul Mitchell. A6 was a part of it for a beginning.
Right.
And then we just became Paul Mitchell. And we ran that for 14 straight years when I was there. Like I said, it was my third year, and we were able to be part of Paul Mitchell for 14 straight years.
Now, it was Raymond's Construction before that with Biggs and Rocky Sorelli and Tom Pestalacy and that whole crew, right? Am I right with that? Then it just kind of formed.
100% right. I appreciate you saying that, because that is truly the foundation, and we're this team. They are this team. We just changed the name. This was Raymond Construction, and that's the team they asked me to play for my first, the year after I'd played. So the first 2 years I played with them was Raymond Construction. We had beat Nike, Paul Mitchell in the finals in Memphis, walking on Memphis. And from there, we took over the sponsorship. And Mark Prescia, Alan Knight, myself, pretty much ran the team. We talked, asked who we wanted to be on the team. Three of us did different things, logistics, flights, whatever it would be, to bring the best quality players, but more importantly, the best quality people that fit the Paul Mitchell, way.
Memphis was so fun.
Yeah, it really was.
The town was so fun. It really, I mean, it's not like it was now, but back in the day, man, just packed and dual piano bars. And after we won,
still the same, Sully. It's still the same. I was just there last year with my son for hoops, and it was special to be on Beale Street. It's still special.
It is. Yeah, Beale's pretty sweet.
I go back to that 93 team. It was my first national championship we won. They bill it as a national championship at the time. Now there's international teams. It was a special weekend, or 4 or 5 days, and for us to win, and just to parlay that, Bear, into how many years we got to go, from Holyoke, Massachusetts, to Dallas, Texas, to Tulsa, Oklahoma, to Nevada, Reno. I could go on forever, to Tucson, Arizona, Austin, Texas. I'm missing some, I'm sure, but
what a great experience. You get to see a lot of the country play volleyball and have a blast for that week. It's just one of the best things.
Bear, it's funny. We've talked about this a number of times, tongue in cheek, but we go to Tulsa and we win this thing, and Robert Cooch, right? All-American block phenom out of Long Beach State, right? He's playing, and who's on the bench, guys?
Tom Hoff.
He is the USA Olympic gold medalist team captain, and he's sitting on the bench. You talk about talent and chemistry that was around us. And I just remember the big dog pile afterwards, and you have this big 6'8" skinny guy just jump on the top of everybody because that was his first national championship.
He was
I
also
can't-
younger, by the way. If it was a couple years later, he would not have been on the bench.
No, for sure. But just to tell this story, brother, like you're like, So
No, you're
anyway,
right. I mean,
all good times. Yeah.
we could
all
go
good
on.
times.
I mean, if we want to talk about Paul Mitchell, we can. And by the way, I think having a group of the Paul Mitchell group on this podcast would be amazing. I'd love to come back on it because Eric Sullivan, who's now the new U.S. women's coach,
USA women's
played
coach
multiple times with us.
Yeah.
Matt
he did Masters.
Furbringer,
Yep.
who coaches the new pro league out of Madison. He played with us multiple years. Mike Seeley, who just retired from coaching at UCLA. He was our setter for a long time. John Wallace coached at Santa Clara. I could go on and on and on. Matt
Right.
Lyles, yourself, him.
Yeah.
Younger players. Tyler Hildebrand. He's coached multiple USA
Yeah.
teams. He's
He's
now
at
the head
St.
coach.
Mary's now.
He's now at St. Mary's. There are so many players that have played with us, for us, but with us at Paul Mitchell that have done nothing but special things for the sport of volleyball. From playing it, to coaching it, to parenting it.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned, Furbringer, Matt Furbringer.
Oh, yeah.
His wife, Joy Furbringer, played also at Nationals, played with my wife's team. They have a daughter, Charlie Furbringer. She was an
She played
All-American
at Long
this
Beach
year.
State, baby. Natty champ. Natty
Joyce
champ.
Long Beach State 49er. They both
Yep.
coached there for a small period
Yes,
of time.
they
So
did.
when you look at the Paul Mitchell chain and what we've done as just a group with volleyball, the fun we had, the championships we've won, championships we've lost, but what that group has done for volleyball, like I just mentioned, from so many of us parents that have kids playing volleyball, coaching
How many
volleyball.
Olympians were on those teams?
I'd have to
Take
count
a
that.
guess.
I bet you
Well,
if
you
I had
got-
to guess, I mean, Winslow played with us. I could keep going. I mean, there's so many guys.
You got Knipe that
played in the
coached.
Olympics.
You got Knipe
Yep.
that coached. Furbringer that assistant, right? Then you had Eric Sullivan, Tom Hoff, Carl
David
Hinkle on the
Smith.
beach.
David Smith played with us too.
Yep. I mean, Olympians.
Ryan
That's-
Millar played with us. I mean, so we again, I think what I'll do, because I've been talking to Pressure about this, I'd actually like to write this stuff down to see how many folks we really did. There was a couple people that played 1 or 2 years here or there that were Olympians or that went on to play professional beach
Right.
volleyball or professional over in Europe for a bunch of years. Mike Deal played with us for a season. He was in Europe for 12 or 14 years. Like I said, the tree of folks that have played volleyball with our Paul Mitchell team is simply incredible. And just the stems or the wires or from that whole group is something that I think would be great for this podcast to have.
You know, and I got to tell you, Coley. So before I moved, so about 10 years ago, in Idaho, they had no idea what Open Nationals was. They didn't know. They literally didn't know existed until it went to Salt Lake City, and a couple of them drove down there just to look. They're like, "Oh my gosh, where has this been my whole life?" Oh, it's been around since 70s. You know what I mean? A very long time. But Bear and I have been talking, Coley, and we really want to put a lot of effort into this podcast, right? And it does take time, and we're looking for a third, brother. And we thought with you coming on the first time, we'd actually love to have you. If I probably got to take it all with Michelle, but we're really looking for a third set the pipe host. And what we're looking for is the third solid. So it'd be us three. If something's going on in our life, we have the two, but we want to bring on guest hosts, right? That pops in every once in a while, and then have guests like yourself. We can have, with the technology we're using at Riverside, it can go up to 8 people. So I don't even know if I want you to ask Michelle. I just want you to say yes. Yeah, I don't know, man. Just I've said it. Your personality comes out like crazy. We don't have to be super professional.
I'm in. I'm sitting here thinking I'm 54 years old. I love to speak. It gives me a chance to talk. And I
Do you
would
need
love
to go?
I think it would be great.
You need to call Michelle real quick and just check in with her, or like she's down.
I think she would be down.
I don't have her number, but I'd call her if I had her
good.
number.
So yeah, you can call her right now, but she's probably working out, to be honest with you. So
no, you're right. And yeah,
welcome.
so that's another. And so okay, it comes with the package deal. We have to interview her.
I think that would be great. I mean,
Okay,
she coached
and
volleyball. She trains right now. She's a personal trainer, and a bunch of her clients are young girl volleyball players that are playing in high school or in middle school. And so she has knowledge of volleyball. Because of that, her and I have, her especially, but I've went with her, gotten a chance to go watch some high school volleyball, which we haven't done for years because my kids are hoopers.
right.
So that's been really cool to get back into it. Obviously, a lot of my friends play at the collegiate level, some of them at the international levels. We have really focused over the last couple of years, maybe about a year, to be more involved in volleyball. So first
I
of
wouldn't
all,
mind
I'm
having
honored.
the Kaiman clan on here. The boys
Yeah,
too.
they would love to, I think. But let me go back to that. I just want to say thank you both. I'm
Yeah,
honored to
brother.
be
Yeah,
asked
Tim and
to
I
be a part
talked
of
about
this.
it. We're like, dude,
We're stoked.
like Coley's going to be our first interview. Let's ask him. Tim's like, hell yeah, let's ask him. I'm like, all right, let's do it then. It wasn't a long decision to ask because frankly, you could have said no. So, dude, you're on. Set the pipe, brother.
Set the pipe. I mean, that was one of the things I would always say. And back in our day, not many people were like really hitting out of the back row. You were on the
No,
D. Steve Timmons
dude.
was doing it, right? I mean, Red was
Yeah.
crushing it on the right side on the D, but not a lot of people were running Bix or pipes. And I loved running the pipe. I know Hilly
No,
did
me
too.
too.
And so
Loved it. Loved it.
I always used to say, set the pipe, set the
Yep.
pipe. And
Yeah.
so for this to be the podcast and for you to ask me to be a part of that, I just think it's funny. And just for everyone to know going forward when you're playing volleyball, I know things have changed with the middles not playing as much in the back row, but when you're in the back row, just set the pipe.
That's set the
That's
pipe,
all you have
baby.
to do.
I'm telling you.
Is
And
set the pipe.
I got to tell you that over the last 5 or so years, the women's game has actually, or they're doing it. They're setting the pipes. They're trying to set the bigs. It's made the women's game just so dynamic. And we're not talking like the top 5 teams in the country. We're talking about everybody, right? As long as the coaches, if the coaches make it part of their offense and part of their culture, man, set the pipe's going to be the way to go.
Absolutely. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's great. I'm excited. I appreciate you asking me.
Yeah, man.
Obviously, we can talk stuff offline to get going, but
Yeah.
I think it's great. And I think there's so much to be told about the sport of volleyball, not just where do you go in the rotation besides setting the pipe, what, all of those things about how do you pass and serving, those things are great. And I think, just thinking in the last 45 seconds of you asking me to be on there, I think that stuff's important to put on a podcast. But I also think it's important for us, like you told me why you asked me to be on here, which is even more so, is just to tell stories, right?
Yep.
Like to talk about me, if we have another guest, to talk about them, to
Yep.
pivot. I think the three of us, some stories could probably be told on this microphone and some probably couldn't.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah,
No
but
idea.
listen, if we got the Paul Mitchell group together, it might
My
be an
good
entire
Lord.
year of episodes if we just took one story. Like, I'm not going to tell it, but the first time we ever, went to Buca de Beppo for our pregame, our pre-finals game, and singing happy birthday to one person in a group with our shirts off, and the rest of the story goes on. But there's stories after stories to tell about the sport of volleyball and what makes volleyball unique and such a great sport to be a part of within the culture of volleyball. And that's what I love about volleyball is it's not just the game itself when you're playing, it's the way people are outside of the game of volleyball that are part of the culture of the sport of volleyball. And I think it's awesome. And I think, thanks again for having me on here to tell my story, and more importantly, to invite me to listen and tell more stories with others.
Okay, questions. Here we go. Favorite time of the year?
Questions?
Coley,
I'm
favorite
sorry?
time of the year?
Probably December. It's my birthday a month. It's Christmas. It's the holidays. I'm a big fan of the holidays. Always have been. So probably my favorite time.
Least time of the year?
Least favorite time of the year.
Yep.
Even though I love it, I'd probably say, the end of August because summer's over and school's starting. It's a lot of, not that much work for me, but for parents and ourselves, the kids are back in school. Structure's great, but the summers are wonderful. The time away from school is wonderful. So that would probably be my two.
Okay, back to the podcast. Hey, Bear, you guys actually, Coley, did USA, right? Playing for USA. You and Bear actually did a trip to Colombia with a couple of you guys. Make sure you guys talk about that. You were good enough. You were an undersized middle, right? But you were a true middle through and through. Did you go to the national team? Did you play for the national team? Did you represent USA? Because I know you did the Columbia trip, but yeah,
I did.
I mean,
I did a little bit. Back then, I wasn't an undersized medal. In the early '90s, I graduated high school in '89. 6'5" was pretty tall. Today, I would
quick arm swing,
fastest arm swing in the
fast
West.
arm swing, very fast arm swing.
During my college years, I got a chance to play in the summers with a lot of the USA team. I got to go to 2 World University games.
Okay.
I got to play in the Pan Am games with the USA team. I got to go on a couple tours with the USA team. But when my time was to play USA volleyball, wasn't the same person after that football injury. Still,
for sure.
Still was pretty good, but I just wasn't the same. So it never panned out to what I wanted to do. I wanted to be an Olympian. And that was my goal. It's what my whole goal was as a kid. But it was okay. I still played on the USA team. I still have my jersey with my name on it. I got to walk out in different venues and wear the USA. There's nothing like it. There's not anything that I can tell you playing sports that gives you the chills and your heart and soul full of just joy and gratitude to represent this wonderful country and to have those three letters on your chest. And that's what matters. The back doesn't matter, right? The 3 matter. And to be able to travel around the world, I got to go to Greece, I got to go to Cuba, and I'm wearing those was awesome. Would I have liked to play longer? Of course. Would I have liked to make the Olympics? Who wouldn't have? But I got to play on the USA.
Yeah,
I got to do some pretty cool things with that. Yeah, absolutely.
I think closest I got to the Olympic team was Matty Lou gave me one of his pair of shoes, which was like 2 sizes too small, but I took them.
So I'm going to go back to that story you just talked about, which was going down to Columbia, because it's pretty cool and pretty special. And it actually stems from Paul Mitchell.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So Bear and I are on Paul Mitchell. I don't remember. This was the 1995 Pacific Ocean Games. We had just lost in the finals to the Ukraine national team.
Yeah.
Who actually in Holyoke, Massachusetts.
And okay, so I'm gonna stop you there, Coley. That was the match before was when Presho got hurt in warmups, and he was our Nationals MVP the year before. And so that's when Eddie Rapp came up to me and Geeter both were like, okay, so you're going to play. I'm like, okay. They're like, okay, like you're going to play because Presho's down. I'm like, okay. Do you not know I've been playing against the number 1 team in the country for 4 years? What are you talking about? Killed it, by the way, right? And then that's when Kniper and Hinkle came back from their 4-man because they flew. And I'll never forget it. I'll never forget Coley Kyman, Eddie Rapp, and Geeter come in my hotel room, and they tell me, they're like, hey, we got to talk to you. Okay. He's like, you're probably not going to play tomorrow. Okay. They're like, dude, you played awesome. You were so good. You should be out there. And we really fought for you. I'm like, not my decision, but I'll never forget you 3 had my back. And just because remember, I wasn't an All-American in college. I wasn't gonna be on an Olympic team or anything. For you guys
there's only 6 players that get to be on the first team All-American. I mean, like I said, I was there 3 times, but who cares? But it's not easy to do, is what I'm saying. It's really difficult.
No, actually. I mean, but just to get that back, right? And I think that was the A6 Paul Mitchell creed almost, right? Is from top to bottom, everybody had each other's back. But yeah, that was a tough loss. I remember Eric Sullivan was there, and I mean, he was pissed afterwards, and it was
well, he was there because he was blocking on the left once, and he pulled his heads down, and I got hit straight in the face from a ball, and he said, "Oh, sorry about that." I'm like, "Yeah, these guys just went the next year, and the whatever's 96."
Is that when Michelle saw you and said, oh, "Who's that guy?"
Yeah, I do have to say, Coley probably played the best against the Ukraine team.
Oh, no doubt.
Anybody else
they were good.
Team.
They were freaking good.
Away. They phenomenal.
They beat our Olympic team in '96, so
yeah, they were good. No, but we made the finals. We were in the finals. But yeah,
I was in the finals. We're in the finals every year. I mean, I said I played in that thing 17 years. I played in nationals for 17 years.
People wrapped around our court sitting down.
Of my 17 years, 15 of the 17 years, I played for the gold medal.
Yep.
Wow. And how many of them I won? 8 of them I won, 7 of them I lost. But the fact that I got to play with, again, we talked about Paul Mitchell and a lot of these players. This isn't just me, right? I mean, I didn't play tennis. I'm playing with some of the best players in the country. But the other thing is, and you guys know this, it wasn't just the players we had. We all are cut from that same old school cloth.
Yeah, for sure.
winning is winning. And we will do what it takes. If I have to sit on the bench this game because that's what needs to happen, then that's the way it goes. If you need me to come play, great. You need me to play one play. You need me to come cheer for you. You need me to bring me waters. Whatever it took for this team to win,
Absolutely right.
we found ways to win. Now, sometimes we lost. I just mentioned we played against the Ukraine national team. We didn't, those kind of things. So that year we lose. Pacific Ocean Games decide to come back. I guess it took a couple years off. And so they go to USA Volleyball. We need a team. USA Volleyball didn't have a team. There was no B team at the time. Their national team was traveling somewhere. So they put a call in to us. We were probably the next best team in the United States next to the national team. So there was another team from the East Coast. They were awesome guys. And so they asked us to put a team together. And so we grabbed a couple guys from the team from the East Coast and a lot of Paul Mitchell guys. We had Tim Kelly, Chris McGee, Dieter was the center, Tim Bear Johnson. We had Paul Nihipali. I go down a few other folks as well.
East
so
Coast guys,
East Hawley.
Oh, Eric Sullivan.
Yep, Eric was there.
Pat Sinclair, who was also on the USA team. So they asked us to go down to Columbia. And so I'm not sure if it was Columbia who was picking up the bill, USA Volleyball. This is it's actually a really funny story. And, so we all get down there. We're there for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay. They fly us into Columbia. We get there. We are in, I think it was Cali, Columbia was the main city. So the tournament itself was about 45 minutes away, an hour away. So they brought us there first for a night, took us an hour away in buses, and we were there for like a week and a half, 2 weeks to this where the tournament was.
Perea.
There you go.
Yeah.
Perea. After that, they were bringing us back to Cali to play exhibition games in a bigger arena. So the goal was to go play in the tournament, and there it was. USA Volleyball was awesome, but this was makeshift. It was fast. It was quick. We need to put a team together. So we got T-shirts and shorts that said USA Volleyball. They printed a couple numbers on them. We didn't look spectacular, but hey, we're playing this. We're all excited.
Right.
Tim Kelly, who's amazing, who's done a lot for volleyball. He's another person, speaking of the podcast, I think it would be great to have on. He still does international tours. He's a national champion at UCLA. He's a wonderful person that's done a lot for the sport.
Cut back.
He's fluent in Spanish. So he's like, listen, we're all like, we can't wear these T-shirts. We're playing for the United States of America in this big event. There's a bunch of, there's Peru, there's Colombia, there's Chile, there's one or two teams from Asia, because again, it's you have to border the Pacific Ocean. So it's a pretty big tournament. 8,000 people in this venue every night to watch.
Yeah, that's what Bear was telling me. He's like 8,000 to 10,000 people showing up to watch us play.
It was amazing. For me, I never got to go to the Olympics like everybody wants to, but that was kind of the Olympics I got to experience.
There was an opening ceremonies, there was everything. This is a big deal. We, on the other hand, aren't a normal team. We haven't even really practiced that much together. A lot of our Paul Mitchell guys are together. We have a few folks from the East Coast team. They were an A6 team. Great guys. They could play too. We all knew them. A couple guys played in College of George Mason and a few other places.
Okay.
So we get to this place and we start to practice. And it's so different for us because A, we're in T-shirts and shorts. B is we're just there to have a great time and win. Again, this is the Paul Mitchell Nationals attitude. We're still going to go out and have a good time. We're going to go view things and see things around this country, but we're going to come and we're going to win. Okay, we might not take it the same way as a national team would. Like if I was playing for the national team, we wouldn't be out till 2 or 3 in the morning every night. We wouldn't, we'd be getting up and breakfast and serve and pass and practice and
breaking down video, all that stuff, right?
We didn't really do that for this team. Again, it was a quick one. Things are different. We were going out. We were enjoying what we were there to do besides volleyball, which is we were visiting a country. We were honored to be there, but we wanted to win too. So, I'm trying to deviate from some of these stories. So Tim Kelly and I call back to USA Volleyball and say, listen, we can't wear these. We're the number 1 team here. We think we have a real chance to win this thing. What do you think? They're like, okay, just go get it done. Whatever you need to do. So TK and myself, Tim Kelly, TK and myself are walking through the streets of Columbia, and we find this little store, and they're soccer uniforms. They have soccer uniforms and whatnot. So we have them make 11 of us, I think there was 11 uniforms in less than 24 hours. I still have it. It's pretty awesome. They look like soccer uniforms back in the 90s, right? So you can imagine, not volleyball uniforms, but they were sharp and they were pretty cool. So they made us these uniforms, which we got to wear for the majority of the tournament. So now we look professional, so to speak. And, we went out and we won all of our matches. So we get to the semifinal match where I think it was Peru. We might've been playing in the semis and we beat them and Colombia does their part. So now we get to play Colombia in the gold medal match in the Pacific Ocean Games in Colombia.
Home
It's
team.
all over the TV. It's all over everything. There's going to be 10,000 folks in this thing. We have folks like Tim Bear Johnson, who played at Long Beach, had some great, but never really played international. Right.
It's my first international.
You got Geeter Chris McGee, who was a star in his own right, but had never set a volleyball in this kind of environment in front of
for sure.
people. He's seen when we beat you guys in front of 3,000, but not 10,000. So this whole thing is exciting. So then to make it even better, a couple days before one of our last matches, we decide to go out. It's our whole team. It's everyone. All of us go out in the nightlife in Colombia. So we're sitting in this bar in Colombia, and the next thing you know, TK and Sully go behind these doors to talk to someone. We're all sitting here having drinks. Aguardiente, I believe, is the name of the little shot that was amazing. For 10 or 15 minutes, we're all sitting in this area like, where'd they go? What are they doing? Now we're starting to think bad stuff. Like, oh my God, are they going to come out? What's happening? The next thing you know, TK and Sully come out cheering like, whoa, this guy comes out. He's like our main sponsor all of a sudden. And he works for their beer, poker. So we all of it, the next day, this is, I think even before the semi, we're touring the poker beer facility. We're wearing their shirts to warm up. By the way, this is the pre-NIL days. Could you imagine those days? Yeah. So our entire USA volleyball team has these on because this guy was just so generous and was just awesome to us and was so grateful that we were there playing. So we get to go tour the local beer facility. They're actually letting us wear their shirt to say, hey, we all have these shirts going crazy. We got jerseys and shorts, uniforms, handmade for us in this city where we're playing to play all of this, just to play volleyball in the Pacific Ocean Games, right? Just to get there. And then we get to play Colombia for the gold medal. Bear, what happened?
And we took it to them. We took it to them. I don't really remember how many sets it went.
It went 4.
Went 4 sets, okay.
We were up 2-0. They beat us once in a close one. We came back and smashed them in the 4th. So we're sitting there at nationals. We're devastated. We lose the gold medal to the Ukraine in Holyoke. A couple days later, Knipe calls me. We end up talking to USA Volleyball. We put this team together. We go down with T-shirts and shorts. We don't know what we're doing. We get down there. We're sponsored by a local beer company. We got a local guy that loves us. We got uniforms handmade, and we win the gold medal. We represent the United States the way we were supposed to represent the United States, by winning the gold medal. And also representing with pride, with respect, even though we did have some fun there. We did what was important, and that was to win the championship. And that's what this team was all about. And it's one of my favorite experiences ever. We talk about it all the time. Me and Geeter talk about it all the time. It was, one of his highlights as the starting setter on this team. And, that's just one story that pivots from Paul Mitchell that helped us get the opportunity to create a lifelong experience to play in a different country, representing our country.
Yeah. And Tim,
what's that, Sully?
I said, when I interviewed Tim that's how he got to France, was through that at Columbia. He talked to Eric Sullivan and said, you know what, have you ever thought about going overseas? And let me talk to my agent. And yeah, like I said before, that team Paul Mitchell was unbelievable. Just in terms of, even Eric Sullivan, right? Don't see him for 10, 15 years. And I go back to Division I coaching, and he's coaching, and he's like, hey, Sully. I'm like, hey, Sully. It was kind of a weird conversation. But nonetheless, we hung out for maybe an hour or so, but it was still like, that's just that bond I think we will always have. So I think it's pretty special.
Yeah, agreed. And I'm again, like I said, when it's all said and done for me as a volleyball player, I can't have more gratitude in my heart than I do for this sport. And I think that this sport is blowing up right now. And
Huge.
That's
Huge.
why I'm even more honored that you guys had asked me to be a part of this. For me to get back into volleyball, it has been great, but it's just so exciting to watch. The women's game is unbelievable. I'm
Yeah.
sitting on my couch with Michelle this fall in September. It's a Saturday. It might have been October, but regardless, September, October. It's a Saturday, and Alabama is on television, CBS, NBC, whatever it is. And on the other network channel, let's say it was ABC, it's Charlie Furbringer and Wisconsin
Yep.
playing against Purdue in front of
Yep.
12,000 people at Purdue. When would any of us in our lifetime, when we were growing up playing this sport, which we loved, get a chance to watch college match, not like a special one to put on like a carrier in front
Right.
of like the basketball game,
Right.
on its own merit, to play on national television, on network television, in the middle of a day on a Saturday when college football is going on. And college football is college football. We can say what we want. People love it. I am so excited. I'm so happy. I'm honored, grateful, like I said, to see volleyball getting what it deserves.
Well, it was amazing. Just the other night, I was watching UC Santa Barbara men's against Menlo Park. What? Harvard. What? Like, it's expanding, and it's amazing. And I said before, just even like, yeah, set the pipe. Like, I'm not kidding. Women's game is, they're trying to implement Bics and pipes and A's and D's. And I mean, it's a spectacular sport right now. And frankly, they could have done it 20, 25 years ago too, but it was just not the mindset, right? But hey, that's another break and set the pipe.
Okay.
I just want to confirm, did Coley Kyman just commit to being our third host on Set the Freaking Pipe? Really? Really? I'm not dreaming this.
No, you're not dreaming it. And again, my tagline back in college, you can ask Matt Unger and Geeter, was set the pipe. Just set the pipe, because I'm going to put it away every time. And the fact that you guys asked me to be a part of this, and as I've been talking here and just reminiscing for my own self about volleyball, again, I don't talk about it that much anymore. I am just overwhelmed with happiness and so excited to be a part of this. I can't wait for what's next.
Yeah, that's cool. Like, Tim and I have got a list of people that we've contacted, and we're going to put our heads together with you. And that's kind of like the next step for us, Coley, is to sit down and start bringing people on this. But yeah, the core is to tell stories, let the people know the history of what's going on, give us our thoughts about, you know, the current situation with college. That can go on for 100 episodes of our podcast if we wanted to, but just so much going on. But okay, last questions for you is, what profession other than your own would you love to try?
Okay. Well, my profession is I'm in sales. I've been in tech sales for a long time, but if I would love to try, I mean, I've tried it before, but I'd love to be a coach, love to be a teacher. I mean, that's something I never, my father was for 44 years. He was a high school football coach and baseball coach and a teacher, and I'd love to do that. And I may end up doing that in my second life here very soon. I miss coaching. I think Michelle and I are going to get back into coaching. We coached high school for about 7 years. We wanted to be parents, and parenting is one of my, if not the most important in my life. Yeah, it takes a lot of time if you want to do it right. And you still, if you want to do it right and you put everything into it, still doesn't give you any assurances for being right.
No, for sure.
But when we had these young men, my biggest focus was, one thing was to raise good men, to raise men that treated people right, and also to give them opportunities that I didn't have. And when you believe in that, which I do, and so does my wife, it takes time. It takes money. They've been my life. I've helped them reach their goals. They've reached them on their own. They've worked hard. They've done everything, but we've helped. And when you do that, it takes a lot of time away from you. Yeah. And so for me to get into this and talk about this, I'm excited.
Yeah. From the parenting perspective, you know, you get to a certain point and they're like, man, I hope we did a good job. Man, I hope we did a good job. Because I always tell them and the athletes that I train them, go have fun, and you're going to make mistakes. Just don't make big mistakes, and just don't make big mistakes. And if you teeter on that, don't do it again, you know, because you can only hope so far that what you can do. But what profession would you not like to try?
And the other thing is, I'd love to be a professional athlete, but you know, that was what I always wanted to do my whole life. I can't do that anymore.
Pickleball.
Wouldn't I want to do?
What profession would you not like to try?
I don't think I'd want to be a barista. I mean, talking to people would be special. I mean, I'm pretty shy, as you know. I don't like to talk.
You'd never give them the coffee.
I've never given the coffee. I just don't think I'd like to do that. I mean, I love coffee, but
Bear,
just
can you
working it,
imagine?
making it for someone, I'm good. I'm
Dude,
good.
can you imagine? Hey, can I get a grande mocha? Yeah, sure. Yeah, before I hand it to you, hey, like, dude, you'd have a cold coffee by the time you got your coffee, and there'd be 20
course.
people in line.
Just
Holy
talking to
Kyman.
people. So that'd probably be it.
Good Lord.
I'm pretty fortunate and grateful where am today. I'd love to get back into coaching. I miss it. I miss being around teams, helping, teaching, and watching growth. Watching my children go from where they were playing t-ball or AYSO soccer at 4 or 5 years old to watching my son hit 7 threes at the University of Washington his freshman year and hit the game winner, still all-time record books as a freshman at UCLA for the most threes made, to watching my son just last night play in a rivalry game against Jay Serra at Santa Margarita, throw up 15 points, to get 4 steals, do some things that are just great in front of a packed house. Like, that's exciting to be able to watch that and see them grow from where they went to where they want to be. Now that I'm almost done with my second one, like I said, getting back into coaching and being able to teach and being around the game I love, which is volleyball, and being able to do that would be great.
So Bear, I think that now that we have Coley Kyman in the house permanently, and we're in this for the long haul, by the way, boys. So like I said, you make sure you talk to Michelle. Going to be like I said, a team environment for me really drives me, and to tell stories and to make time to do this, I really appreciate it. But I think, Tim, we had some extra things we wanted to talk to Coley about, but if he's on board, man, we can probably save some of that indoor some of the beach stuff that we talked about, we wanted to talk to him about, and go a lot more in depth with his family. I think we can save that for another time. I think that's fair. What do you guys think?
Yeah, whatever you want to do, Sully. I'm just grateful to have you, to bring me on this thing today, and even more grateful for you to ask. I'm excited. I think now that I'm on board, I think another thing for all you folks out there listening, it's my first time, as I mentioned at the beginning, being on podcast. I'm supposed to say this: hit subscribe. Make sure you hit subscribe. And then the second thing I would say is, we know a lot of folks.
Yeah,
all three have name dropped tons of folks on here today.
Yeah,
but if there's someone that you think would be great to be on this podcast that you'd want to see, or something you would like to see on this podcast, put it in the comments section for us so we can see that, because we want this to be interactive for volleyball. That's what I would like to do. I think it would be great. I'm just excited sitting here thinking like, wow, I'm going to be on the podcast this whole time as I'm here. What can I do? How can I make this great to help? I mean, I'm just excited to be a part of it. But I would love to touch as many people as we can with as many stories as we can. I mean, that's where you came to me about, hey, do you want to come on the podcast?
No,
and I said,
for sure, Coley.
tell a story. I'd love to hear what people would like to hear about, because that's important.
Yeah, I'd like
There
to
you are.
go out
Go ahead.
shout out real quick to Carl Hinkle. He was on that Paul Mitchell team, and he was an Olympian as well. Didn't forget about him.
Yeah, for sure. So, boys, I think we're going to shut down the podcast for right now. Coley Kyman, the first of the second season, because Bear was pretty much the first season. We're going to end this. We're going to end this podcast for now. But I have to tell you, after I put up my short little 5-minute video of just what was going on in my life, I got a couple of people already that direct messaged me and text me that said, hey, would love to be on this thing. And they were already on my list. So just the fact that we haven't done anything in terms of social media marketing. I mean, the website's setthepipe.com is not even up yet, right? So just to know this is going to be a true launch and just something special. I appreciate you both. Love you both. And Coley Kyman, thank you so much for coming on Set the Pipe, brother.
Lord, Coley.
Thanks for having me, guys. And thanks for making me part of this thing. Super excited to be a part of it. Have a wonderful day. We'll talk to you soon.
See you guys.
All right.
No, we are doing our first podcast on Set the Pipe with our third, Coley Kyman, bringing him in the house. Welcome, Coley. We're so excited that you're here, man. We're gonna have some good times for sure.
So stoked on you, Coley.
Thanks, Bear. Thanks, Sully. I'm really happy to be here. Super excited about being a part of this. Thanks for having me again. And I had such a great time on the first one, and just talking about me, right? I always love talking about me, but just talking and really finding volleyball within my soul again. Just the stories. And ever since then, the three of us are texting every second. I've reached out to so many folks, and so many folks have reached out to me.
Yeah. What was the feedback? Were they able to see the podcast? And I mean, what'd they say?
Yeah, I mean, we grew almost a couple hundred followers. So, by the way, please hit subscribe right now. That's how we can continue to bring guests and talk through this. But subscribe would be great. Is so many folks that I played with and against actually watched it and gave me tons of feedback. And, the overarching theme from most of them was helping, just giving them that reminder of what volleyball had done for them. Right? Like,
agreed.
Because we don't even talk about it. I don't think about it as much as I used to. And just to say how much it did, like, one of my best friends, Allison, she played volleyball with Michelle at UCLA. She's a teacher in the LA Unified School District. I think we should get her on here. But she wrote back right away after she listened to it. And she was like, thanks for the reminder. I owe so much to it. In fact, she just got married recently. She's like, the officiant from my wedding, which is something that will be, forever in her heart and her husband's heart, was really good friends with Matt, up at Stanford. Well, she wrote to me, on a text, like how great, the interview was. She thought we did a great job. It's just talking about volleyball, laughing about some of the stories that she didn't even know the full extent of some of those stories.
Yeah.
And like I said, she's Jake's godmother. She was the maid of honor in our wedding. She's known me actually a little bit longer than I even knew Michelle. And she didn't even know some of that. But again, the biggest thing was she was like, thanks so much for the reminder of what volleyball has done for me. I got to go to college. I know you. I know my friends. The officiant in her wedding, she just got married. And for her and her husband is through the volleyball connection. And so something she'll have for the rest of her life, who married her, who's also an amazing human being, Kevin. But that's through her volleyball connection. And so that would really be a lot of the feedback was people were grateful for that, just to remember that for their own selves, their stories, what they went through, how volleyball's connected them with friends, life, through tragedy, through happiness, through love, through it all. And then, they were really happy to see what we're going to do and who we're going to bring on and what we're going to talk about, because we do have stories.
Yeah. And part of this, we talk offline, obviously, for this podcast to present to you guys, but we're going to try to do us three, and we're just going to talk about volleyball. It could be anything from NIL to pro to what's going on today, like the matches that are going today, and what do we think about the game today? Really anything that we want, to be quite honest. And at the end, we're going to tee up who's coming on the podcast next. So I think that's going to be pretty crucial. But Tim, have you seen the Long Beach State guys yet?
You know what? I haven't really seen them play. I see little clips about them on Instagram, and I am in contact with Alan Knipe, and we talk quite a bit, and I know he's real excited about his team this year, and they have some studs. Their setter is a beast, and I'm looking forward. I know they just got back from the Midwest. I think they were there for the past week, and they're home now, and I'm looking forward to seeing them.
Yeah, I'll go with you, Bear. Let's go to a game. I'd love to see Al's squad. And maybe they're playing Northridge. Maybe we can get a game where it's actually
that would be great.
When CSUN's playing there,
awesome.
because it would be great. And CSUN's doing a great job too, right, these days with volleyball. We can talk about that a little bit later.
Yeah, and it was my bad. I didn't look at their calendar, and they were 2.5 hours from me, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I totally missed them. And then I just happened to look on it again, and they're up in Chicago. So I'm like, we're there, like we're going. So we're going to get there super early, and we got there about an hour plus early from the match, and nowhere to park. Cars are everywhere. I'm like, we're at Lewis University, and I'm going, okay, well, Saturday night, I guess there's something going on at the university. College kids are doing stuff, and people are just kind of flowing, walking. And I'm like, we're just going to follow, I guess, because I don't know where we're going. Everybody was going to the volleyball match. And it was 3/4 full already an hour before the match. By the time it was started, it was standing room only. It was amazing. I got to give kudos to Lewis University. Those guys, great crowd. Clapping when there was great rallies, when there was spectacular plays. It was kind of like going to Nebraska for women's. You think they're just going to be very intimidating, and they're a very knowledgeable crowd, and they appreciate the rallies. And even if the other team wins that point, they'll cheer for it. And it's just about volleyball. Granted, right? Nebraska pro Nebraska, Lewis pro Lewis, but you're talking about Long Beach State versus Lewis number 2 against number 14, and
gotta love it.
Oh my, yeah,
right. I mean,
what was
awesome.
the crowd size, Sully? How many people were in there?
If you guys remember the gold mine, it was
1,500, 1,800, something like that.
But if you took off the two ends, so it was only like,
okay,
and it was only on two sides, I guess. But it was really intimate, and that's what it was kind of all about. It's kind of like Duke basketball. They don't play in a $16,000 arena, right?
And yes, we remember the gold mine. We actually played match in the gold mine.
Yes,
so that's
did.
amazing. Like that's where we actually played you guys.
Yeah.
in that venue.
Low
It's
ceiling,
pretty,
right?
yep, pretty awesome though. Pretty awesome.
But I got to tell you the spectacular thing. I've never seen this in volleyball, women's or men's. There's this kid, freshman Nikolov for Long Beach State, and he's a setter, and he's got to be 6'7".
Where's he from?
Maybe 6'8".
Bulgaria, I think.
Bulgaria, right? Yeah, and his arms. I mean, he's got to touch 9'8". Something ridiculous.
Just standing there with long arms.
Just standing. Yeah, and jumps through the roof. At Lewis, they had a radar gun for the servers. He's at the fourth set with, I think it was the third to last set for the match because they won in 4. Long Beach State won in 4. Clocked at 80 miles an hour. 80, not 18.
That's
80,
ridiculous.
And he smoked it. After the match, and I'm going to show you guys a picture later, but after the match, the announcer had to tell everybody to leave because everybody stayed and they went to where Long Beach was when they were stretching to go get a picture with this guy and talk with this guy and get an autograph with this guy. It was the biggest rock star thing I've ever seen. I mean, I know Caitlin Clark's huge, right? But it was like a Caitlin Clark moment. I was talking to Al afterwards and he's like, I know this is kind of a, probably over exaggeration, but it's kind of like the LeBron effect. I mean, I haven't seen anything like it. I mean, we're talking 100+ people waiting for these guys. And I just had to share with you, I couldn't believe it. This freshman is unbelievable setter. Some of the things that he pulls off. I mean, like I said, Lewis, they all had, when he was serving for match point, they all had their phones up, all the students. I mean, we're talking 100 of them all and trying to see if he's going to do another 80-mile-per-hour thing. So I mean, that's great for
every
volleyball.
time I watch the game of volleyball, that's incredible. First of all, that's amazing.
Yeah,
and I was
amazing.
Texting you while you were there because I was actually watching Ohio State play UCLA at Coach John Hawk's brother's house, watching that match. So being able to watch volleyball from just sitting on a couch in Laguna and watching UCLA play Ohio State, and you texting both Bear and I saying this is incredible, and plus picture with you and Al, and it's just awesome to see. But when we played, and again, this is for the archaicness, but we played in the early 90s in college volleyball, and very, very few people, maybe 1 or 2 people jump served. And it was more of like a little throw it up and like kind of cut like a beach kind of shot. So nobody jump served, and the scoring was different. But like looking at it now, I mean, we all would, that's kind of joke around with the style of play. Everyone's like, oh, my kid's like, you'd never be able to play in this, Dad. And it's the same argument with the basketball guys in the 70s. Right. They all would be able to play in it. They just would have to train it and learn it and play the different style of basketball. I mean, no one would tell me, like Patrick Ewing couldn't play in today's game, or Hakeem Olajuwon. Of course they could. They'd still be superstars. They would just practice differently and train differently, and they'd probably be shooting more threes and stretching the floor. So go back to volleyball but to watch these men from the collegiate level to the international just take it up and just throw it up to the ceiling and go up and just take an absolute rap like they're hitting the ball on an approach is pretty incredible. And to see a freshman at Long Beach State, you saw it. I didn't see it yet. We'll go to a game, Bear, but to see him swing 80 miles an hour has got to be incredible.
Well, he comes from good stock. His dad, I think, played professionally. His older brother played for Allen for a couple of years and then left to go play professionally.
He left.
He's already on the Bulgarian national team and the U19 team. So that guy, and he's 6'8" too. But still, he's an athlete, and he is definitely a beast.
I mean, Allen said that he probably has the most, as a freshman in college, has the most playing experience than anybody in the country. That's how long he's been playing at a high level, right?
That's incredible.
It was unbelievable. I mean, it's funny, when I go train athletes, I talk to them about the old rules. See, when we played, if the ball tipped the net, like going across on a serve, dead ball.
That's
like
a net.
It was a net. I mean, it was dead ball. And then we could only serve on the right side, and everybody's like, what? I'm like,
that's right. I kind of forgot about that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it was a little bit different, but.
And then rally scoring was only in the 5th game.
Only in the 5th game. And then when I started, it was 5 games.
5 games regular.
Yep.
Then it changed, and they capped. I was just talking to Michelle about this the other night. They capped the 5th game.
at 17 or something like that. Yeah.
So you would play, 4 games regular scoring, and then the 5th game you could only go to 17. I think that lasted one maybe
year,
2 years max.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yep.
And then it went uncapped, right? You just got to win by 2. The crazy thing about the old scoring is I'm good with the new scoring. And when Michelle and I were coaching volleyball in high school, it changed over. So I don't mind it. It's better for TV. I think it's great. It was fun, though, to battle the way we did. Because if you could side out, you could just stay in a game forever.
Yeah.
Right? Like us
if you
at
side
Northridge.
out, you can't lose.
Yeah.
That was Delhi's
well, that's
philosophy.
where you guys were at Long Beach. That's why you guys could block the ball, though. But like, I was never a great blocker. We weren't a great blocking team at Northridge. But next to you guys, from the side out perspective, I don't know if there was anyone better than us besides you guys at Long Beach. And so it was fun to play in that style. I mean, I think it would be pretty fun to play now too, except middles don't play in the back row.
Well, I was just going to bring that up.
Yeah.
Like with the liberos, now the middles don't get to play in the back row. And like, Coley, you could dig a ball every once in a while. Winslow was a great digger, for middles and stuff like that. And you don't even get to see that anymore.
I wouldn't be a middle today. Like if I grew up, we went over this in the last in multiple sports. I love the game of volleyball. If I was able to pass like this,
right. That's another thing. We couldn't pass over.
Couldn't pass with my hands.
That's right.
Because I was a mediocre passer trying to with my platform.
Yeah.
But if I could do this, my hand eye was
fine.
Well,
yep.
Yep. And I learned at a young age how to do that with my arm, with the quick goes or the back, of course, because also they would have to set the pipe to me. Right. That's what it comes down to. Like, I need to be on the court so you can set the pipe. And that was my attribute in volleyball. I could hit the ball. Right.
Yeah.
Like, and I had
really quick arm
That was
swing.
my best part of it. I wasn't the greatest defender. I was an okay blocker. I was a pretty good server, competitor too, but I could hit the ball and I could hit it anywhere, right? Middle, right, whatever it was. And so talking about those new rules and the way the game is I wouldn't be a middle, right? I mean, they're 6'8", 6'10".
Right. Yeah.
6'5". You mentioned this in the first one. I was a good jumper, not a great jumper.
Yeah.
But again, I would have trained that. I would have trained a lot of things differently if I was growing up like the way my kids grow up, right? Like
we talked about the rules. So we beat USC one year. The first set was 15-7. So I'm like, you know what? I want to rally score this thing, and it wound up being like 56-52.
Geez.
And that was the first set. So I would tell these stories to, the kids that I was training. And this one gal just came up to me and it was so like, it kind of blew me away. She's just like, I'm like, that's a good question.
You mean like, why did we score it the way we did? Or
yeah, just like, why? Like, why would you guys do that? And that would be your first set? I mean, because I think we would have won by 2. I mean, that's just how many points we did, right? So 50, it was like
those
56,
matches
52,
used to go really
right?
long.
Yeah.
Well,
for a 15-7 first set, and then we got 3 more or whatever the case may be. But that was crazy.
When we lost in the national championship in 1993, Cal State Northridge, May 8th, 1993, don't really remember it, but playing at Pauley against UCLA, super fair that they got them. No, I'm kidding. We had a great crowd.
Okay.
It was wonderful that we got to play there. But my point was, the first game, we lost 3 straight. They were better than we were. We played pretty good, and they played really good, and they, were better than us. But the first game went 45 or 50 minutes.
Yeah,
and it went. I should actually know this. I need to talk to Seals because we talked about it. But I want to say it was maybe I went around 5 or 6 times, me personally, in rotation.
Yeah.
Before anyone scored, because we would just side out, no score. They would side out, side out. And,
Right.
Yeah. And they still beat us 3 straight. It was a 2-hour and 40-minute match.
Oh, yeah.
If you were to say right now on this podcast, like, hey, I went to the Long Beach State Lewis match last night. It was 2 hours and 45 minutes. You would have thought it was 40-42,
right?
Yeah.
36-34.
Yeah.
We got beat 3 straight. And I think there was one game we scored double digits. So like, we didn't even, it wasn't like it was 15-13-3 or we pushed it. Like, we got beat and it was still 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Well, those matches used to go over 3 hours. And
3 hours.
Somebody could get like 50, 60, 70 kills,
Hilly.
like a Hilliard.
That was like Hilliard.
For sure.
Yeah.
And he used to jump serve a little bit there too.
Yeah, no, he did. There's a few people that did.
Yeah.
He did it. Kevin Wong did it. But there wasn't many. Kieran's did it too a little bit, if I recall. But there wasn't many guys. No one on our team. Rafael Tolino did it occasionally.
Yeah.
There's no jump floating either.
Yeah. No one was doing that either.
Yeah.
Nope.
No. Yeah. Hilliard was the mainstay in our whole conference of always. I mean, but he just did his 2-step for the most part. Zing, it was a quick little 1-2, and he just swing away at it. But
yeah.
Yeah, and so I go up and walk up to these guys. I'm a libero. I'm a freaking size. I mean, now granted, Long Beach State has some little guys. I mean, they're pretty small guys, but you kind of look around and going, they're just monsters. I mean, they're the basketball players that didn't want to play basketball, and they're like, you know what? I don't want to get elbowed down below, so I'm going to try this sport volleyball, and they're skying and they're just swinging away. And I mean, we talked about men's versus women's game, and net's higher, but man, I mean, these guys, my wife was there with me, and she hasn't seen a men's game in a long time. And when these guys are warming up, doing their block jumps, I mean, they're just
getting
like
way over the net.
They're like this.
The athleticism
like
with
this,
these guys
right?
are
Yeah,
incredible.
and they're just looking over. You're like,
it's so different. And again, it's so different, but it's also, what were we doing? Were we down, getting a drink, after, before, and then would go bounce the ball before we even warm up and then play. I mean, we weren't in the weight room. We weren't doing plyometrics. We weren't working with 3 different trainers on serving and passing and, all of those stuff. And that's what a lot of these kids are doing. Kudos to them, right? Bear, speaking of height, you coach a college, junior college, Santiago Canyon College. How is it with regards to you in height? I mean, are there 6'7", 6'8" guys across the board?
There are some. Yeah, like a couple of the better programs have some of those really big kids. I had a 6'9" kid 2 years ago, Cameron, and he was a lefty opposite, and he played great. And the level, I mean, I played junior college, and the level of play, even from when I played, is a lot higher now. And I think we'll get into this later, but with the whole NIL, where
transfer
portal. JC, transfer portal, and if you go to JC, it's not going to count and all that stuff. I think the JC level is only going to get better. It's only going to get better.
Yeah, if that comes to fruition, for sure. I mean, the people they're going to want to go to JC, right? Get those 2 years underneath it, but we'll see how that all plays out.
We can take a whole episode, and I think we should, talking about all of that. I do hope it doesn't happen for that in regards to the junior college. Now, I understand why the rule was set. Quarterback at Vandy. During COVID, he didn't get his year back. All of us, like my son got his year back at the NCAA. Like, he deserved that year back. I get it. I just don't think playing 2 years of junior college sports and then going to play, which they're trying to make it 5, not 4, 5 years. I mean, to play 7 years of sports. So to go back to what you were saying with the high school kids, is it's going to make, even if they don't change that, which I hope they don't with the JUCO making that where you get 2 extra years, I believe JC sports are going to be like they were a long, long time ago. Much more relevant, much more important. It's already great sport. I go watch basketball games. I've seen volleyball. And now that the portal's here and the portal's going to stay and colleges are recruiting within that before high school, the high major of yesterday is the mid-major of today. The mid-major of today is, depending on high academic JC, small D2 if you're lucky. And it's just, it's sad in some ways, but it's evolved and it is what it is. So you got to be on board. You got to accept it. You got to embrace it. So like I said, we could talk about it forever, but that's great to hear that you got a lot of height, on your team. And you talked about it, Sully, with Long Beach. I mean, I've been around a few men's matches. I went to a couple Northridge games last year. And then I'm around some women's games, go up to the UCLA match and try to see some high school matches, like I said earlier, with my wife training kids, and they're all big, right? I mean, women's college volleyball, 6'7", 6'8", 6'9". We barely had one 6'8" guy on our team in college.
Yeah. Nelson
it's
for us.
Yeah. Nelson.
Yeah.
It's incredible. And they're across the board. You go watch Northridge or Long Beach, you just said 6'8", 6'9", 6'7", 6'9", 6'10".
It's pretty cool. Like I had a chance to go to a couple matches last year at Long Beach, and they have this thing in the pyramid. It's down behind the court. It's kind of a little bar place.
Sandbar.
The sandbar.
The sandbar.
Have you been in that? Yeah, but I mean that angle. I mean, I think one of the best angles to watch volleyball is behind the court. You can see the holes open up and all that stuff, and but being down on the floor and seeing how these guys are flying all over the place and the athleticism. They're on the floor. They're all over the place. It is just amazing. And how fast it's going. I mean, you get to see that a little bit up in the stands, but being right down there on the floor like that is it's amazing what these guys are doing.
I don't think even folks that had played it in our generation, unless they're there watching it on TV, like watching the Final Four for women, you can tell how much the game is advanced or evolved. But I don't think, just like going to a football game, but I don't really feel if you're not there,
Doesn't
And
do it justice.
It doesn't do it justice.
No,
It's like going to an
right.
NBA game. People are like, oh, they're big. And then
Yeah.
you get there and you're like, no, they're really big,
They're
right?
huge.
Like,
yeah.
and they're 6'11", 7 feet doesn't do it justice on TV. But go back to the volleyball, it's the same thing, right? You're there watching it right there,
yeah.
and you go, wow, 6'8" is actually really big, and 6'8" that jumps 37
Yeah,
inches
and they're
is
athletic.
really gnarly,
Yeah.
right? Like it,
Yeah.
you know, we weren't like that. We were 6'4", 6'5", 6'6".
Yeah.
If you were lucky to have 6'7",
The pace of the ball too, how fast that
right.
ball's
What was
traveling
this at,
is
80 miles an hour?
unbelievable.
On a serve.
80 on a serve.
Serve,
Yeah.
right?
I don't
And
even know if we were spiking that hard
that,
back in the
well,
day. If we were
yeah,
hitting
I
the
don't
ball
know.
80. I don't know.
The two things that I talk about, Coley, too, is NASCAR, right? People NASCAR fans, until you go to one, it's not the same on TV. It doesn't do it justice. You have to go. And then after college, I was working on this commercial, and Shaquille O'Neal was the star of the commercial, right? So he's there. And it's funny because you see him on TV and you see his Superman tattoo, right? So you look on your arm, you're like, oh yeah, cool Superman tattoo. That Superman tattoo is like that big.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable because when you see him live,
Mhm.
it's totally different because they'll just makes everybody common. And that's what my wife said. She's 5'3", 5'4". So she's going down there. She goes, yeah, they didn't look this big when you're up in the stands. I'm like, no, just because they make them look normal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just normal people.
They're big.
And oh, yeah, amazing.
I mean,
It's like hockey too. Have you ever been like live hockey?
So fast.
Is way different in person. And
Yeah,
the
hockey's
first time
a
I went to
great
a
game.
hockey game, I'm
Yeah.
like, oh
Hockey.
my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun.
Hey,
It
Bear,
is.
I know you don't follow women's game, or you used to not. You're going to have to
I'm
now,
starting
right?
to,
And, yeah. And you got to look up in this year's NCAA tournament, if you can find UNI versus Louisville, one of
Okay.
the best matches I've ever seen, and a great storyline. And it was an unbelievable, gritty match. It's just one of those ones you got to look
you
up.
and I, it was a great match to watch.
Yeah, it was a
I
great
thought they were going to win it.
match.
I really did.
Yeah, I did too.
You said storyline. Is that with the libero?
No,
Is
it was
that
actually, it was just, they were, Louisville was one of the top seeds.
okay?
And UNI's a mid-major, and I think they got the 8th seed of the final seeding on that, and
Just that
they
close.
just toe to toe, and they had a couple of match points and the whole deal. And the head coach for UNI is a great friend of mine. Her daughter, or she has 2 sets of twins. One was on the UNI as she's redshirting, and the other one was on the bench for Louisville. So just that whole dynamic, it was just and just good volleyball, flat out good volleyball. So yeah, so I just want to share you guys got to go see some men's matches for sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It was like, and I tell people here that are into women's volleyball, I'm like, okay, you gotta go see a men's game, because it's not the same. It's really not
Well,
the same.
Not in person. Like, again, the good
Right,
news is
right.
TV's doing a really good job. Like, you can watch these. Again, I was watching Ohio State, UCLA. I think it was on ESPN Plus, and which is great. But seeing, like we just said, things in person, it's really nice in everything. I mean, go to a live concert, it doesn't matter. Most people know that seeing something live, but when you actually
Yeah.
see the size of either the men or the women, whichever you're going to, like actually right there, you don't. It really puts it into perspective of how gnarly they are, but just
Yeah.
like just where you are, where they are, and people do it. Like I said, I'm more around basketball. My son's basketball high school team 6'10", both of them are 6'8".
Wow.
So 3 out of the 5 are 6'8", 6'10", and the first one off the bench is 6'7". So like,
It's
and
incredible.
that's just a high school basketball team. You go to watch same thing. You go to a college basketball game. You go to an NBA game. You go to volleyball games, and I think everyone should go to a volleyball game. So if you're in an area that there's a college men's team,
Go.
D3, D2,
Yeah.
D1, doesn't
Go.
matter. Club team, it's just go. It's really
Yeah.
fun to watch. It's such a great game, and it continues to evolve where they're making it as much as they can more friendly to watch on the television and all that stuff. Like we talked earlier about the scoring. So, go see it. It's worth it. And these
and the
athletes
growth
are
has exploded
impressive.
for men's.
Yeah.
The growth has exploded. I mean, with the D2 and NAIA, and it's just gotten bigger. And the juniors, they're just so much more involved now. I mean, so when I was at that match, I was texting you guys, and Robert Cooch, his son, is now playing for Ohio State. So a teammate of mine, right? He's at Ohio State. I'm like, where are you? He says, Austin. And I'm like, there's no men's volleyball in Austin, but that was the point. That was the whole point. You had UCLA, Penn State, you had Ohio State. I'm not sure who the fourth one was, but they're there and trying to get that junior volleyball for men's up and going. And so you had four good quality universities there. Brilliant move marketing wise, but It's just we just need more opportunities at a higher level and those guys to take in. But there's
What do
rules
you
in
guys
place.
think about the roster limit now for D1 down to 18? Do you think other schools are going to start getting men's volleyball? Do you think, or do you think it's just going to stay the same?
I'll tell you what. So
I'll let Sully
there's a
answer
lot
this.
more. Yeah, there's a lot of more details that I don't know about. But on the surface level, we always had, even when we played guys, our scholarships were 4.5 scholarships. And
It's
that
still
can
the
go,
same, and that's not changing.
Yeah, well, no. Next year they can go up to 18.
That's what I thought too. I
Yeah,
thought there
they
was
can go up to
18
18.
scholarships
So a
now.
lot of these guys are
Well-
going to get 12s to match the women's.
It depends on the school itself. The school
Okay.
still
They-
has
they-
to fund the
yeah,
scholarship.
Correct. They
Sure.
can have up to 18 funded is my point, right? Where before they couldn't. Interesting enough, in men's volleyball, they have for the national championship, it's Division I and Division II combined. I don't know if you guys knew that, right? It's Division I and Division II combined. Lewis is technically Division II. They don't have the
Okay.
same rules as Division I.
Yeah,
So
they're different.
that's totally interesting too if you're going to do a Division I and Division II national championship, right? But to answer your question, Bear, like I don't know we get Al Knipe on here and he's he's absolutely gonna know. So
Yeah, I think get a women's college coach on here too, and see the differences of what it is going to be like today, going into tomorrow. Because I think also for younger boys and girls that are listening to our podcasts that want to learn about volleyball, maybe learn some of the stories, but also learn what's going on in volleyball, and they're in a 12-year juniors in Arizona, or they're a 14 and under in Chicago, or
right.
The rules and understanding the way the recruiting landscape comes. I think that's valuable for us to tell our listeners. And we have the knowledge and some of the folks that can come on here
For
to
sure.
talk about that. And
Yep.
I think it's important because I follow it daily, right? Because I have a son still that's, going to go play
You're in the
college
thick of
basketball
things right now.
Yeah. And it's the NIL and how things are changing with scholarships, and walk-ons are no longer.
And
All these
collectives
things
and
are
all that stuff. Yep.
All this stuff is changing dramatically. And so I think it's a great idea to have, Al on here for sure, but, get another a woman's
For
coach
sure.
and
Yep.
more than one or two and talk. And
Yeah.
it'd be great to just continue to educate all of us, me included, and our guests. And then remember, when I was speaking of that, two things: make sure you hit subscribe, and always when I'm in there, make sure you just set the pipe, because it's always important to set the pipe.
Of course, it's because there's nobody else in the front row, so just set Cole in the back row, guys.
That's right.
what it really comes down to.
Set the pipe.
Just set Coley.
And I got a treat for you guys and our listeners. So the
Okay.
next time us three, get together and do a pod, I will be wearing that jersey from Columbia.
Well, I got to dig mine out somewhere. I got to find
I
mine.
actually was in the garage today. We were trying to rearrange and get some stuff, and I opened up
you
this
weren't.
box, and
you were just trying to look for
it
the
is.
jersey.
There it is. I'm like, oh my goodness, I had to
That's
put it in the
great.
wash machine, so I can't wait to wear that.
Did it fall
Actually, I
apart?
think, Coley,
No,
this
it's
is
still
a-
in great shape. It's
Oh,
still in
is
great
it?
shape.
Okay.
This is a little snippet, though, on something that I think. So when I was playing, I was always number 10. Even like when I was in third grade flag football, I was always number 10. And for whatever reason, on that trip, I think I was number 5, I think. Is that the number that's on your jersey? that you
I think
pulled
it
out
is.
today?
'Cause
So
I was
you
number
were
10.
actually number 10, and we swapped jerseys on that. So
Yeah,
I
well,
have number
you
10
deserve
now.
it, bud.
Yeah, I appreciate that, though. Yeah,
Of
you gave me
course.
10
Excellent.
at the end of the trip. Yeah, just a little.
Yeah, I couldn't do it because they what happened was, like I said, USA Volleyball, we were a sanctioned at the point team playing in this event, and they sent the roster over with the numbers. There's no changing it at that point. This
Yeah,
isn't
yeah.
like, hey, let me erase it. But I had the jersey, and like,
Yep.
Bear, we're friends.
For
I know how
sure.
much it means. If it was my number, like 16, I would have loved to have that too, right? So it was great. I'm glad you have it. I'm
Yeah.
glad I have it.
Yeah,
But I'll
for
be
sure.
wearing that on the next
Okay.
pod. Just
Awesome.
so we have.
rad.
So I was always number 8, and so when we're at Lewis, number 8, he's a guy with curly hair, foreign player, and he kind of walks by me, and I look over, I'm like, I probably should get a photo with this guy, right? 2 8s in the house, but I didn't. So
Yeah.
missed that
You
opportunity.
don't want to be
but
that fanboy out there,
Yeah,
like,
I
who is
did
this?
it. I did
Who's
it.
this
I
old
did it.
man like trying to take pictures?
Right. That's why.
Hey man, I was
that's
actually
exactly
pretty
what I
good.
said.
Sure you were.
So exactly what I said. I'm hanging out with Al, talking to him. I'm like, I'm not stalking this kid. No way.
Yeah.
And then we talked about Lawrence Hom, right? His son plays on Lewis, right? He's a freshman on Lewis's bench.
That's
right
amazing.
Now,
And Lawrence Hom. So go back to the first, our first time we were talking. I said the first time I ever played at Nationals, the gentleman Jimmy Hall from Northridge picked me up on his team, and I told you we had lost in the finals. We lost to Lawrence. And
He was a
and
heck of a player.
he was a great player. And I actually had
Yeah.
a really good tournament. He had an amazing tournament. Those are the ones where you're hoping to get a player of the year, whatever it was. Well, they beat us. He got the player of the year. I only got first team, but it was a great match. Lawrence was amazing. I'm glad I got to be friends with him, got to learn who he was, play with him, play against him. It was great.
Yeah, we've been texting the last couple of days because
Get him on here.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm all for it. He's all for it. I reached out to him, which was great. But I'm standing there with Alan. We're ready to walk out, and this other couple comes up to Alan. He's like, "Hey, hold on." I'm like, "Okay." Come to find out, it was a teammate, parents of Aiden in Switzerland.
Wow.
Jeez.
So they just walked up to him and just said, "Hey, I just wanted to introduce us. We're our kids are on the same team in Switzerland." I was like,
Jeez. Volleyball is such a small
Our
So
world.
just so everyone here at Listen knows, that's Aiden Knipe, Alan Knipe, who's the head coach at Long Beach. His son, who's set for him at Long Beach State, is now playing professionally in Switzerland.
"Yeah,
And the family that just walked up, their kids playing with him.
Crazy.
Pretty cool.
It is a
Small
small,
world,
world, men's
volleyball.
volleyball. It really
exactly."
is.
I mean, it drives, and it's funny because I get the biggest eye rolls from any of my kids if I'm just somewhere and they're like, I'm like, "Hey, what's going on?" My kid's like, "My God, like, can we not go places where you know somebody?" But it's the volleyball world. It really
It
is
is.
the volleyball
Yeah.
world.
100%.
Yeah.
So-
So
Didn't Cooch and Lawrence Hom, didn't they go to high school together?
North Torrance,
North
somewhere in
Torrance. Lawrence
Torrance.
from North Torrance, yeah. And so now
Yeah.
their kids are playing against each other.
Yeah,
Crazy.
potentially. Yep.
Yeah,
well, they're
they
going
might
to.
actually, is Lewis and Ohio State in the same league? for volleyball?
I would imagine so. I mean, it's
Yeah, so
Illinois
they are
and
playing
Ohio.
against each other,
Yeah,
right? Because
yeah.
they're both, which is just, again, you go volleyball. They both went to North Torrance, Cooch to Long Beach State, Lawrence to USC, and now their kids are playing. Think about, there was no Lewis or Ohio State when Lawrence and Robert Cooch were in high school,
Ohio State
or even
was
in
there.
college.
Nope.
Ohio State was there, not Lewis. Lewis wasn't there.
For sure. Ohio
Yeah.
State was maybe there
Yeah.
in Lawrence's early years.
Penn State
Right.
was the big one back then.
Yeah, and just
Yeah.
to see the game, like we talked about earlier, how much the game has grown, right?
Right.
Like their two kids, are playing at Lewis and Ohio State, and they played at Long Beach State and USC, and they both
Yeah.
went to school in
Southern
Torrance,
California boys.
California.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
pretty awesome to see what the game can do. And I think, if there's kids listening to this that are debating, should I play volleyball? Should I not? The answer is 100% you should play
Absolutely.
volleyball.
Absolutely.
What I tried to tell my boys, even though, I told you guys this last time, they didn't want to play the game of volleyball, play it like, we did,
Yeah.
but I still wanted them to learn it. And I still
Mhm.
wanted them to play it so they can go down to the beach on a Saturday and
Sure.
play with their friends.
And just hack around if they want.
Yes,
Yeah.
hack around. Their girlfriends are both volleyball players. How fun is the game of pepper? Just
Yeah.
with someone like Michelle and I don't do it much anymore, but we used to go out into our, our cul-de-sac and just play pepper for 20, 30 minutes, get a sweat
Mhm.
going. You're still playing volley. You're not getting up and hitting
Yeah.
or blocking, but so play the game, play
Yep.
the game, play the game. Always set the pipe when you're playing the game. And
On the beach.
the reason why you should play the game, besides the game itself being so fun and all that, is the stories we're talking about. It's what you remember, and the culture of volleyball is something I think you won't forget, and you can build lifelong friends doing it. So
Yeah. So
That
It's a
would-
lifestyle.
when Bear and I got together about Set the Pipe, and we were looking for the third. So during those conversations, part of what we're going to do, and I explained this to you, but definitely for our audiences, we want to do a series of parent to kid. And what I mean by parent to kid is just like we're talking about Lawrence Hom, USC national champion, son's in, right? You got Jermaine O'Neal, his daughter Asia, right? NBA player with the college kid. So I'd love to do a parent athlete series with Set the Pipe. I think it'd be, because they all have great stories. Just think about how recruiting is and how things are now. And they went to school and, they went to play in a basketball career. They had a basketball career. They didn't know anything about volleyball, and all of a sudden their daughter's just entrenched in this thing and on, top 4 team in the country, and you got to learn this game. Yeah, I just think those are good stories. So
I
we're
think
going to
they're
start
great.
we're going to start those series.
Yeah.
So for sure, keep a heads up as well.
I think if there's so many parents that had played volleyball that have
Right.
kids playing.
Yep.
And that doesn't mean their kids are great, or it just they're around it, right? And so it just to hear their knowledge, because I can tell you what it was like for me with 2 sons. I was way tougher on my first one than I was on my second one with regards to the sports stuff.
Yeah.
And it's I love to hear it. I was talking to someone today, and actually he'd be great. He was way younger than you guys, but his name's Sean Callahan. He went to Northridge out of high
Okay.
school. He played volleyball with Michelle's brother in high school at El Toro. And then when they cut the program briefly, he transferred to Long Beach.
Yeah, I was gonna
he
say,
played.
I know that name.
He played at Long Beach for a few years. So he's a 49er and a Matador. He didn't want to leave Northridge, but what happened, and he was happy to be at Long Beach. He married, I believe, a Yukon Husky, and she was a setter. Their daughter's now playing with the Arizona Juniors. Michelle and I have watched them play. She's amazing. I'd love to have them on and see what it's like, being parents of a youth kid. And, I think it's a great series to do. Great series to do.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many out there because it is coming time. Like we said, who were we texting? I was literally texting Cooch with his son playing, and it's just that time. It's just that time. And we kind of missed a couple. Actually, we're probably behind about 4 or 5 years, but it's just that evolution of parent to athlete, and they all have good stories because, like I said, the sports are different. The rules are different. The scholarships are different. There's so many different things. And so how did you weave your way as an athlete and then as a parent, and how did you guide your parents? And how did you guide your kid? And yeah, I think that's going to be a great series. We just got to get people to help us out. So
yeah, absolutely.
So anyway, these are just about, this is what we're going to be doing for the most part on these, and kind of setting you up for our next podcast.
I'm excited. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm excited to be here from both of you guys. And I think what we're doing is going to be fun.
Yeah, for sure.
There's plenty of stories to be told. There's plenty of things to talk about. Volleyball is a great game. It's a great culture. You called it a lifestyle, Bear, is what you said. And it really is. And I think we need to, celebrate that. And, that's why we're still here, three of us together. We've been playing volleyball against each other since the early 90s, maybe 1990 for to go back to that. And now it's 2025 and us three are sitting here on a podcast still talking volleyball.
That's
pretty awesome.
That's crazy.
Pretty awesome.
Good stuff. Pretty awesome. So Coley, why don't you tee up who our next guest is going to be?
Yes. Our next guest is going to be Matt Furbringer. He's the head coach of the Madison LOVB volleyball team. We're really excited to have him on to come talk a little bit about professional women's volleyball and a little bit about his history as well.
Yeah, good dude, really good dude. His resume is beyond impressive for sure. So I'm looking forward to the interview. Bear, you've known Matt for a while too, right?
Furbs is a great guy. We played a little bit at Paul Mitchell together.
Okay.
Ran into him. He was coaching at Long Beach State. Ran into him a little bit.
Oh, that's right. He was on the women's with Joy. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
so
and I think when you got to talk to him when you interview him about how you guys met. I think it's a great story.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll definitely bring that up.
We'll let that teaser out there for sure. So
he's a good all around guy.
Yeah, that's good. So we also have others that we have listed that's on our calendar to interview, which is great. It hasn't executed yet, but for sure we've got some things going. So Set the Pipe is going to be around for a while. I appreciate Bear and CK on this adventure with me. And we said when we first started, if it's not fun, then we're just not going to do it. And there's plenty of stories out there that need to be told, and we're going to be the ones to do it. So
subscribe.
Subscribe for sure.
Yeah,
absolutely. Set the Pipe. So, all right, people, we'll talk to you soon. Set the pipe, baby. Bear, what did you think about that episode with Matt Furbringer?
It was great seeing Matt and hearing about him coaching at the women's league Love, and hearing some of the history and going over his accolades and everything. He's just an amazing guy with a huge resume and so down to earth. It was great catching up with him.
Yeah, good stuff, Coley.
I thought it was awesome. First and foremost, he's an amazing human being, right? So that's another thing. Like, I love Furbs. He's one of my best friends, and he's just fantastic in every which way you go. But I think it's important, like, for the volleyball community to understand who's representing volleyball. I mean, Matt Furbringer is the Madison LOVB head women's coach in the first inaugural season. That's great for the fans out there in Madison, Wisconsin. It's great for the league, but they should know who Matt is. Right.
Agreed.
Matt
that's why we're doing this.
In his accolades, his resume is as good as anybody's. It's spectacular. And so I thought the episode was great. Love chatting with him. Happy that he was able to carve out some time from watching film and, getting ready for his next matches. So it's been great.
We want you guys to subscribe because that just kind of keeps us up and going and getting all these interviews up. But I was thoroughly impressed when he stepped back and talked about his mentors. And this isn't when he's in his 20s. This is when in later life, and he's still this sponge to make him a better coach, which eventually is going to make him a better dad. It's going to make him a better person, more well-rounded. He's going to be a mentor if he isn't had already. So that portion of the podcast I thought was absolutely brilliant. And I can't wait to have him
back for more. So,
I'm looking forward to that too.
Good
I agree.
stuff.
Let's do it.
Cool. Well, we are back on Set the Pipe with Matt Furbringer. Matt, welcome to the show, man.
What's up, gentlemen? Great to see you all.
Hi,
Good to
Matt.
see you,
Great to
Furby.
see you, bud.
Great to see you, Furbs.
Well, let's get his background in. So, Matt, I have to first and foremost say he is married to the beautiful Joy McKenzie, national champion, 49er, by the way. And Matt, that's pretty much all I have for you, buddy. Like, that's your history as far as I'm concerned, Matt.
Well, you tell people when they're young, marry up. So I married up. So
That's funny. That's probably about all Matt's ever accomplished with volleyball, right? Is just
no, you're
marrying
right.
Joy.
That's all. That's all I found. That's all. Well, that's
yeah,
all I
I'm
needed.
driving to my hoop game the other day, and I'm on I text Sully and Bear, and I start just going through some of the stuff you've done, Matt, just off the top of my head. And it's not really a lot, but you know, it's just a small amount of accomplishments. But maybe Sully, you might want to read a few that Matt's done.
So right now he is a part of the inaugural Women's Professional League out there, head coach of League One volleyball. We know you've done some head coaching in club, but this is kind of your first gig, and born in Canada. That kind of surprised me. Like I said, married to Joy McKenzie, has 2 kids. Mateo, who is actually an AAU Beach Player of the Year, and daughter Charlie, who is the starting setter at Wisconsin right now, had a fantastic season.
As a freshman.
As a freshman, that's right. Matt was one of the few, I think he's only the second, still should be the second, 4-time All-American at Stanford. He was the NCAA Freshman of the Year, Division I national champion, and like Bear and I, it was the first one in school's history, and he was kills leader, if not still the kills leader. Played professionally indoor for 5 years. In Europe, he was a 2-time champion there. Then he got into the AVP. He's an 8-time, correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, 8-time AVP champion. He was the Rookie of the Year. He went 9 years on the FIVB World Tour with 4 silvers and 2 bronze. So
It has his name on the pier as well.
He's on the pier. That's insane. To finish it off, he was USAA men's assistant coach for 2 Olympics, 2016 bronze medal, FIVB World Cup title, and World League title. Club volleyball, he's the owner and director of Mizuno Long Beach and Team Rockstar. That is Matt Furbringer in a nutshell. I got to meet Matt for the first time, and I don't even know if you remember, it was about 12 years ago. I brought some kids down from Boise, Idaho, that's never been to Southern California. We dropped in. You guys were gracious enough to get some pictures with some of the kids with Spara. Thought that was great. So that's how we met.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. I mean, when we get older, those intros get long, you know.
They get long for some. They get long for some, Matt.
And those
only a
stick
few.
for you, man. Those don't go away. I mean, that's there forever. You're only going to get longer, man. So, Tim, how did you meet Matt?
Yeah, Furbs, I got a question for you real quick. Paul Mitchell question. What was your first nationals? Where was it? Was it Wisconsin? You remember?
No, it was Columbus. It was Ohio.
Seabus.
Yep. Yeah, Seabus.
Okay.
And then the next year we were in Wisconsin. Yeah.
Okay, because I was trying to remember where we met. Okay, and it was in Wisconsin. I didn't go to Columbus, but I think I met you in LAX. We got on the plane together and didn't really talk, just introduced each other or whatever. And we went out that night in Wisconsin with Team Paul Mitchell and a bunch of other teams to like this restaurant, club, bar place. I don't know if you remember this story, but it was packed in there. And I went to I was standing in line at the bar to get some drinks for Curtis Jackson and myself. And the line was taking way too long. And so I'd had a couple, I guess, and felt like I could go behind the bar and mix Curtis's drink for him. And by the time I put the orange juice in his screwdriver, I was being escorted out the bar. And, you know.
So weird. That's so weird of you, Bear.
Not you. Bear, you?
But anyways.
No.
I was about 100 yards outside the bar and I hear, "Hey, Bear." And I turn around and it was you, Furbs. And you're like, "Hey, where do you want to go?" And I'm like, wow, I just thought that was really cool that, you know, we didn't even really know each other and you broke away from everybody and you were ready to go out and have some fun. And then, I don't know, we walked about 50 more yards and we hear, "Hey, Furbs, hey, Bear, come back here." And it was Coley and Prescio. and they were getting us back in the bar, at least getting me back in the bar. You weren't kicked out, and we went back in, and they told me I couldn't go back behind the bar, and I'm like, hey guys, how did you work the magic, you know? And Coley and Press were saying basically that if you kick those guys out or kick me out, all these people, hundreds of people, are leaving the bar. So they got me back in. But I just thought it was really cool of you, you know, showing integrity, breaking away from the crowd, and you were willing to go hang out with somebody you really didn't even know. So that meant a lot to me. What a good guy you are.
Do you remember that, Matt?
I remember that night. That was a fun night. Great night.
It was good.
Speaking along Paul Mitchell, Matt, I mean, you met your wife at one of those events playing for Paul Mitchell, which is great. And she was playing on with Mooney's team. But if you can give us one or two top moments that you had playing for Paul Mitchell in the years that you did get to go, a couple wins, I mean, the Hoist Feast and a few other stories we have. But can you give me just one or two moments that really capture something you still remember to this day?
Oh, man. Well, the great story, I mean, one of my first times was in Columbus, and we went to the old Buca di Beppo, the old standard Italian place, and we went with Mitchell, and Julie took us out. And so the deal was, you know, we could, the meal was paid for, and we had to get the drink tab. And so that was my first time ever with the credit card roulette.
Right.
Those of you guys that don't know, credit card roulette is, you know, whatever the bill is, $1,000. We had a big team. Light drinkers, but big team, and that bill is pretty high. We all put our cards in, and the last card drawn, so you get a hat, and you put the credit cards in there, and you pass the hat around, and when your credit card gets taken out, you're not paying. So it's the last credit card in the hat that pays for the whole bill. So you're
And it should be that way.
Right.
yeah, and so you're celebrating. Well, what we end up doing is we end up getting like the cutest girl in the bar to get the hat. And then she's going around the table and picking it up. And we end up meeting this whole group. And next thing I know, we're like in front of this table of all these girls and serenading them. Somehow Coley, I think, started singing his songs.
What?
Of a Sweet
That's a
Carolina
shock.
when he
How
came
these
up with.
Stories.
But yeah, we're singing them songs. And the next thing we know, we're back in their sorority house. And so that was kind of just just seemed like a typical Paul Mitchell night, but that was, I think, one of my first nights with the team. So pretty
Not a bad story to tell. Good times. I think there was also about 13 of us in a small Astra van getting to the sorority house. There's probably another.
There's parts of that story we're going to leave out, but there's a lot of good things.
Absolutely, not a doubt in your mind. Well, I got a question for you here, Ferbs. It's a tough one for you. I'm putting you on the spot here, but Southern California or Northern California?
That's not a tough one for me. I mean, I grew up in Southern California and still live in Southern California. I was in Northern California for 5 years, 5 amazing years, got great peeps up there, but I'm a SoCal boy and family. And so, yeah, that's where I'm at.
That's awesome. That's great to hear.
Did you go to Estancia?
Yeah.
Yeah, you did. Did you play for Pestalacci there, or was he?
Pesto 1 year, and then Pesto got and then he took off to Newport Harbor after that. But Pesto used to come and help us in basketball too, with my basketball team, and then he coached me my sophomore year.
Who took over after Pesto at Estancia?
It was just like a carousels next year. 1 year, no, actually my sophomore year, he didn't like a bunch of seniors. That's when our team was pretty good, and he didn't like the seniors, so he didn't coach the team that year. And that was God, what was his name? Dan, blonde hair, OCC. He was playing at OCC at the time. Forget his name. And then the next year, Pesto came my junior year, but I missed the whole year basically because we won state that year, so we missed a lot in hoops.
Okay.
And then I got hurt. I hurt my back playing basketball, so I missed most of that year.
Did they
Pesto,
score?
I always give Pesto the credit for he's just the one that would tell me that I could be good in volleyball, and kind of the one that was like, hey man, like I know you're great in basketball, but like if you put any time into volleyball, you could be really good at it. And, and just let me know there's a pro world, there's somewhere to go there. And that was actually a big, deciding factor in me choosing volleyball at Stanford, because not only was I going to get set up by going to Stanford, I thought in life, but I was also going to be able to play professionally. And I was pretty sure I wasn't playing professional hoops anywhere.
And how tall are you? Are you like 6'9"?
I'm 6'8".
6'8", yeah. Okay.
Pestalacci's one of the best.
He
Putting
is
that
the
out
best.
there.
I agree with you.
One of the best. Period.
Yeah.
To start.
So,
We got to go after him too.
Yeah, I had Pesto, and then Dan Glenn was my club coach.
Yeah, Danny.
And so I surrounded by this like incredible, Rocky, and surrounded by
I was gonna say Sorelli and Biggs and all
the
those
guys. Yeah,
Yep.
they kind of just encouraged me, and they never pressured me. Like, I mean, I honestly probably went to like 4 club practices in my life. I mean, like 4 or 5 club practices in my life. It was just like show up at the events when I could, and they were just awesome. So,
Or say, Ferbs, you're head coach for League One volleyball. It's a first women's professional volleyball league in the country. And what's it like being that head coach? First year you've been assistant coach quite a bit, and now you're a head coach. What's it like?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's fun, Bear. It's really fun, and it's a great challenge because I don't know if you guys got to see the games this weekend, but we had our first games in Madison, and we had really good crowd at the field house, which is where the Badgers play, which is where my daughter goes. So I was there watching a lot of her games, and being able to go and play in front of the same crowd was awesome. And I feel a certain responsibility we're trying to build a league that hasn't been done before, and it's super exciting. I feel a responsibility, but a good responsibility, a fun responsibility that I feel ready for. And the challenge every day is fun. I mean, I spent the day today watching film from the last few days, getting ready for Monday. And, as coaches go, it's a full-time, nonstop job, but it's also just a really, really fun thing to do. Like I didn't wake up like I wanted to do that this morning, right? And you want to get better. And I have a group of women that are hungry to be the best. And I think for me, I always tell people I'm just about chasing greatness with my teams, and we're trying to be great. And along that journey, we're going to learn a lot, and we're going to, have some hard losses and some disappointment. But through those times, we're going to learn, we're going to get better. And I think we'll eventually get there. So this weekend, we had one really nice game, and then one game we lost where we started off great last night, and then just kind of hit a little bit of a wall, and the other team started playing really well. And we just lost a little bit of, I would say, just a little bit of composure on the court. We started kind of chasing and trying to over adjust and doing too much. And next thing we know, our level of play started going down, and their level of play started going up. So for those of you guys that haven't watched yet, the matches are really high level, and it's early. I mean, the improvement that I've seen in the matches from week 1 to now week 2, by the end of the year, it's going to be pretty crazy. And
part of that's
really
probably
fun.
Chemistry, right, Matt? That's probably chemistry. These guys come from all different universities. I know they're trying to keep them local because, I mean, you're pulling some studs from there, but you would think the chemistry, just like any professional league out there, it's going to take a little bit of time. And I did watch, and one of the things I looked for was, the crowd. I mean, the talent's there. There's no doubt. High level play for sure. But the crowd was super impressive. And then after the match, all those juniors lined up for all those autographs and pictures opportunities. Man, it's not a better time to be in volleyball right now. I'm talking junior level, college level, and now the pros. Man, you're in a really good situation. Are you seeing the same thing as I am?
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that there's other leagues, like leagues wanting to start and get going. There's just so many young athletes playing volleyball, men and women. And, but, especially on the women's side, the growth of the college game the last couple of years has just been incredible, right? I mean, I have like friends that joke around, like, I watched the NBA, NFL, and women's college volleyball. Yeah. It's like they're 3 sports, and they're like, I'm so excited to be able to start watching pro volleyball, and so now it's just our job to really get that attachment with our community that, obviously the fans have with the colleges. And that's a different level of commitment of like, just a different level of connection because it's, so long there. But just right away, we had some really good connection with the fans this weekend. And I think that, the young people can look up to that. And the fact that young girls today can look up and see a professional women's volleyball league is
and for me, Matt, that's the reason why, first we wanted to have you on. I think the LOVB is taking off. I think it's phenomenal for women's sports and for women's volleyball. You're a head coach. You're the head coach of one of the teams in the inaugural season. I watched both matches, as you know, texting you during them, and I thought it was great. I have a question for you. Kind of, Sully mentioned it earlier, but getting to coach first and foremost in a women's league in the inaugural year has got to be amazing. But to get to do it in Madison, where your daughter's was an All-American freshman playing in the same field house while having 3 former Badgers on your team. Can you tell us about how it's like to play in the same field house that your daughter plays in, the same crowd that she's getting, and then also having 3 Badgers being there locally within this pro team? How's that feel? Is it different? Like if you were coaching somewhere else, it'd still be pretty amazing. But to have that kind of extra like connection for you personally to Madison, how's that been?
Yeah, it's like I said, I mean, it's been really special. I mean, I think we could play anywhere here, and these are our only 2 games in the field house. The other times we're going to be at the Alliance Center here in Madison, but the connection with the fans, it's just a real thing. And I think it goes back a little bit further to when Charlie was deciding what school to go to. Chose Madison because of that, because of the chance to go and play in front of these amazing crowds. And I know, Cole, we talked about it when you were choosing stuff with your sons, and the difference of you go to a UCLA, which is an amazing school, an amazing thing, but that crowd involvement and that is just different, right? It's just a different feel than here in Madison, where they're lining up at 3 p.m. in the afternoon to get ready to get in that game at 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And it's cold. And
Yeah.
the crowd just going nuts, and they're invested, and it's special. It's really special, and it's an honor for our women. It's an honor for my daughter to get to play in front of it, and for me to coach it, and it gives us extra motivation for sure every day.
Well, we talk about it, and this is, again, one of the reasons having you on here for Set the Pipe is trying to help grow the sport of volleyball, talk about volleyball, tell stories of volleyball, and seeing a women's pro league today starting to blossom is awesome for the sport. Like you had said, back in the day in the early 70s with the NBA, the ABA came out, right? They also merged and became something special. I would love to see that for women's volleyball. There was a time, I think either you or Joy were at the match. You both might have been at the match during the middle of the season, and you're playing at Purdue. And I think I mentioned this on my first podcast, but like, I love football. I'm watching Alabama play college football on a Saturday, and I changed the channel over because the game's about to start, and there's Wisconsin playing at Purdue in front of 12, 13,000 people on a Saturday. That just didn't happen when we were kids. I mean, it didn't even happen 5-6 years ago. And to see the growth, the excitement, the joy, and the support from this country putting, a women's volleyball game at the prime time on a Saturday head to head against Alabama football says enough to me. Like, it's growing, it's taking off. And I think everyone in this country should jump aboard now, because it's going to be pretty special as this continues to grow.
Yeah. What'd you think about, did you watch the NCAA tournament at all, Ferbs? I thought some of the matches were some of the best I've ever seen, and just the packed houses. I mean, they're setting pipes like crazy. They're setting Ds, they're setting Bics. I mean, it's a different game now. And it's, we talked to Coley before he came on to the podcast, it's more enjoyable now. It's almost preferred to watch the women's game just because the rallies are long. And when we still love the men's game, don't get me wrong, but man, it can't be more perfect to, like I said before, of where you're at and to bring a professional team on, because that NCAA tournament is kind of like the draft, right? I mean, they're showing their stuff, and then all of a sudden you get these premier athletes, and they're putting on a show, man. It's really great to see.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, I got to go to the Elite Eight game, Nebraska, Wisconsin, huge rival in Nebraska, sold out, front row seats, watch my daughter play, watch Nebraska, it was an amazing team this year. And yeah, the level is, to kill a ball at this level is just really hard. And then you go professional level, and it's just a whole nother ball game. It's just really, really hard. We spend a lot of time in our gym right now, just all the different shots, tips, rolls, hits off the block, down. It's everything to kill a ball, because these just the defense and the block is just is so good.
So another question for you to talk a little bit more about the LOVB here is, how many international players do you have on your team specifically?
Yeah, my team, I have one of my liberos is from China. One of my other liberos is from Serbia. I have a Serbian setter. I have a Brazilian middle blocker. I have a German outside, a Puerto Rican outside. So I have 6.
Okay, so you have 6, and is the other teams in the league similar, or they have 5, 6? Okay,
yeah, I think Atlanta might have the most. I feel like Atlanta has a lot, but I think it's somewhere in there. I mean, the goal of Love is, to be League One volleyball, to be the best league and to have the highest level. So it wasn't to be like, take all the college names and take them, because all those players are amazing, but they're not pros. I mean, they're young pros, right? And so they got to learn the game. And so we got top international players to come, and I think it's just only going to continue. But as well as we worked in a bunch of local players, like we have Sarah Franklin, Lauren Carlini, Temi, we have Temi on our team, and, Nebraska has Jordan Larson. So they did stuff like that, but they also mixed in a lot of foreign players to up the talent.
Awesome.
Cool. So there's 3 leagues now.
Well, there's 2 leagues right now.
2, but one's coming up, right?
One, yeah, allegedly. We'll see.
So I know this is all brand new to everybody. Do you think that's going to consolidate at one time, or is it just growing pains of being a professional now finally in the United States, or just giving more opportunities, or are they saying one league's going to do it better than the other? I mean, you probably have some insight on that.
This latest league that came out, I mean, I don't even know what they're called, but I mean, their post this week I thought was absurd. to say that to doing this for women's sports when there's 2 other leagues that are working really hard to do it. And, it's like, it's okay. Hey, it just shows once again that there's that a lot of people want to be involved. But I think the main thing that we need to know is that Love is just doing everything right way. We have huge investors behind us, and owners are going to be coming in. And I know we're doing the right things, and we're going to survive. Hopefully the other leagues could do it as well. But I don't know if it's not like looking to merge or looking to do more. I think Love's feeling like they have everything the way we want it, and we're building, and we're just really just focused on ourselves. The only part that's a bummer is just that it does cause some confusion, but all we can do is just work really hard to do what we're doing. And, our CEO of Love, Caitlin Gals, is just an incredible woman who's led this program for, we started this like in 2018, 18, around that time. So it's been just building slowly the steps, bringing in the clubs and having everyone come up for the ground floor. It's not just taking any player, it's taking women that meet what Love wants. They're really building a brand of being, great on and off the court and great people and ambassadors of the game. So, they're not just having anyone that wants to come put money in volleyball. They're vetting and getting to know those people and then taking money and hoping to build together. So we're doing a lot of things. I just couldn't be more proud of being part of it. And so I'm excited to see the next few years. If we can have 3 leagues in this country, that would be absolutely
It'd be
amazing.
great for women's volleyball, right? It'd be great. It'd be awesome.
Whatever. But, right now we definitely have the highest players. And in the end, I think that the most elite league is going to be the one that gets the best players and that will survive.
Okay. So, hey, Ferbs, what's your favorite band, or who are you listening to right now? What kind of music are you listening to?
Yeah, that is a heck of a question. You know who I just recently started listening to, like, the last year again a lot, was Steel Pulse. I got back into my old
So good.
They're good.
like on Spotify, I'll go through and find like an old band. Like I did Rolling Stones like a little bit ago, and then I did Steel Pulse. I had a Kendrick Lamar phase. I enjoy his music a lot, and so I just been kind of all over the map. Like I have like my Eddie Rap Clash mix that I throw on there.
Another Paul Jim, by the way, from the beginning.
So do you have a favorite genre of music, or are you just all over the place?
I'm pretty all over, I mean, I feel like I mix a lot. Like when I was in high school, my friends and I were big classic rock. That was a big thing for us. And, but I'll go from hip hop to classic rock to, I've even done
country.
I've done a little bit of country. I don't
Had
really
a kid. Welcome.
I'm actually starting to get into country a little bit.
Yeah.
It's the best music out there.
Stop.
I feel like reggae is the one that I'll always kind of go back to a fair amount, but and then I got all like, I don't even know the names of the songs that my daughter has on her Spotify account, but I listen to some of like, their music. And just
Well, you have to. You're surrounded by females around that age, right? All the time.
Yeah.
So
I know.
Yep.
Thing I want to go back to real quick is, you said you're real proud to be in that league. And I think you know this, but another reason why we wanted you to have on, all of us who've known you forever are proud of you too. Proud that you're doing this for women's volleyball, proud that you're doing it for the sport. Proud for you. You've been an assistant coach. You've had opportunities many a times to coach, and this is such a great opportunity for you. And I'm excited to see what you do, what the team does, what the league does in the coming years. I think it's going to blow up, and I'm just, proud that you're at the ground level and that they're doing it the right way for the sport of volleyball.
I mean, obviously you have the accolades to be that coach, but how did that process come about? Did you pursue it? Did they pursue you?
Yeah, I mean, I was just, I was in the middle of the Olympic run with Coach Sprawn. The unique thing with my job the last, I had like 2 4-year stints with the national team, was that I really had a lot of ability to learn a lot about what being a head coach is, because John was gone a lot with UCLA, and so I got to run a lot of the program and do a lot of stuff. And I mean, I really always give John a lot of credit because he put trust in me to do things and he allowed me to do it. He didn't micromanage me or to do these things. So I was able to do a lot, and then able to learn from so many amazing coaches, whether it was Javier Weber, who just became a great friend of mine from Argentina, who I just learned a ton from, Mike Wall, who worked with us, Nate Go, who was our statistician, who was always teaching us stuff, and had Karch Karai down the hallway.
Yeah. Not bad.
Yeah, we just had like Eric Sullivan would come on trips with us, and so got to learn a lot from a lot of people, and then but as a father and we have a club, and Joy has a club, and taking a head coaching job wasn't as easy as just going somewhere and doing it. I put my family first for all that stuff, and I liked my job, but coming to the end of this quad, I just for me, I just wanted a new challenge. Even though I love my job, I love working. The national team guys were honestly really close friends of mine now, and people that I respect, and I love them. And So it's never easy to leave something like that. But for me and my own personal growth, I just was ready to go and do this. And I've run my club for 15 years now, and running a club is recruiting. It's dealing with a lot of stuff. I mean, head coach
Business.
there, so it's a lot. And so I felt like, hey man, like I want to go and I want to do this. And then when Love came up and they were searching, and I called, and they were like, well, we have 2 spots open. One of them's Madison. Would that interest you? And I said, well, if I was going to do it, that's the only place I would.
Yeah.
When Charlie had gone, and it was it was a little bit lucky too, because I mean, getting jobs is hard, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
Yep.
it's just, you think you have it, you think I got this spot, like,
Mhm.
everyone's telling you, then, it's just hard to get a job. And so now I had really good connections with all the people from Love, because we've been working with them, and yeah, super thankful that they gave me this opportunity. And yeah, there we are.
I thought it was crazy, Matt, that you said, and I think this, Bear, you'll say the same thing. Al Knipe will say the same. Coley too. Is your resume is long and it's impressive, and you said that I get to work with this coach and I learned so much. You're a 4-time All-American. You club coach forever, right? And Eric Sullivan came in and I learned a ton from him. I got to tell you, to hear that, I always hear that, and that's always how I've been. I think the best coaches are so humble and are willing to share, where there's a lot of coaches that aren't there. They think they know the whole game, and to see your resume and to hear you say that you're this sponge out there, to hear something different and to bring it into your craft of coaching, man, that absolutely speaks volumes to me, and it should throughout our whole community. So kudos to you to be able to sit back and go, gosh, these guys know their stuff, and I know my stuff, but man, to hear something else, the different perspective, man, that's kudos to you.
Well, I've known Furbs forever, like all of us have, but one of the most important things, that he's always had as an athlete or a coach is you want to win, right? We want to win. He wants to win a championship. He wanted to win a national championship in college. He wanted to win beach tournaments. He wants to win everything he can. Wanted to win a gold medal in the Olympics. So again, kudos to you, Matt, for always trying to get better and learn.
Yep.
And, we've talked about that as parents, always trying to get better and learn to do that. But, on the coaching staff and the coaching style within every sport, but within volleyball, to see you do that, to want to get better and learn, to be able to teach and create a culture of winning and winning. So it's just great to see that and hear that about it.
Yeah, I think it's just super important. I mean, for anyone listening, I think that when you're learning, you're growing, but when you're learning, you're invested and you're into it, and it's fun. When you're getting there and you're constantly, we've all been there, when you're constantly giving advice, like as a parent, at some point it's like, damn, dude, like I want someone to give me something, right? And so it's a gift. It's a gift that people that they give, and then you get to share that gift. And the more the more you're prepared, you get in situations, and you're just better in the situations because you've been there, and your ship's that much tighter, right? Like you're a step ahead because, okay, like this might have riled me before, or this might have surprised me before, but now it's like I can be a step ahead of this, and it can still happen in a match, right? Like,
Of course.
it can still happen. You still lose. It doesn't guarantee anything, but I think it makes the situation harder and harder to get you in the spots. And so I'm looking forward to that kind of just that growth too, just as a head coach.
Okay, Matt, last questions for you, buddy. What's your favorite topping on a pizza?
Pepperoni.
What's your least favorite topping on a pizza?
I like pretty much everything on a pizza. I would say, well, I like everything on a pizza. I like everything. I'm an everything guy on a pizza. I
He's
even
a
like
supreme
sardines.
guy.
So,
Do you? I was just gonna say
Yeah.
sardines too.
Yeah, I'll say chicken. I don't want
Oh.
chicken on my pizza. Get it off my pizza.
I'm kind of with you on that, Matt. I mean, I'll eat it if it's there, but I'm with you. I'm not ordering chicken. That's the last thing I'm probably ordering on a pizza.
Pepperoni, give me all the good stuff.
The
Little
supreme
Canadian
baby.
bacon and pineapple's never bad, but yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, so we're going to segue into something that really Coley and Barry is going to talk to more about, even though we all have history. We're part of the A6 Paul Mitchell family, right? So you were after my time. I was, I don't know if I was smart enough, but man, hearing all these stories, I'm like, damn, maybe I should have stuck around a little bit longer. But It's a large family, and I'm actually meeting people up in Chicago that was on A6 Paul Mitchell. It just I mean, anywhere I travel, it's like, what, you played? Oh yeah, I was back in the day, So there's a lot of stories there. And Coley, you probably should take this over in terms of, you brought up a meeting Joy, and you guys played together. So A6 Paul Mitchell, these first podcasts have been kind of a mainstay in what we do. And the more I'm finding out, the more we're probably going to keep on bringing up A6 Paul Mitchell, but it was a big deal in my life. Let's just kind of segue to that, Coley.
Yeah. So Matt, I've asked you to tell you a couple stories about Paul Mitchell. Do you know how many years you actually played with us?
I don't think I played 2.
It was a 2. I was thinking it was maybe 3, but it was just those 2 back-to-back, Columbus and Wisconsin.
Did you guys win it?
Played 3, but I might be wrong. I thought
we won in Columbus and lost in the finals in Wisconsin. So we played back-to-back championship games. One in Columbus against a really good team, beat Canyon and that Billy Ferguson team, I believe.
Yeah.
And then lost in the finals in Wisconsin to a couple national team guys. Some things that happened with our setter. Barnett's had to drive back to Chicago to come back to the game, and it was just a rough match. And we ended up losing in 3 or 4 or whatever it was. But back-to-back finals. Tell me about it, Matt. We already talked about it. You said you met your wife. Can you think of any stories that we could actually tell?
I mean, that's the hard part, right? The ones we can tell. I mean, look, I have so many amazing stories from volleyball, like that, go on accolades, and, Paul Mitchell's not one of those, that goes on what goes on your resume. But it's the stories, but it is like the stories you tell the most, right? I mean, our time, not just with Paul Mitchell, but the 6-man CK we've had with Team Fletch, and, just those times we have together. I mean, I think that's what makes the sport of volleyball what it is, and so much fun, is just that the camaraderie that we have on and off the court. And, that's what I fell in love with. I mean, as I grew up a basketball player and pretty focused on that. And then just when I went up on my recruiting trip to Stanford, just kind of fell in love with that team. And we had such camaraderie on that team. And ever since then, joining Paul Mitchell and joining Fletch were just 2 of the great things, because, for a lot of the guys, they were amazing volleyball players who had kind of started getting jobs and moving on. So that was their time to come in and just compete. And for me, I was competing full time. And so almost tired of competing sometimes going in those, but then you get in that environment and you have people that you just love and it's fun. And it kind of would always bring back just the joy of, playing volleyball and competing for your friends. And there's just nothing better than winning a point with your friend next to you, and winning a championship with your friend. I'll never forget those. Those are the most memorable things, just because of that, because those are people you remember, and those are memories you have forever.
And one of the terms would always say with Paul Mitchell, and it's still one of the taglines, is it's all about the story, right? You're losing 13-12 in the 4th game. You're trying to push it to 5, and everyone's in the huddle. In a normal volleyball match, you're talking about who's at the pin and what do we need to do, but not with Paul Mitchell. Everyone looks at each other and is like, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Guys, it's all about the story. We're down 13-8 in the 4th. We're winning this. We are winning this because it's all about the story. And sure enough, we come back and win, right? And it truly is about the story and telling those stories years later. And it's great to hear. And one story that you and I can share, and these guys aren't, is we're both in the Hall of Fame. Tell us a little bit about that real quick. You just were inducted into Stanford's Hall of Fame. How was that, being just a part of such an elite group at that school, and to be recognized to, what you have done for the university?
Yeah, that was really special, for 2 reasons. One is that I got my parents to come up there, and, parents are getting older. So to get to celebrate that with them was really, really special. And then just to celebrate our program, I'm the first one in since, they had chopped our program, and then we brought it back. And to get to mention that, and there's a lot of people there that didn't even know the story, of it coming back. But really just to honor the guys from our program that fought so hard to bring it back, and was really special for me. And then, anytime you get a chance to kind of reflect, it's nice to look back and tell stories about winning the national championship and what that meant for my career and what that meant to me, was just a great event. But really, really, really honored to be a part of that. Because like you said, it's just when you look at those Stanford Hall of Fame names, it's kind of crazy to have my name.
Yeah, pretty special. And of course, every time, no matter what happens, when I bring someone like Ferbs on, you guys always have to talk about a national championship. All 3 of you have one, and I don't. And I'm sick of it. I mean, I have one with couple with Paul Mitchell, more than a couple, but of course Matt has to bring that up. Thanks, Matt. Thanks for always bringing it, just stinging it right in my heart a little bit.
I wore mine last night, but it's okay. We do have Matt's Hall of Fame speech, and I'll actually put that within this podcast so everybody can hear it and see it.
Yes, this is amazing. This is amazing. Yeah, seeing everyone here. I just want to say that when I played, there were color photos. Okay? Bernard, I know you guys lost my phone number for a few years. Maybe that's why I'm not here sooner, but yeah. It is an absolute honor to stand up here and represent the men's volleyball team. And so I want to start off with a story. It was 1997. We had just won a national championship, and we were all in the court celebrating. It was the first one in school history. And my dad back then was always taking photos and had his camera out. And a security guard comes up to my dad and says, sir, you're going to have to clear the court. And my dad, being the gentleman that he is, turns to the security guard and says, go climb a tree. I don't know if you remember that, Dad, but really funny and really fitting that that is what keeps me in sports all this time, is the fact that we get to share these experiences with our family. Thank you to Stanford for bringing my family back together one more time. I got teammates here that I haven't seen in a long time, and it's super special. The other part of sport that's always driven me is being on a team and chasing something great. And at Stanford, that was something we were allowed to do and encouraged to do, and we did. And so I want to go back to that 1997 final. We were the #1 team in the world, at least the USA, and we were playing UCLA. And UCLA was not #1 that year, but they'd won 19 national championships, and we'd won 0. And everyone was telling us that we weren't going to win. UCLA was going to win when it mattered. So we go out there, we play them, we win the first set pretty easy. Second set's a little closer. Third set, I'm going to give John a heart attack, my coach up here. Second set, I got a little bit closer, and in the third set, they won. The fourth set, they blew us out. So in volleyball, we play 3 out of 5 sets. They beat us 15-4. We're coming back to the bench, and everyone's dejected. Okay, everyone's down. And we had a bunch of leaders on our team, but one of the quiet leaders on our team, Keenan Whitehurst, came up to me and said, Matt, we need to go back to the locker room. We got to go back. And I looked at him and I said, you're right. So we grab the team, we go back to the locker room, we huddle up, and I kind of look at everyone and I say, guys, if you had told us at the beginning of this year that we were going to play a 5th set against UCLA to win a national championship, every last one of us would be going crazy. And right now we're in here dejected, worrying about what we did, how we're up 2-0 and losing. And immediately our team captain, Mike Lambert, starts going crazy. And the next thing you know, we go out, we win the national championship 3-2, beat UCLA for the first time, and knock them out and win that national championship. So, special moment. Really special to see how Keenan stepped up to be a leader in that moment, and how just that little switch, how we viewed that moment, turned from like what we were losing into what we could win. And it's something that I've taken into my coaching career, something I love to share with my athletes. There's one more moment I want to talk to that's just really amazing to me, and it was July 8, 2020. And it was a day, a very difficult day for us in the men's volleyball world. I know a difficult day for Bernard and for many of us here that our program was taken away. And just to tell you a little bit, that's why I'm so proud to be representing our program, to tell you a little bit about what happened. Within 8 hours, we were on a Zoom, and we had 85% of all of our alumni ever from Stanford on that Zoom. Within 1 week, we had pods for, fundraising, and within 6 months, we'd raised $8 million. Okay? It was just an incredible feat. I want to give a little credit to David Saeta, Wendell Burkhofer, Jeremy Jacobs, Parker Blackman, Coach John Costi for their leadership in this. But I'm telling this story because it wasn't enough to get it back. It took the whole school. It took Stanford. It took Adam Keefe from basketball, Jennifer Azey from basketball, stepping up with 36 strong. And it wasn't until that moment where we relayed why? Because we wanted the next generation to have the same experiences we had. The best years of my life were here on the farm, My friends are so important. It shaped me. It gave me so much. And I couldn't think of the younger generation not having that. And it was such an honor to have people from other sports, signing that. There was 1,000 people signing those petitions a week. So just an amazing moment. I'm so grateful for all the, for my Stanford experience here. And I just want to say a few more thank yous here. I want to thank my coach, John Costi, Ruben Nieves, Al Rodriguez, for watching a tall, skinny basketball player win a state title up and down the street in the Oakland Forum and be convinced that he could be a good volleyball player. I want to thank Stanford Admissions for letting me in. That was a good... It was close. It was close. I want to thank my setter, Stu Chong, up there for setting me into the Hall of Fame. I want to thank my longtime beach partner up there, Casey Jennings, for teaching me what grit is. I want to thank my sister, Samantha, my brother-in-law, John, my uncle, Neil, my aunt, Julie, for teaching me about unconditional love. I want to thank my wife, Joy. My daughter is playing live on TV right now. My wife's watching the whole time. They're playing Oregon. She plays volleyball at Wisconsin. So they're doing that. I want to thank you guys are my rock. You guys inspire me every day and make me a better person. Lastly, I want to thank my parents. My parents never talked to a teacher, never talked to a coach, never got in the way of what I wanted to do. They just said, be a good person, put school first, and work hard. So I love them for that. And lastly, I know I've gone a little long here, but if anyone would have come up and tried to get me off the stage, I would have told them, go climb a tree. Thank you.
Who was your coach, Matt, in Stanford?
Ruben Nieves was my head coach. John
Ruben
Costi was my assistant coach, who's still there as the head coach. So John's been there forever. And Al Rodriguez was our volunteer assistant, which was really back then. That was a third assistant coach. Al passed away a few years ago. And but yeah, we had a great staff, an amazing team. I mean, the year I came in, my freshman year, there was all these fifth-year seniors who we had. And then Duncan Blackman was still around, getting his finishing up school. And we had Dave Goss and Bob Hillman and just a bunch of characters, man. Really, really fun group of guys that really taught me the sport. I didn't really know how to play volleyball that well. And just watching them, that's where I learned from. And, learned every day from Mike Lambert as well. He was, my same year, but he was just a much better volleyball player at that point than I was.
So trivia real quick. So
Yeah.
Costi and I played together for our first club. I was on a special team with him before I was on A6 Paul Mitchell. Barry can't say anything. Do you know what the team was called? Anybody?
The Wisconsin. Nope.
The Orville Red and Blockers, baby.
That's right. Orville Red and
That's
Blockers.
right.
In Reno. You were in
That's
Reno,
right.
weren't you?
Yep. In Reno, Gary Fish was the Orville's grandson, and he did the commercials with them, and he was on our team, and that's how I met Costi. And yeah, you talk about, my kids are like, man, your world is so small in volleyball. It's all kind of intertwined and all that kind of stuff. But I just thought I'd put that out there. That was...
I know we're probably running short on time, but I've just something I want to bring back up, Matt, and it's something I talked about on my first podcast, and I don't know if I'm carrying the flag for everyone, but you played multiple sports in high school, and you mentioned you were a basketball player.
Oops.
And became a volleyball player. You're a parent of two elite kids. You're a coach in a women's professional league. What would your take be to the youth in general playing multiple sports? And how was the transition from being a basketball player, I wanted to play basketball, to going to play volleyball in college? I know it's a couple questions, but just in general about playing multiple sports in youth sports. And then how was it for you to transition from basketball to volleyball at that level?
Yeah, I just think it's really important that kids, first of all, you never know what sport your kid's going to grab onto, right? And so you throw them in as many as you can. They don't need to be amazing at first at a sport either to keep them in it. I think you can keep them playing a sport, but I do think it's important to get them going a lot. I had some friends whose kids, I don't want my kid playing volleyball until he was 14. I'm like, well, that's dumb. Why? No, have them play. You just don't have to have them play only volleyball, but teach them different sports. And I really think for me, what helped me in volleyball was that I played tennis, I played baseball. So that was two, the serve and a throwing motion. And I think tracking a baseball and then passing a volleyball, I don't know, there's just something I think about that. And then basketball, obviously for the jumping and the movement. So I think those two things. But if you only play basketball, I don't know how good of a transition it is to volleyball. You don't get that arm swing. You don't have some of those tracking stuff that you have. But I think the combination of all those sports really helped out. But I just think the most important part is that you let your kid get out there, try a bunch of sports and really like it. And then, you know, when they want to specialize and go to one, I don't think it's that big of a deal either. I don't want my kid to play multiple sports as long as possible. I'm like, I get it, but it's up to them. At that point, it's if they want to do it. And I guess my advice too, because now that my kids have gone through it, and is, you know, when they're young, they don't burn out when they're young. You know, I want my kid to get, but I don't want them to burn out. It's like, if they want to go get extra work, let them go get extra work, put it in. It gets hard in high school, you know, but burnouts happened when we were in high school, right? They were called burnout because they were burning instead of going to school, right? They were burned out. And I think that's still happening now. And a lot of times it's not necessarily because like they're burnt out. It's because they're not good. They used to be really good and people caught them and now they're not as good as like they once were. Right. And so I think that happens. I think sometimes pressure from parents happens, but yeah, I don't know. I'm a big fan of the kids learning as many sports as possible because there's one thing you learn in every sport is how to compete.
And then your transition from basketball to volleyball at that level, how was it? I mean, we talked before, you could have played college basketball. And at one point, that's what you wanted to do. Yeah. You go to the Stanford trip, you fall in love with volleyball, and you become an elite volleyball player coach. We can go on, as we mentioned, with your accolades. How was that transition for you?
It was a little long, honestly. Like, it was just couldn't keep up with the speed of the game at all. They had me come in as a middle and I just like trying to reblock and do all stuff at that level was really hard. So I ended up redshirting my freshman year, but like about, I don't know, maybe 6 weeks in to like the fall, or maybe like 3 weeks in a fall season, I asked Ruben, the coach, if I could move to opposite because I don't know. I was used to being more involved. And when you're a basketball player, you're touching the ball all the time. As a middle, sometimes I just wasn't touching the ball and I wasn't reblocking that well. So it wasn't stuffing balls. And I was like, let me go. And so I transitioned that year to opposite. And that was the best thing. And then once I moved to opposite and then eventually I moved to outside hitter, but that's kind of when it started taking off. And by the end of my freshman year, I was playing really well. But I'd redshirted. We had Dave Goss, an All-American ahead of me. And then came in the next year and, you know, got freshman of the year and was able to get after it. But, you know, I still learned so much that year from watching guys like Bob Hillman and Dave Goss, who are elite attackers, right? How to hit high hands, how to, you know, sell shots and do stuff. So, but yeah, it was really fun. And honestly, Coley, in my career, went from basketball to indoor volleyball to beach volleyball.
Yeah.
Then I went back to learn how to coach indoor. Right. And then I went to college women. Then I went back to the national team men. And then I'm coaching the young guys. And now I'm coaching pro women and all through it. And every time I love the challenge of kind of taking on something new and not just sticking with, you know, something when it's easy, but, you know, trying something new. And so that's been really fun.
Yeah, that's getting better. One thing I'll say for the listeners here, besides hit subscribe, make sure you hit subscribe, is something that you just said that I think is important. And, you know, you and I personally have talked about this. Matt just said, Barrett and Sully, he just said he went and talked to the coach. His parents didn't talk to the coach. His parents didn't email the coach. He wasn't scared to not go talk to the coach. He's a college freshman trying to talk about his future. And he went and had a conversation with the coach about what they thought.
He didn't text the coach?
Didn't text the coach. Parents didn't text the coach. So that's a lesson. I think I appreciate you bringing up that story because I think that's a lesson for the young kids and parents. If your kid's in middle school, they're playing high school, have the kid go talk to the coach. You don't need to do that. They're the coach, the player's the player, you're the parent. That's one thing I can say that I've never done in all my years of my kids playing is ever talk to the coach, unless I was the coach and I hope someone would show up for the meeting and they never did. But appreciate you saying that, Matt.
Well, I got to tell you, so we might want to wind this down, but Matt, your resume, we haven't even touched half of your resume. I mean, that's your accolades are just outstanding. We'd love to have you back if at all possible. Kind of what we do with Coley too. We'd love to have the clan on this thing. All four of you guys get on this thing. We can hold 8. So I think that'd be really special. I do think we should have Joy just by herself, by the way, because she does have a significant resume. But nonetheless, I would love you to come back. We'd love to talk to you about your indoor experience in Europe and then all the AVP and how that felt to get your name on the pier and how that all came about.
Olympiad, being at 2 Olympics as well.
Yeah, exactly. The Olympic experience for sure. We haven't experienced that. 3. Sorry. See, that's why you're on here. 3 Olympic experiences. Yeah, we appreciate you coming on, buddy. And like I said, we know you're super busy, so we appreciate the time, and hopefully you can come in. And if anything, we might ping you for
a little 10-minute, 15-minute special guest that just comes on in the middle of an interview with somebody and just to say hello and ask a couple of questions. You may or may not know that person, so hopefully your game. But yeah, we appreciate you, buddy.
Good
Yeah, of
luck.
course.
Good luck the rest of the season, man.
Thanks, Bear. Man, really good to see you guys, and I think I'll have to come in and give you guys some love updates for sure. Let you guys know how the season's going, and keep you guys informed because it's gonna get exciting. So
I'm fired up for it. I think that's great.
Yeah.
I think the volleyball community around this country and this world needs to keep hearing about the LOVB. I think it's a fantastic league. I think you guys have done such a great job. ESPN Plus, ESPNU. I mean, it's great to be able to watch games wherever you are, whenever you want, right? And that's been cool. And I think it's great. So I can't wait to hear more from you, especially on that league. So we really appreciate you coming in, Ferbs.
Thanks for taking your time
guys.
with us.
All right, guys.
Bear, what did you think about that episode with Matt Furbringer?
It was great seeing Matt and hearing about him coaching at the women's league Love, and hearing some of the history and going over his accolades and everything. He's just an amazing guy with a huge resume and so down to earth. It was great catching up with him.
Yeah, good stuff, Coley.
I thought it was awesome. First and foremost, he's an amazing human being, right? So that's another thing. Like, I love Ferbs. He's one of my best friends, and he's just fantastic in every which way you go. But I think it's important, like, for the volleyball community to understand who's representing volleyball. I mean, Matt Furbringer is the Madison LOVB head women's coach in the first inaugural season. That's great for the fans out there in Madison, Wisconsin. It's great for the league, but they should know who Matt is. Right?
Agreed.
Matt
that's why we're doing this.
In his accolades, his resume is as good as anybody's. It's spectacular. And so I thought the episode was great. Love chatting with him. Happy that he was able to carve out some time from watching film and, getting ready for his next matches. So it's been great.
We want you guys to subscribe because that just kind of keeps us up and going and getting all these interviews up. But I was thoroughly impressed when he stepped back and talked about his mentors. And this isn't when he's in his 20s. This is when in later life, and he's still this sponge to make him a better coach, which is going to make him a better dad. It's going to make him a better person, more well-rounded. He's going to be a mentor if he isn't had already. So that portion of the podcast I thought was absolutely brilliant, and I can't wait to have him back for more. So
I look forward to that too.
Good
I agree.
stuff. Everybody, you are on Set the Pipe. You're with CK, Bear, and myself, Sully. And there is a ton going on right now in volleyball. And I think the biggest news, quite honestly, is the legendary Nebraska head coach, John Cook, stepping down and retiring. And his record is amazing. Have you guys looked into this at all? I mean, it's spectacular.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I think what we should do is put his speech in that he gave today and gave a heartfelt, thank you in so many ways. What he's done for volleyball, the tree of coaches that he's produced.
Amazing.
It's been incredible. And to see the growth of women's volleyball from when he started to where it is today, he should be proud of that. I think like I said earlier when we started this thing, it's keeping about the stories and what volleyball means to a lot, and he means a lot to a lot of people.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories I'm sure he hasn't told that he would love to tell that he really can't tell, but now he can, right? So give him a couple months. I wouldn't mind tracking him down. But 4 NCAA championships, he made 8 national finals, 12 national semifinals, 14 conference championships. He was at Nebraska for 25 years, coaching 66 All-Americans, and then 8-time Conference Coach of the Year, 3-time NCAA Coach of the Year. He was also the Wisconsin head coach for 7 years before he took over at Nebraska. Don't know if you guys knew this. He was a San Diego guy. He actually went to USD, right?
No
Became
idea.
a teacher and got his master's in 91, 92 at San Diego State. So Southern California guy, goes all the way out to the Midwest and just had a legendary
Dominates
career.
What he did. Dominated. He
Legendary
dominated.
career.
Did he play at all? Do we know if he played?
Yeah, not that I know of. No, I think what happened was he was a teacher that was forced to coach 3 sports, and volleyball was one of them. And just, it sounds like the person that he is just really dug deep into it and got really good at it. And that's how it all started.
So, Bear, we're talking about Cook. Let's talk about you. How'd your match go this week? I mean, we're talking about legendary coaches. Let's talk about your match. How'd it go?
Love that you brought that up, Coley. Thanks. We had a trip up to Santa Barbara and Santa Barbara City, and pretty strong team up there. We went down in 3, but the scores were decent. The second game we didn't play too well. The third set though, we lost 30-28. So almost pushed it 4. And actually, I was really happy with the way my guys played. We're very young this year, all freshmen except 2 returners, and I'm looking forward to some good things from these guys. Even though we're a little young, they're scrappy. They get on the floor, and they communicate well. And I like coaching this squad for sure. I didn't hear you.
Is the effort good out there?
Yeah. Like, I kind of still have the philosophy like Delhi. We don't let a ball drop without getting on the floor. And, offense wins games, but defense wins championships. So we focus a lot on defense. And if we side out, they can't win. So we sided out okay. Our passing broke down a little bit, but I like their grit, and I like how scrappy they are.
Well, what I love, again, talking about this and listening about John Cook, I'm sure there's been many teams where he started with young kids and got beat up, and 2-3 years later they're winning national championships or conference championships, and you have young guys, but you get to go to Santa Barbara. Freebirds, not Freebirds. Where'd you guys take them for some food? Did you guys get
Chick-fil-A?
Chick-fil-A,
It
wow.
was Chick-fil-A or In-N-Out,
local
and
joint.
a couple of the guys already had In-N-Out that day. They're eating real healthy, so we decided to go to Chick-fil-A. So,
Well,
That's awesome.
good stuff.
since we're talking about that, I got to bring up one thing because I like to talk about me. But this past week, my we talk about learning, your team getting young and whatever. So last Friday night, my kid, we had a big basketball game at the school, playing top 15 team in the country, the leader in our league. They've been great. They're still great. Got a couple NBA kids on the team that will be NBA kids, and just really well coached program. And we lost at home, and he was terrible. Let me rephrase that. He didn't truly compete, and he wasn't happy. We weren't. It's not about being happy. Just something he had to learn. Well, he had a whole weekend to think. Like you were just talking about, your kids are young. You did what you said. So on Monday night, we played the same team again. Number 15 in the country. Number 3 in the state, and he was unbelievable. He had 6 of 8 shooting, 5 from 7 from 3. But the most important was he hit the shot at the buzzer to win it.
Buzzer beater, baby.
Wanted the ball. Expected to make the shot, and I was just proud of him, and I wanted to give him a shout out on here for that, for not caving in, learning from your mistakes, growing from failing. People don't let people fail anymore, and he failed. And like when I say failed in the grand scheme of measuring yourself for where you expect to be and what he wants to be and what people, his teammates and everything. And so for him, it was a learning experience, and he turned it from it. And so just made me think about your guys, Bear. Like, they're young, they're freshmen, they're, the season just started. You're playing on the road at Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara City's always awesome, right? They're always a good program, and gives them a chance to get beat, be humbled, realize what they've got in front of them and where they need to get to. I can't wait to have this conversation with you in 2 or 3 months when you play them again.
It was, a little humbling up there, but when we came back yesterday, we had a great film session, and we got after it in practice yesterday. And I really liked that because, a couple things could happen after a loss. You start hanging your head and kicking rocks or whatever, and kind of feeling sorry for yourself. But they went after it. They wanted to get better yesterday, and we had another good practice today, and we have Moore Park tomorrow at home. So we'll see how that goes.
Awesome. Hey, Coley, do you know who took over Nebraska already? They already have a head coach.
Of course they do. Person was coaching at Louisville not too long
That's
ago.
right.
Yeah.
Who had the
It's Danny
tournament run.
Bushboom Kelly, and she played there. She won a national championship at Nebraska. I think there's maybe not anyone more deserving, and it's a great story. I'm excited to see what she does there. She's done a fabulous job at Louisville. She was an assistant coach at Tennessee. I'm excited to see, how the landscape of women's volleyball changes with someone such a behemoth of Cook, retiring. He's up there as one of the greats of all time in all of coaching, but for women's volleyball for sure in the collegiate level. And it's hard to get to where he got to. I mean, you said 4 national championships, 8 national finals, 12 national semifinals. That's 12 Final Fours. Like, that's fine. That's going to the Final Four. Like my kid made it. We talked about that, but trying to watch a team go to the Final Four is so hard. He went 12 times.
And
12
he
out of
coached
25.
for 25 years. Yeah. I mean, that's half the time he's going to the Final Four.
Yeah.
It's
That's
amazing.
Jared Elliott in Texas is trying to catch him in that regard.
Yep.
But John Cook is just like you said, he's up there, and it's a sad day for volleyball, but it's a wonderful day for volleyball. It's a wonderful day to rejoice in the career and what he's done for volleyball. And it's also, and it's sad to lose someone like that to coaching that wants to, move on to bigger and better things. And so, I'd like to say thank you, Coach Cook. Thank you for all you've done for volleyball.
And to produce all those assistant coaches that became head coaches, and Danny was one of them. I mean, Danny was an assistant at Tennessee, then she went to Louisville for a little bit, and she went back to Nebraska for 5 seasons, right? Then took a chance on herself, to be quite honest, to say, hey, Louisville wasn't a powerhouse. They really weren't. And then she takes them to where she's taking them. Amazing. So I think Nebraska got a great get. And for the most part, she's coming home. And a lot of people don't necessarily like to come home. You know what I mean? It's a lot of pressure.
Well, look who you're following. That's the other thing. It's not just coming home. I mean, you're coming home to follow a legend, a living legend.
And she was making a legacy at Louisville.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So she could have stuck there and been the queen bee forever. And she went back to her roots. I mean, I think she was a setter before she came to stud libero, by the way, as a player, and then won the Natty. So, so impressive. And then you have Dan Minsky, who was her assistant coach, associate head coach, I believe. And he was an Ohio State guy. He played. And now he's the head coach at Louisville. So I think, two replacements, pretty strong what Nebraska did, and Louisville been able to keep Dan. I think it's going to be pretty exciting in the future.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about some of the lineage from Cook. The new women's U.S. national head coach for volleyball is Eric Sullivan.
Yep.
He's been at Texas for a long time, but he was at Nebraska for a while as well.
Tyler Hildebrand was
Tyler
there.
Hildebrand.
Yep.
Head coach at Long Beach, was at SC. Now he's the head coach at St. Mary's. He's coached some USA Beach. Again, coached with Cook for a long time. There's so many more, I'm sure, that we're not even talking about of who he does. It just kind of reminds me of like when you're watching a football game on the weekend and they talk about someone like Bill Parcells or or Walsh from San Francisco, and then you're looking at all these coaches and you're looking at Andy Reid. He comes from that Walsh tree, right? And you look at all these coaches, these young great coaches that are doing such an amazing job. Again, Eric Sullivan's now the U.S. women's national team coach. He sat under Cook and Elliott, working with two of the best and helping them both be successful. And, he's learned from the best. And like I said, it's pretty exciting and also sad at the same time.
With Eric Sullivan, wasn't he played in 2, maybe 3 Olympics? Any idea how many Olympics he played?
Eric was that first libero, right? Ever?
Yeah. I believe it was 3 Olympics.
During that time?
3. I believe it was 3.
He was in Atlanta for sure.
Yeah. And he's had an amazing career. We need to get him on here talking about everything from him playing to, being a dad, to being a coach, and now being the head coach of the United States women's national team.
I can't believe you guys haven't brought up his biggest highlight ever. I mean, he
being
played with
A6
Paul Mitchell, baby. He was one of us.
Yes, he was. And I said earlier, he dropped his hands against a team and got me hit right in the face at left back, turned around and said, "Oh, sorry, bud. No worries. I'm seeing stars. It's great. Thanks, bud. Thanks, Sully. Appreciate it." Him and I have some great stories, and I'll wait for him.
Right. We got to wait for those for sure.
And talk to him. But, it's, the whole thing. And there's so much going on in college sports, right? You could talk about from, just a year and a half ago, Nick Saban just retired. Coach at Miami for basketball just retired. There's a lot of young up and coming coaches that are thriving and excited and understands this new environment. There's other coaches that, not saying that's, and there's other coaches that are looking at this environment and aren't happy with it and maybe don't want to be a part of it. Either way, college sports is awesome. And there's so many amazing teachers and coaches. And I would bet if you were to talk to the majority, if not all the people that played for Coach John Cook, it's more than volleyball, right? He's been a mentor. He's been probably a parent. He's probably been a friend. He's been, I could probably go on forever. And so there's probably so many that are just indebted in so many different ways. And that's why I love college sports, because, you still have young men and women, they're teenagers and then they're growing up into being in their early 20s. And, you're in that gym, you're on that field, you're on the court. you're there with your coach and your team the majority of the time while you're in college when you're not studying for your classes. And to have someone like that who, means a lot to the people that played for him more than just the X's and O's of volleyball is, like I said, I think that's what will always keep college sports unique, even though there's some changes. No matter what, you're still going to have some amazing coaches today, tomorrow, and in the future, like you did in the past.
Yeah,
that's one of the great things about coaching, though. You get to teach life skills to these kids,
And
it's
if you're not,
just
you need
like
to get
the
out.
X's and O's. What's that, Sully?
In my opinion, if you're not, you need to get out. So his retirement press conference today was pretty touching. And he named his daughter, who actually went to UCLA right out of high school. He was NCAA freshman of the year. Don't know if you guys knew that. Transferred back to Nebraska, and she's on her second grandkid for John Cook. So he's said, missed, you guys know when you guys do college coaching, it takes up a ton of your time, and missed some big moments, I think, in his kids, and he doesn't want to do that with his grandkids. He wants to be around. So
and
pretty
again,
respectable decision.
Absolutely. And again, I understand, we all played sports and you just want to keep being the best. And, I commend that, you only get one life and it's short. And as I keep getting older, it keeps getting shorter.
Yes,
and,
it does.
That's all I want to do, is spend time with my friends and family. And so again, my hat goes off to him, and I wish him nothing but the best. And I think volleyball, will as well.
Yeah. So before this podcast, actually, we did our interview already. That's going to be here at launch pretty soon after this one. And I was in Park City, Utah when we tried to do this, and the internet connection was awful. And so the audio wasn't great, but the interview was outstanding. But I also ran into some people. We talk about our world so small, and I'll probably bring it up almost every podcast, is my kids are so tired of me going places, and I run into people that I know through volleyball, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And so we're literally walking down the street trying to find a place to eat because it's during the Sundance Festival. So it's packed, right? So we see this Irish pub, Flanagan's, and I said,
been there. Awesome.
Yeah, my wife's like, hey, why don't we go there? It's Irish pub. I'm like, yeah, I'm starving. Let's just go. So we randomly walk in. I had a Long Beach State a jacket on. And some guy walks by and goes, Long Beach State volleyball? I'm like, yeah. He goes, hey, do you know Mike D'Alessandro? I looked at him. I'm like, yeah, he was my assistant coach when I played. He goes, oh yeah, we were roommates when we were in San Diego back in the day. I'm like, are you kidding me right now? And the funny thing is I'm like, told my wife, I'm like, hey, why don't you grab a picture of us? And so we grab a picture, but remember, we're in Sundance Festival. So whoever's taking a picture of somebody must be somebody, right? So I got my arm around JK, and everybody in that restaurant just turns around and looks at us. And my wife had no idea, but so they were trying to figure out who I was or who he was, but nonetheless, great conversation with them, and really shouted out some big love for Pestalacci and Sorelli, and especially Biggs, right? Mike D'Alessandro, and got a hold of him right away. And I just couldn't believe how small the world was. And then the next night when we're trying to go back to the hotel, somebody heard I was from Long Beach, and they're like, oh, so do you know this person and this person? I'm like, oh yeah, I know this person. No, so what about last name Bailey? I'm like, oh yeah, that's Dan Bailey's son. Oh my gosh. And my wife, this is the first time in 25 years that my wife pulled me out of a restaurant or a bar. I'm usually like, baby, let's go. Like, we got to go. I'm freaking tired. Let's go. She's like, yeah, let's go. Or else we would have just kept talking. But man, I got to tell you, I'm sure it happens to you, Cole and Bear. I'm sure it happens to you. Everywhere you guys go, you guys have got to run into people. And I thought it was amazing. But the whole thing was, I was in Park City, and the podcast is, it's a little bit clippy on the audio, but did you guys want to announce who we had on that podcast?
I think you should, because I'll tell you, for me, is the first time even talking with her, and her spirit is so infectious. And I was so blown away just from the conversation, just her story, the true love she has for this sport that we're talking about, right? So yeah, I think you should announce it. And I think the audio was a little bit of a struggle, and that's why we're here learning. But regardless, hers is not.
No,
and
it was just mine.
It's worth listening to everything she has to say.
Yeah. So go ahead, Bear.
Well, yeah, Jaden Blanchfield. And you know what? She seems so down to earth, so grounded, and her story was wonderful. what you mean to her and how you've helped her through the years and stuff was just unbelievable. And it's a podcast or a show you can't miss. I mean, it was
it
great.
was amazing because beforehand, we kind of prep, I guess, for a podcast. I mean,
if that's what you call it.
I mean,
We're professionals.
Right,
We're professionals.
we
of
are
course.
professionals.
3 minutes
and
before, like, hey, you do this. Oh, we got it.
we got
God, we
it.
sound
No
great.
problem. Bear asked. He goes, I said, Bear, yeah, you hosted us for he goes, dude, it was only a day. She's not gonna remember that. And to see her eyes when she lit up about, oh my gosh, I totally remember. It was one of the best, you know what I mean? And it was once I listened to it again, it was just a great podcast to listen, especially for those underdogs out there that people question and I can't do it, or these people aren't going to help me. You've got to listen to this.
Yeah, you do. And it's all about self-belief. And obviously the other thing that Bear just mentioned, it also helps when, you find someone on both sides of it that care. And she was lucky to find you. You were lucky to find her. And, obviously the rest is history and everyone can hear it, but it's a must listen to. And it's just what we want. We want to tell stories. That's what we talked about. That's what you said right from the beginning. And this is a story that needs to be told. It's a story about, like you said, the underdog and someone that just loves the sport. And it's not just about stories of some of us old guys playing and, playing here, playing there. It's and just being informative about the LOVB or NCAA volleyball or high school or, club. And we're going to do all that. But we want to tell stories that matter and things that resonate with the 9-year-old young girl that's trying to play volleyball to the 25-year-old guy that's already graduated from college and is playing over in Europe or has stopped playing and is just playing with his friends down at the beach on the weekend. We want it to resonate with everyone. We want to tell stories for everyone because this game and this sport is for everyone. It really is. And so, I can't wait for everyone to hear it.
Yeah, I've got a couple of texts. I don't know about you guys, but they're just like, keep it coming. You guys are doing great. Keep it coming. So, we're just starting out, which is fantastic. But what led me to the whole Park City is not only the podcast for Jaden, but the men's game came up quite a bit. It was kind of interesting. And so I started thinking, I'm like, how many men's teams are out there right now? Because when we played, it was Division I, and there was 16 teams?
Maybe.
And so when I was looking up, it was, I have some stats here, but there's 74 announced teams for Division I and Division II. So 31 now in Division I, 43 in Division II, 8 conferences, and then 15 teams are still independent. They're not even in a conference yet. Then you go down to Division III. There's 133 announced men's teams that didn't exist.
Yeah.
It didn't exist.
I mean, I was looking, I live out in Southern California, as Cal Lutheran University. They have a program. They're like top 10, 15 in the country.
Yeah.
It's incredible. I mean, it's just, again, it shows the growth of volleyball. Like when we played, one of my junior years or my senior year, I had just played club for the first time. I told the story when I was with Marvin Hall. So in the fall of my senior year, fall boys volleyball back then is nothing like it is right now. So, there's these big tournaments. We would like show up at a high school gym. There's 4 teams. We'd be taking our shirt off, getting it wet, mopping the floor so we weren't slipping on dust and just playing. I mean, that's literally how it was. But it was awesome. And now I'm looking at the rankings right now and like Grand Canyon, they've been great, but they're 11th, right? Grand Canyon didn't even have many sports.
No,
yeah, I mean, it was a small little college in Prescott, Arizona is where it started. And then it went, into Phoenix, and their sports are amazing. The school's amazing, but it's just it's a men's volleyball program at Grand Canyon that's just out of the top 10. Right. I mean,
they were Final Four last year, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. Long Beach State,
insane.
Your 49ers are 1, Irvine's 2, UCLA's 3 this weekend in men's volleyball, which is, there's so many good and bad things, which we keep saying we're going to talk about the new era of college sports, but like the Big Ten with UCLA and SC in it, there's some great things with it and some bad things with it. I'm sure you already heard someone like Mick Cronin talked about the travel, and that's been tough. But like for men's volleyball this weekend in Ohio State, there's a Big Ten. It's just the conference volleyball, not festival, but showdown. It's USC and UCLA are going out to Ohio State, and Penn State's coming to Ohio State. So you have Penn State, Ohio State, and so SC's, 6 in the country, UCLA's 2 in the country, Ohio State's, 13 in the country, and Penn State's 17 in the country. So you have, 4 top 20 teams just, ascending into Columbus to play
that's big.
in a Big Ten league championship for men's volleyball. I mean, the Big Ten having volleyball, come on.
Right.
I mean,
I know,
there's
yeah.
it's awesome.
It even goes down to NAIA. So NAIA has 71 teams, right? And JUCO, Bear, in your world, there's 31 announced.
Well, we have, for men, we have 16 right now.
Yeah,
Right,
that's
right.
just
Well,
California,
I mean,
but we're
that-
all talking the country.
We're talking the whole country. So you got 31. That's just announced. That means, today it could be 26, but they've announced for the next couple of years, 5 more coming on board. So, I mean, I'm not going to do the math here, but we're talking 300 teams now in all divisions combined for men's volleyball. That is amazing.
It's amazing.
growing.
What scares me is what's happening with college sports and what will happen with funding and as all these teams. But I've also got to think that a lot of these programs have done it on their own, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, they
I
used
don't
to
know
be
for
club.
sure because I know when we were at Northridge, I mean, the way we funded our program or some of the funds for our program is John Price set up grass tournaments and
Raise
the
money.
players would work the grass tournaments. Like I'm a college athlete getting up at 6:30 in the morning on a weekend so we could set up grass volleyball nets on a grass course
Yep.
so people could pay and we could get the money to help our funding for gear or for travel. Could you imagine college athletes doing that today?
Oh, yeah. No. Hey, so Coley, your senior year was BYU. Were they Division
Yes,
One or were they
They
still
were.
club?
They my freshman year was the last year
Of
they
club.
were a club team.
Okay.
We still played up there. I
Yeah,
played up
yeah,
there
yeah.
3 out of my 4 years because then they changed the league. I loved playing up there. I love their fans. I usually always won there. I loved it, and it was a fun place to play. I love Utah, so Provo's beautiful, Salt Lake City's beautiful. But yeah, they've done nothing but great things. And even when they were a club team, when you were playing, because you're a couple of years older than me, and before that, they still were really good. They'd get some international players, some Puerto Ricans,
Very good.
some really good. And
Yeah.
so then they deserve to be D1, and they've won a couple titles, and they do such a great job up there.
Yeah, for sure. So, Bear, when you compete, is it only just California, or will you compete against other JCs across the country?
Yeah, it's just California for us right now. Basically, it's from Santa Barbara down to San Diego, and we just restructured the league this year. We went basically before there was 2 conferences, like a North Conference and a South Conference or region, I guess you could say. And this year, everybody plays everybody. So everybody,
All 16 teams?
all 16 teams. So
Wow.
how it works is everybody in the South region and North region play each other one time. It's a crossover match. You switch every other year. So like next year, Santa Barbara will play at our place since we
Got
played
it,
them. And then we'll play everybody in their own region. The North or South region plays everybody twice, home and away.
So you'll
And
play
so-
Pierce, for an example, twice.
Yeah, we play Pierce. No, we'll only play Pierce once because we're the northern team in the southern region.
So you got Grossmont and San Diego schools. You'll play them twice, right?
Yeah,
'Cause
we'll
they're-
play those
got it,
guys twice. Miramar twice, Palomar twice, and then of course like Orange Coast and Golden West and IBC, and then Fullerton, who's right down the street from us. They are actually the southernmost team in the Northern Conference.
Got it.
And so we were in the same conference the last couple of years with Eddie Rapp. He coaches over there at Fullerton. We have a good time.
Another Paul Mitchell, one
Yeah,
of the
another Paul Mitchell
beginners.
dude, yep.
Love E-Rap. E-Rap and I have a great relationship. We like to kid about it. We have a love-hate relationship. So in high school, excuse me, we went to rival high schools, right? He went to Edison and I went to Fountain Valley. So we hated each other, couldn't stand each other. And then we played together for Albert Gasparian at Golden West College. He was the setter and I was an outside hitter. So we loved each other. And then I messed around a little bit and I was ineligible my second year there at Golden West. That's something I'm not real proud about. But,
Happens.
and then he hated me.
course.
Because we had a pretty good team that year and we had a pretty good chance to maybe go to state, and I messed that one up. And then we started playing Paul Mitchell together. And you're going to like this, Coley. We played Paul Mitchell together, and then we started loving each other again, became good friends again. And then at your wedding reception, Coley, we were sitting at the same table, and I just bought a car and I needed some extra cash. And he was like, "Why don't you come down to Santa Margarita and coach for me?" So E-Rap gave me my first coaching job down there at
E-Rap.
Santa Margarita.
That's amazing.
Oh,
So a
volleyball
couple
world.
things about E-Rap. We need to get him on here.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
I
do.
think he gave
Awesome.
he gave Michelle her first coaching job ever at Santa Margarita as well.
Way. Nice.
His wife is one of Mooney's best friends too. She's amazing, Sarah Rapp. So there's a story in Paul Mitchell. We're in Dallas, and so it's a bunch of us, and so there's probably 10 or 15 of us. We're at Deep Elm. We're having a good time. We're out, late. Nothing new for this squad. Getting ready to play for the next day. Just having a good time. So it's like, bars are closing. There's a bunch of us. We're walking home, and we get right to the entrance of the hotel, and I'll never forget this. And let's see how far I can go on the story, but car pulls up out of nowhere, like almost like felt like it was maybe a drive-by or something, but
It's a big caddy, by the way.
it just pulls up out of nowhere, and the window rolls down, and there's like 10, 12 of us right on the edge of the hotel about to go in. And all this lady leans kind of through the window, and she's all, "Y'all looking for a date?" And all of us were like, "Whoa!" And we'll leave it at that. But there's some great stories with with E-Rap and everyone on Paul Mitchell. Like Ferb said that time, it's not just about something that you go in a Hall of Fame speech, but it's truly about the story, and so many things have had happened. Especially winning most of the time is what really matters.
That's always fun.
So,
If we can get E-Rap on here, he's got another Dallas story, and I can't even do it justice, but it was at that same hotel. And right across...
Was that behind the bar?
It was behind the bar.
Oh,
Yeah, you know that story, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
You gotta leave it to E-Rap, okay? You can't
we
burst
got to
his
finish it
bubble,
with
man.
E-Rap, but he's got a great story, and a lot of fun in that hotel, by the way.
Yeah,
Hey,
that was a good one. But what's crazy about that trip is 15 years, I said earlier, I played with the Raymond team. It was like 14 of the 15 was with Paul
Raymond
Mitchell.
Construction, yeah.
2 of those 15 years, we didn't go to the finals. One of them was that year in Dallas.
Yeah.
And that's the bummer for me. Like I look back at that, and the other one was Tucson, which I got a great story. Also, we'll have East Soul tell that one, but that was it. 2 years, and it was those 2 years, and it was kind of a bummer to not get to the finals for us, and I just made me think about that story, because there's probably 3 or 4 stories from that trip that were truly unbelievable. Like, I mean, things that are like, will be with us forever, right? Like, I mean, there's a lot to talk about.
And
Like hitting
you
golf
can't even,
balls
you
out
can't even,
our hotel window.
Yeah,
off the,
yeah.
Like 10 story.
golf balls.
That was
Oh,
fun.
yeah. I remember
we'll
that.
probably
Right?
have to edit that one out,
Into the
especially
fountain,
because you're
right?
Yeah, you're
Just
telling
saying.
people that. Like, well, there's a shower story. I'm gonna leave it
Oh
at
my
that.
gosh.
A
Yeah,
public
It's
shower,
public, though. It's a public shower.
It's a
story.
public
Yeah, but
shower in
When
a
you tell people
bar.
these stories, tell people these stories, they're like, "What? No."
Yeah.
Or like, so you can't even tell them anymore because it's just crazy.
Bear, I'm going to say Bear and I, and this is as far as I'm going to go for now. Bear and I at separate times were in this shower with a female, okay? And this shower is on the main dance floor in a club in Dallas, Texas.
That's when I could still take off my shirt and be proud about it. Yeah.
And we
It
need
was
that female on here to see if she will admit all of this, by the way.
I'm
Since
not
we
saying
all know who this
doesn't-
person is,
It doesn't
just
matter
putting
who.
it out there.
It's an unbelievable. It's like I said, it's about the story. And that was a really fun night too.
For
So
sure. That's funny.
Jeez.
It's about the story, and that's what we're here for.
And we have a ton of stories.
Some we can tell, some we
We
can't.
won't talk about the smoking tree then in Tulsa.
Hey,
On the
so
golf course, but
we're going to have to get my former dorm mate, Dave DeTinley, on this thing. He is entrenched in like the Division III men's. He was giving me a heads up that number 1 Cal Lutheran is playing number 18 Dominican. So I know us 3 are kind of out of touch with that, but if we want to give, D3 some love, I wouldn't mind have Dave coming in every once in a while just to kind of give us an update.
Absolutely.
And, I think that'd be fun. So
I think it'd be great.
He's a big fan of this podcast. He's like, keep it coming, guys. Keep it coming. There, it's awesome. So, just giving you guys. He says, love Furbringer's Hall of Fame speech. I included it with the last podcast with Matt Furbringer. So all good stuff. But there's a ton of stuff going on in volleyball right now.
Yeah, I mean, you already mentioned the big ones with women's volleyball and college that, we talked about this weekend, just college games going on left and right. All the club volleyball around the country for the girls club volleyball is in full swing. They're already starting qualifiers for Junior Olympics. And, it's great for me to hear all my friends talk about their kids like I talk about mine with hoops. And, some are playing 13, some are playing 17s, some are graduating this year playing 18s, just finishing it up. And it's just great to hear about it. And I'm going to go to a couple of tournaments in the next couple of weeks and just check it out, just watch it. The level's insane already. Like I said, I went last year, but I'm going to go watch a little bit more. We got a big college volleyball match coming up here in Southern California right now. Again, number 1, Long Beach is undefeated. UCLA's 3. They have tough games this weekend, but next weekend they're at the your hometown guys, your home school. They're playing at the Pyramid next Friday night. UCLA versus Long Beach.
Match.
Yeah, it should be a great match. I would expect a big crowd, energetic. It's really some of the best volleyball there is in the world, at least at this level.
Yeah, that's a great rivalry too. I mean, they've battled. They were in the finals last year. Just about every time they play at the Pyramid, that place is sold out.
And Hawks used to coach it, assistant coach under Allen, right?
Now he's just about to say that.
He's the big dog head coach now at UCLA. You talk about Phil and John Cook's shoes. I mean, you've got Al Skates and then Spara, and you got, that's big, man. Hawks has got big shoes to fill, but all the best of luck to him.
Speaking of Al Skates, I'm on a text chain and he's on it. I'm on it.
Oh
and
boy.
It's an email chain, I should say.
Okay.
What I thought was funny is it really kind of is apropos to what we were talking about the growth of the men's game. So one of my former teammates, who's one of my best friends' fathers, played at UCLA. And they were talking about showing a picture of the UCLA volleyball match and how high someone was jumping, kind of what we talked about. Right. And Hank said, Al, I don't remember anyone jumping like that, and I'm paraphrasing, but Al's email back was something to the lines of, we practiced once a week after we could get in the gym, before like them serving food or, something like that. So of course we weren't jumping like that, like something like that. So, you look back at volleyball back, a long time ago, like it's nothing like it is today. And, we obviously have all of them to thank for it, Al and, Hanks and everyone that played it and forged this sport to become where it is today. But men's volleyball has grown immensely since we played college volleyball. The women's game's incredible right now, like we've been talking about. It's something that I talked about 20 years ago that I thought where volleyball is today, I thought it was going to be, honestly, 20 years ago.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, every Olympics, you're watching, Carrie and Misty win, and Todd and Phil, and before that, Dane and Fenoy, and Garch and Kent, and I could go back all the way there, and Holly, and just Jenny and Annette are representing. Like, there was so much excitement during those Olympic runs for both the men and the women, and for whatever reason, it just it just wasn't able to, the business model, the capitalization of just getting excited about volleyball. Don't know why. Everyone loves watching it. Anyone that I know, or during the Olympics, or if there's something, I get texts from family members, I'm watching this game, or during women's collegiate volleyball this year, especially everyone, my son's girl, Kelsey Campo, used to coach at Tennessee, and, texting what's going on with volleyball. And it's like, they're all watching it, but it just hasn't evolved. It has now, right? It's where I'm excited to see the trajectory of this, and where we are today is not where we're going to be in 5 or 10 years. And I can't wait to see where volleyball is, in just 5 years.
I tell you, when we watch it, I have to be honest, and I think hopefully people take this as constructive criticism instead of ripping, but we're dropping the ball to not educate our commentators of how we talk, how the game is, the lingo, all that kind of good stuff. My favorite right now is Holly McPeak by far. And I said that a couple years ago when I first started this podcast. She doesn't talk down to the audience because I think she understands, the only people that are watching this are volleyball enthusiasts, and they're going to know what we talk about. They're going to know the rules. They're all, instead of saying, volleyball plays 2 out of 3. And, it goes up to, 15 in the fifth. Like, we already know this. So it was great to hear
You mean
Holly
like in
do
the
that.
NFL? You mean the NFL? You don't hear Troy Aikman telling everyone that there's 15-minute quarters, and there's a 45 second, 30 second,
None of that stuff, right? So Holly came in and just saved the day as far as I'm concerned. But then if you do watch, and a lot of women's volleyball and men's are on ESPN Plus, and some of the announcers, you can tell they're just cutting their teeth on trying to get into the industry.
I'm going to jump in here because I don't disagree in some ways, But you got to remember, like I just said, like volleyball's in its infancy stage, and this is Coley Kyman's opinion.
Yeah.
Infancy stage of growth, like real growth. Like there's 3-4 women's pro leagues right now. College women's volleyball is putting 15,000 people in the stands on a Saturday for Purdue, Wisconsin. That didn't happen 5 years ago. It didn't happen 10 years ago. It didn't happen when, UCLA in the 90s, with Holly winning, and it just didn't happen. So this game has changed a lot for the growth of the sport. So
yeah, no doubt.
they still have to be, there's a lot of people that are now coming to the sport that might not know that.
But this is why I disagree. This is why I disagree, is because when I coached at Division I listened to our ESPN broadcast, and they literally had no idea about the sport. And I didn't necessarily put that on the announcers. Honestly, I put that on the coaching staff. I thought the coaching staff should go in and talk to these, because it's mostly students, right? They're doing broadcast students, right? And go in there and talk to them and go over, this is how we talk, go over a match. And this is, it's when you go up and you swing and the announcer goes, and they go up for and that was a kill. Oh, dug by number 17. Oh, it comes back over. Kill again. Oh, dug again. You're like, that's not our sport.
But again,
I think the coaching staff drops the ball on that. I do. I think we should spend time as the college staffing to go and talk to these broadcasters that are rookies and make them better.
But I can tell you this right now. I hear what you're saying, and again, this is why we're having this. It's a conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
We're supposed to have different disagree. I think talking down might be right in some ways, but listen to this. Like Coach Alan Knipe at Long Beach and John Hawks at UCLA. John's coming home this week from Ohio State and plays on Friday. He might have a game midweek. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing he's going to do is go spend 2 hours and watch film with a 22-year-old college student. Man. But I'm just saying, so like
coach,
the other thing is think about this. The growth of volleyball is now giving opportunities for people that played the sport or were around the sport a chance to want to do something like that. Like I would have done it. Like if there was, Holly, like we just talked about Holly, like she kind of paved the way. She's been on the forefront. Sunderland, Marlowe, they all played. Both are Olympians.
Yep.
All three of them are Olympians.
Right.
And they're the best, right? They've been doing this for a long time. Kevin Wong does a great job. Like I could go down a few. Barnett, they all played, right? So like, but there wasn't many opportunities to call a volleyball match. Maybe
and I get that.
So now that there is someone like, that played high school or played 2 years of college and was on the bench or was a superstar and doesn't want to go play over in Europe and like wants to get into broadcasting, that's what we're going to start seeing more of. There's just been no opportunity.
See, this was 10 years ago.
When I say no opportunity, I shouldn't say.
If Bradley University is on ESPN Plus, let's be real here. It's been going on for 10 years. And I just think that an assistant coach should go to that class. Go to that broadcasting.
Go listen to some of the ESPN Plus basketball games, and then you might change your mind. Basketball's been around forever, and there's some really bad reporters that are young trying to learn how to do it. And it's not easy. I mean, when we have Geeter on here, he'll tell us, I remember when he was going to class, he was learning, he was doing high school games, sideline games, calling games on the TV for high school. Like it's a process. I mean, he's a natural at it, and he was a natural.
For sure.
It's a process. And so like, again, I'm not disagreeing completely with you, but I do feel like the growth of the sport is going to help the growth of the sport.
No, I feel
which
you,
is people that are going to be much more versed in it.
I just think that with that growth, that we could help those broadcasters be better quicker, in my opinion. Right?
I hear you.
Yeah, I mean that's all I'm asking. I'm not talking about the head coach or anything, but GA or whatever, that knows the sport. Like here's the lingo that we talk about, and it doesn't take that long, but it does take effort, I guess, because I think there's a gap actually between the broadcasters and the team.
Okay, so 5 years ago, I'm going to go back, not being a devil's advocate, but I keep on to argue this. I like to have the last word, but like, let's go back 5 years ago. Okay,
no kidding.
Let's go back 5 years ago.
Yeah,
and you're about to be an announcer, and you're like new.
Yeah.
What are you watching daily to get better? You're probably watching the Olympics replay of Holly.
Whatever I get my hands on.
The AVP. Now you can watch the PVL.
Oh, you can watch anything
you can watch the LOBB.
YouTube, ESPN.
You can watch college men's, the Olympics team. You can watch international.
No argument.
You can pull it on you. So we now have media avenues to watch and listen and learn to people that have been doing it for a while, where folks haven't. So I think we're going to see a growth. We already saw the growth in the sport, but like, I think everyone's going to just continue to get better. And there's now, if
That's
it
my hope.
continues to, if it can, well,
That's
if
my
it
hope.
continues to grow like this, it's going to be career paths for
Yeah.
people where it wasn't before. And, you have more opportunity to call games. You have more opportunity to become the next Holly McPeak, right?
And I think volleyball, when it's growing like this, volleyball is one of the most popular sports in the world, just not
right
in
next,
America.
right there with soccer,
It
baby.
really is.
Mhm.
And once it catches on like it is right now in the States, hopefully volleyball lingo will be in every household. So people will kind of know what a dig is or what an up is and all that stuff, and not have to explain all that stuff.
Right. Yeah, so that's all I was just saying. I just hope we up our game in the announcer booth. You know what I mean? Like I said. So
Well, that's why you are here to tell what you want to say on the podcast. That, hopefully people are listening that watch volleyball, and like, it's like with all of it, and something I tried to do as a parent. One of the most important things to me when my kids were growing up were to create good men, but like to always try to focus on getting better.
Yeah.
Listen, I am.
That's my point. That's my
I
whole
am
point.
a piece of work. I'll just say this. I don't know how a lot of people handle me sometimes, you guys, because
Bear, did you hear that?
Yeah,
Cole
I know.
just said he's a piece of work. I mean,
talk a lot. I
can we,
need to
like,
listen
loop
better.
this?
Yes,
That's
I
why
know.
I love you, Cole.
I know,
Okay.
but it's about growth, and it's about trying to get better, and it's something, I think a lot of young athletes that are really hungry, one of our next, guests, but that are really hungry,
Yeah.
they that's their focus all the time. So think about that. We're all 16, 17, we're playing one sport or three sports, and we want to be outside every day. You want to go throw the football, you want to shoot the basketball, you want to hit the volleyball, you want to swing at the baseball, whatever it is, you want to just do it. You want to do it. You just want to do it. You're so excited. And then there comes a time whether you plateau, you get sick of it. Very few become Jordan, LeBron,
Right.
and,
Yep, for sure.
Mia Hamm, I could go on, the best
Fully.
of the best. And, and so they stop really focusing on getting better. Right. And so like, that's something that I think everyone's going to do with this sport. We're all, the businesses, the pro leagues, the coaches, the announcers. I think with the growth of this sport and where it's going, it's just got to be continued. Like you're that 13-year-old sponge that just learned how to play the game, and all you want to do is get in the gym to get better. I think that's what's going to make this sport grow exponentially and so quick. If there's that mentality, and I think there is. I think a lot of people want to see this grow, and it's by learning and focusing on just truly getting better. And so, like I said, that's what I try to do, and I think those announcers in the leagues and the sport is going to continue to do that.
I think the game sells itself too, and what I mean by that is, like we talked about it not too long ago, like the first time you spiked a ball or whatever. But the game is a lot of fun. And for instance, baseball, okay, I guess it's a great game. It's a little slow. I thought it was a little slow, kind of boring or whatever. But like going down to the beach and playing beach volleyball or playing volleyball at a decent level indoors, it's a kick. I mean, how much fun is it? And I don't know. I never got tired of playing volleyball because of the sport itself. It's fun. So hopefully that catches on with everybody too.
Yeah, I think it has. I think it has. And like I said, like you said, Sully, and we're all getting texts from friends and people during, it used to just be during the Olympics, like, wow, we're going to win a gold. Or now it's, it's every weekend or weekdays during the fall. And it's going to be the same thing for men's volleyball too. And it's just, it's everywhere. And obviously we have, the way the social media and everything else has grown, but like, it's just great. There's so much volleyball to be watched. There's such high level volleyball all over the world to be watched. And I just think, again, the growth and the opportunities within the sport, not just as players, coaches, media personnel, social media folks, referees, sportscasters, announcers.
Yeah, it's huge opportunities.
It's just opportunities for all of it, and that's what makes we live in America. It's a capitalist society of growing and making money, and there's just growth for this, and there's chances for so many people to get jobs, so many people to work within this sport, because it's, as you said, Bear, it's just a beautiful, fun sport that you never want to stop playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you, and we talked about this on the last podcast, is it just doesn't do it justice unless you go.
Yeah,
You
you're
know,
right.
you got to go, and that's men's or women's, because they're two different sports in a way. I mean, they're played totally different, but to go is to experience it is the way to go, in my humble opinion. We talked about Jaden Blanchfield being on the podcast after this. Quick shout out, because I know Coley did. Quick shout out to my daughter Tegan Sullivan. By the way, she is a trackster, and she was just the OVC Field Athlete of the Week.
Congratulations!
Yeah,
That's
almost
awesome.
hitting 19 feet in long jump, and talking about the struggles and really embracing coaching, good coaching, right? And that's kind of, that's where we let in with Jaden, is they're changing the way Tegan long jumps, and they just started to do her high jump, and she's PRing left and right, and she didn't struggle. She embraced it. She really did. And she didn't jump well. And then all of a sudden it just took off. So that just kind of leads into what you were talking about, your son, Coley, as well as Jaden, and her journey is you got to have some people in your corner that you trust and really put it, go all in and believe in the system itself, and good things will happen. So such a great story, such a great interview with Jaden.
Yeah, it is. And like when my son was going, my older one, Jake, who was at UCLA and transferred a couple times and went in the portal and had a bad experience, a really bad experience that almost cost him his entire love and career playing basketball. And, you go through so many things, but like one thing that he had written when he finally had committed to Eastern Washington, he knew he was going to play his 5th year. And he wrote on one of his Instagram posts, he was smiling and he was shooting. And it's the first time I saw him smile. And he said, "The journey is the destination." And I read it and I saved it as a picture, and I keep it. And just, it made me think about that so much in our journeys. And we've mentioned the word journey a lot, but like, that's what's missed, I think, through this whole thing. I want to get a scholarship. I want to be a pro.
Right.
I want to be a coach. I want to, all of those things. And like, you're not smelling the roses, which is the journey, right? And so like, you're trying to get somewhere so far, so fast, so quick, as high as you can, and you're missing all of those steps along the way. And that's what makes, to me, like looking back at, and I know you want to talk, I said, I got to work on listening. Something I'm working on, trust me.
We're all getting better, brother.
But it really, to me, as we telling stories and stuff, that's what it truly is about. And when my kids first started in club sports, we were playing AYSO soccer, they were playing rec league basketball, and trying rec league tennis. We were doing all this stuff, and we started to get into the club basketball. Jake was in like 3rd grade, and everyone's like, "Oh, he's in," and I was like, Michelle and I stopped, and we always reassessed every year about like, is the money we're spending worth what he's getting? And of course it was about getting better in basketball because he loved basketball, but I had no problem spending that money to sit for 2 hours between games with his friends and tell jokes,
right?
And sit at a restaurant together on someone's birthday on a Saturday, to travel and stay in a hotel with your friends and get up in the morning and grind against a team from a different state. Mm-hmm. Those are the things, to me, that most of the parents in club sports are missing. That's what you should be paying for. That's what you are paying for. Yeah. You're paying for them to grow up, for them to have friends, life lessons, experiences, good and bad. And that's, again, the journey to me is the destination. And my son taught me that. And, I think when everyone listens to these, if you do listen to them, make sure you subscribe and you set the pipe. But like, try to put that into perspective when you're yelling at your kid, or you're about to go back into the gym, or you just got beat out, or you just had a terrible game, or what do you got tomorrow? What did you do last week? What did you do last summer? Did you just win the gold medal with your 16U team and you had the best experience of your life? That was 6 months ago. Why are you forgetting that? Why aren't you remembering that and celebrating that? That's part of your journey and who you are. Yes, you got to still grind. You still got to get better. You got to do all that because you want to get to the next level, but you got to enjoy it. You really have to enjoy that. I lost track of that for a little while when I first started being a parent. And so, I'm hopefully I can give some advice to other parents. especially ones that were athletes, just enjoy it. It goes too fast, and it's really about the journey.
Well, yeah, you have to understand that journey too. So, I mean, our careers were different. I mean, you were 3-time All-American, and people ask when I was at Long Beach State, "Hey, Sully, what position did you play?" I'm like, "Well, it depends where you were at in the stands. So if you were in the middle and I was on the left, I played left side, and then when you were on the right, I played right side." So, but without that journey, right? People would ask all the time, and Bear, you were asked the same because they asked us a couple of times, why don't you guys transfer? You know, you can start at XYZ, you know, you can go to this other university, you can start. It's not part of it. This is the journey, right? This is where's my destination, you know, two finals and won the whole natty and all that kind of stuff. But I agree with your son wholeheartedly on that from really every aspect of life, if you really want to encompass that. So good stuff, man. That's real good stuff.
You can do that as a parent too. And, it's like when you have a kid, you're like, I can't wait till he crawls. I can't wait till he gets out of diapers. I can't wait till he does this, right? Just enjoy where they are at that moment.
For sure.
I give that advice to other parents.
Yeah, and it's hard. I mean, it's hard to do it. And, like I stayed at the same high school. I stayed at the same college. Michelle did the same thing.
Me too.
Jake stayed at the same high school, and he transferred. I would have never thought he would have transferred, and he transferred twice. And, the first situation at UCLA was amazing. It was a wonderful situation. It just, the coach that, coached him wasn't the one that recruited him. Every guy on that team is in the NBA that was in front of him. Every single one of them signed an NBA contract. A few of them are playing overseas now, but 4 or 5 of them are actually on NBA rosters every week. I mean, my kid could hoop. It's just he was behind some guys that could hoop too, right? And so he wanted to play and just chose a destination, terrible choice. I'm not going to go down that path. It was just a bad choice. A lot of bad things. 9 kids ended up transferring out. And then went to the next place. But to go back to what you're saying is, Michelle played at UCLA for 5 years. She started her senior year, and her senior year was not even 100% starting. She probably started 85, 90% of the games. Played a little bit as a junior. Her freshman and sophomore year, that team was loaded with Elaine and Natalie. And, that to me, it's still 1991 to me is one of the best teams ever at UCLA, but women's teams. But she would tell you, and we'll have her on here someday, but she wouldn't change that experience for anything in the world.
Right.
But that's not for everybody. And I learned that with my son. And, every experience to gut it out isn't for everyone, but I do feel more should gut it out. It doesn't mean all, like I said, I've already said my son was in the portal twice, and it just depends on everyone's situation, and every kid deserves to make their own choice. And, but your experience and your journey, yours bears mine. I was a backup quarterback the majority of my career at UCLA. At Northridge. So like I wasn't like a superstar out on the football field. So I saw that. I saw being on the sidelines and holding a clipboard or coming in with the last 5 minutes of the game or win or lose, kind of thing. And it's tough sometimes, but I wouldn't change that for anything in the world either. I loved my experience. I loved being on the scout team. I loved riling up our defense. I loved helping us win. Yeah, but that was me, right? A lot of people.
Bear and I talk about that quite frequently with the guys. It's like, do you realize we got to play and compete against the number 1 team in the country every day? Every day. And we kick their butt every once in a while. I mean, how good was that? We had the NCAA Player of the Year, 2 Olympians, an Olympic coach on. Craziness, right? But that's what we did. But if you look at it that way, it's different than I'm not playing.
And it's sucks, also why you won. Because you guys could have went and started at 90% of the programs at other other schools. And the reason why you guys won is because you were playing every day and competing against the guys that needed to play against legit guys. And
we knew our role. We knew our role on that team.
We knew our role. And my senior year, when Hilliard sat, for senior night, Hilliard sat, Stimvig sat, so Schroed sat, me and Nelson were in there, right? And I think USC was number 6 in the country. Crushed them in 3. Didn't even bat an eye. You know what I mean? So that just was a big deal for everybody that was involved. That you do have your role, and you got to go through that sometimes. And times have changed, like you said, Cole. You've got 2 kids that are in the thick of things, and one already went through it. So it's the times have changed. But I don't disagree with you, man. I think some kids should get it out, as well as the parents, and And because the fruit at the end is so sweeter sometimes. But
It is.
I understand the toxic environment. Get out and start.
That's where you need to get out. And that's where my kids, and that happened with, and, you know, with this, and this is maybe a good, you know, lesson. And again, these are our opinions, you know, right?
Yeah,
this is a podcast, and I'm not telling anyone how to do it or what's right, what's wrong. You know, I look at that, and I think when you're looking to be recruited, and if there's kids playing volleyball, it goes the same for every sport, is you want to find a situation where you feel the culture, the coaching staff, the program is where you want to be. Yes, you want to start. Yes, you want to win a national championship. All those things are great. One team wins every year.
Yep.
And by the way, we're old. Nobody cares who won in 1991 but us.
Nope.
Yeah.
So like when you look back at all your times, like, did you transfer to 4 schools to try to, we're not talking NIL. That's a whole different ballgame.
Right. Yeah.
Money changes things. Money changes people's lives. We don't know everyone's situation. But regards to the other thing, like, you look back where you two are right now. I mean, you guys have had an amazing career with volleyball. You have some amazing friends. You just talked about Salt Lake. You go everywhere around the country, whether it's Salt Lake City or it's in Pennsylvania. Someone knows you. They know people. You had a wonderful experience. You guys won national championships. No one's asking, other than people joking, like, when you tell someone you won a national championship in 1991, you're in Salt Lake City, someone doesn't say, hey, did you start?
Right.
How many kills did you have? Were you the player of the game? Nobody asked that. They just want it. Wow, you won a national championship.
Right.
That's amazing. Now listen, if it was last year and there were people watching the game,
different.
Yeah, of course they know and they care and they matter. But like, you know, like it's funny. There's, it's just nobody cares. I mean, I hate to say it like that. At the end of the day, and like what matters is the journey, right? And it matters all of those things.
It was one of the greatest experiences of my life.
Yeah, Jaden shouted out to Bobby Peterson. She's like, the culture that's there. It's amazing what she does by keeping that culture in place with all the different changes and stuff over the years. And it's only NCAA is still changing, right? But for her to pull that off at UNI, pretty impressive. You know, for those kids to stay there for 4 to 5 years in this day and age. It's impressive.
And again, it's very difficult. And like, I don't even know the answer. I don't even think there is one. It's, again, us just talking and so many talking about it is like, what do you do, Lo, if you're a kid and you want to go to, let's just use Long Beach State. Let's just talk volleyball. Like you're a 15-year-old freshman in high school.
Right.
You go to Long Beach, you drive, and you're down here in South Orange County. You live down where I live in, you know, San Clemente, Mission Viejo, you know, one of those, you know, areas, and you're going to school there. And all you want to do is play volleyball at Long Beach State, the best team in the country every year. Right. So you get there and you get better and you're good enough. You're good enough to go to Long Beach State. They have Nikolov is now a junior. Right. Or a senior, and that you're the setter, you want to be the setter. So you go there, you're like, I'm going to go sit behind him. You're going to learn, you go, you compete. And then, you know, the UCLA setter who was all conference last year, grew up in Huntington, right? And always wanted to go to Long Beach State too.
Transfers.
And transfers in.
Yeah.
And he's only 1 grade above you. So let's say he's a sophomore year freshman. So now you thought you were going to start for 3 years or play at your dream school.
Yeah.
You did everything right. You trained every day. You were a great student. You were a model kid. You sat behind an All-American kind of thing who's going to go be on their national team.
Yep.
And now all of a sudden, like, it's summertime. You're excited. You're training. You're down at the beach, and you see, you know, the news come out that, you know, XYZ transfers from UCLA to Long Beach. You know, he was all conference. He played last year, so on paper he's starting. What does that kid do? What would you do?
Yeah, because back in the day when you transferred, you had to sit out a whole
sit
year,
out, and it was hard. So,
and then it was like between conferences, you got to sit out more. I mean, there was a punishment for transferring. Now,
so
it's just
my question, I'm actually asking you both. So, like, say this is your kid, and I just gave you that scenario, and Long Beach was his dream school, and like now he's about to be a sophomore, and he's got a kid who's about to be a junior who's probably better than him. So, do you stick it out and hopefully play your senior year? Do you decide to say, you know what, I was being recruited by Northridge. They really wanted me. Yeah. Their setter, I think I could beat out. Like, do you transfer to Northridge so you get to play? And that's the hard part, Sully. And that's where
important, right? What's important to you?
What's important. And that's the hard part. Like, because again, everyone wants to play. And if you go to the other sports, like volleyball too, now because there's so much, you know, professional opportunity, is you're looking at like, am I going to be a pro? If I want to be a pro, I can't sit on the bench for 3 years. But remember what you just said. You played against the best team in the country
every day,
every year, and every day. So you got better. If you're going, I'm not saying they're not. I mean, I'm not heckling my school. I'm not saying, but if you're going to Northridge and you're the starting setter, my guess is their backup team, they're 17th or 18th right now in the country, probably isn't playing against the best team in the country every year, right? You know, so
That's fair.
right
That's
now,
fair.
hopefully next year, because
that's
I'm,
fair.
you know, I'm a matter of, but so like, I don't know the answer. I don't,
that's
I
a
honestly,
tough question.
it's a tough one and where you're living in it. And, you know, let's say all things are equal with NIL and, you know, all of that. It's not that, but it's actually, you could, and you're not moving from Pennsylvania to come back to California. You're just driving down the 405 and your family still lives here and it's where you always wanted to go. Like, that's where I feel so bad for high school kids, including mine, you know, like, and also just the state of sports. It's a tough one to you know, to see. And again, I don't know if there's an answer how to change it or what to do. It's what's important. And, you know, that's why I think when you pick a school, honesty from the staff, that still doesn't change the scenario I just gave you. Alan would be super honest with you, right? But,
Well,
you know, if he says, yeah, you have a chance to be a starter next year, like, you know, but all of a sudden the kid calls, I mean, you're not going to say no, especially in today's world. And, you know,
That
all of
happened
those
to
things.
the kid that was at Long Beach and was at Lewis. I mean, Alan goes, see that kid right there? I'm like, yeah. He goes, he was on Long Beach State last year, but he came in my office and was just like, I want to play. I want to go somewhere where I can play because I'm probably not going to play here, right? In the situation that I'm in right now. And he got to play against Long Beach State and he did pretty well. So yeah,
I think it depends on the individual, on the kid, on what he wants, and everybody's a little different. You know, if you want to be part of that successful program and sit on the bench and just be part of that, then you stay. Or if you want to get on the court, like everybody wants to get on the court, like you alluded to, but then you go someplace else.
Well,
and maybe not.
Yeah, it's tough. And then the reality also is something we talked about in our next, you know, interview with Jaden, which is, I'm not going to take anything away, is you talked about you were real with her when it mattered.
For sure.
Right?
Yeah.
When she's in high school, you told her the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think a lot of people from coaches and trainers, especially trainers, tell them the truth. Like, oh, you should be playing basketball at Duke when you really should be playing at Northridge.
Right.
Right.
And,
like,
we can get to a whole different topic about parents, but parents did not like me telling them where I thought they should land. And my percentages was extremely high with being honest with everybody and where they should have been. And if they didn't heed to the advice, because that's all it was my advice and an opinion, they failed. They weren't where they were supposed to be in terms of that playing ability or even to be able to get to the next level. You know, I think there's some unrealistic parents out there that put that pressure on the kids, and that's a whole nother topic that we can get into in another
and we
podcast.
should. I mean, like this is the other thing about that is if you think about the level, if they can still get a scholarship to that school that they want to get to, but you don't think they're probably capable or going to be a consistent superstar at that level, that's where I think that it's really a tough one because I can kind of get there, right? But you're like, but you're not there, right? Or, you know, that's one way. The other one I think is, and I see it, you know, in the sport, but, you know, talking to Michelle trains a lot of young girls that are, you know, young teenagers that are playing club and high school volleyball and listening to their stories that want to play and how their recruiting's going there. And, you know, talking to my friends from Geeter to Furbs, you know, all these that have had kids growing up in this it's really difficult. For any sport to be recruited and especially in high school today, but to understand where you fit and where you can thrive. And that goes back to what we just said, Tim. And again, I'm going to preface this statement one more time without talking NIL, because I understand $100,000 payment and $1 million payment separate a lot of things and make a lot of decisions easier for people.
Next 5 years is going to be interesting.
Right,
really
wrong,
is.
or indifferent. But with regards to that, if you can find the level that you feel comfortable with, your coaches, your team, your parents, the staff recruiting you, and you feel like this is where you can thrive, go to that school and thrive.
Yep.
Now, the thing is they'll always say, yeah, you can transfer. But again, go back to what you said, Bear. If you're starting at a school and you're having such a great experience and you enjoy the school, like, again, other than lots of money, like, I don't know. I think, again, a lot of us are missing the journey in that spot. But again, I'm not going to tell anyone not to do it. Transferring, especially in today's world, is part of it. Everyone's looking for the right fit. the right style. And that's the other thing. Find the right fit, the right style. If your daughter is a long, high ball, hitter and a little bit, you're not going to go to a school that shoots the ball to the pin, just because it's where she wanted to go. And she wanted to wear the blue and whatever jersey.
Coley.
Yeah.
Why do that? Yes, you can train it. Of course they can, I'm going to do this, but like, that's not your style. Like if you're a shooter and all you do is shoot, but this team has always thrown the ball into the post, and that's why would you go there?
Yeah.
And so those are the things you got to learn.
That's hard for people to have a concept that there's high ball hitters and there's low ball hitters, right? And some girls that are like the slow to the outside are great. They're unstoppable. They don't have to go this fast offense. That's so funny you brought that up, because I've been saying that for years. I'm like, some girls are just high ball hitters and low ball hitters, and guys the same way, right? So, and then you go to a system that you're going to excel in. And some people don't do that. They don't heal to that advice, but that's okay.
Yeah. And I think I will say this though, like you had mentioned earlier about the announcers, right? Like in the world we have today, if the parents aren't doing a better job researching everything, and I'm not just talking about the coaching staff, the styles, watching games, understanding, you're doing yourself, and especially you're doing your child a disservice. And it's crazy. There's an ex-NFL football player. His son's played basketball with Jake in college, and he's built a software, and we should probably actually get him on here and he talk about the software. It'd be actually really interesting. And I don't know if he has it ready for volleyball yet. He did it for football. He does it with the NFL. He does it with agents, but it actually gives the, like you, Sully, have been on a recruiting trip as a chaperone. So you've sat in the meetings, listening to what the coaches say. Bear, you're a coach. You've been it. You've listened on both sides. The coaches have control in those meetings. They know what they're going to say. They know what they're going to show you on the board about how great you are, and you're going to be the fit of a lifetime, and you're all of those things. Most of the times, and I did this in the early days with Jake, and again, Jake went to his dream school. Jake should have went to Nevada. Thanks, Coach Alford, for giving Jake the opportunity at UCLA, and he should have been there. But so the gentleman, Kenyon is his name, and his sons play with, he coached Jake and all this stuff. So he built this software. And so now you go in these recruiting visits, and you have all the data now. Okay, so I'm going to use it in volleyball. I like it would be in volleyball. So you're the head coach, and we're sitting here, and I'm sitting here saying, Sully, you're an outside hitter, right? And you're going to come in. They're telling you you're going to be, 0-2 for them. Their best players coming back, but you're going to be an 0-2, and you're a freshman. So they're telling you in the meeting, like, we really want you. They show you the video, you walking out in the arena, everything's great. And listen, we see you, you're going to be passing every time. I see you getting 20, 30 kills a match in high school. Like, you're going to get 10, 12 swings a game. You're going to do all this. And you stop. Say, Coach Sullivan, hold on a second. You open your stuff that says, wait a second, but like, you've coached for 15 years here, and you've had one freshman start the entire year, your whole career here. So you're telling me that she's going to start. Can you explain to me why she's different than the last 15 years?
Oh man.
And one more thing, while you're explaining that to me, in your 15 years, even the one that started your freshman 0-2, or, anyone in your 0-2 never gets more than 6 sets a match. So you told me she was going to get 8 to 10 sets and that she was going to start. So you've only started one in 15 years, and no one in 15 years have ever gotten 10 swings on average a match. Just tell me why she's different.
Bottle this up with NIL. Oh, it's going to get ugly. Woo.
So now you have statistics. You're doing the research, because listen, when you go on recruiting visits, they make you feel special, and they should.
Yeah.
They should. Yeah. They want you there. They want your child there. They're paying for everything. It's wonderful. And I want to believe that most coaches have good intentions, but it's a business, and they're trying to do what they can for you. Even more so, but they're trying to do what they can. And again, it goes back to trust. It goes back to honesty. It goes back to having as much as you can in front of you. You're not going to have everything. There's coaches, some kids that you're better than tomorrow, they're going to be better than you. You're better than today, they're going to be better than you tomorrow. Some things you can't change.
Do I need to mention we didn't have the internet when we played?
Yeah.
We didn't have Google to search. We didn't have any software or anything.
Parents get blindsided a lot. And I think open up your eyes. I'm telling you right now, I was blindsided, and I was a coach's kid. My dad was a high school coach for 43 years here in Southern California. I grew up loving sports, believing in sports, touch the line, get there early, believe in all of that. And a lot of it has been shattered for me, to be honest with you. Like this, what happened to Jake, and just what I've seen with certain things with high schools over the last 10 years.
Club.
The club just, I told Coach Sundance Wicks, who's the basketball coach now at Wyoming. He was an assistant when Jake was there. We were talking about something over the summer, and I quoted this, and he's like, I'm going to use it. I don't know if he used it, but like watching what's happened is like the spirit of sport is dying, right? If you can just understand that. And it's like, it's because of those things. So do your research, understand what's out there, understand who the staff is, make sure you're in the right situation, the right system, the right fit, the right team, the right school. And again, it's not about where the destination. If you don't want to be in the snow, obviously you don't go to school. But I'm saying all of those things, it's still not a science that you can put a finger on and you get it right every time. But like, if you could really look at all those things and put those things in perspective and understand what's important, maybe the school never starts a freshman. Great. If you really think you deserve and you want to start as a freshman, then don't go there. Don't go there and say, I'm going to be the one to do it. Well, for 15 years, that coach has coached. They've won 5, titles. And no, he's never started one. So what makes you different? Like, doesn't mean you can't be that one. Obviously, things change, but know that going in with your eyes wide open, that's just the reality of what normally happens.
And there's Coley Kyman with passion. So if you guys haven't heard Coley Kyman on the podcast before, there's more. There's more that we're just unzipping right now from Coley Kyman, buddy.
I told you I have a lot to talk about.
Yes, he does.
I need to do better at listening. I need to be a better listener.
Doing great.
I don't have a mute button on my end. I'm just like, because I was just turning to Bear and go, so Bear, did you have some for dinner tonight? Or like, let Coley go, brother, because we got.
Hey, Coley, I got some more for you to talk about a little bit. And I want to go back to Braden making that shot and winning that game. And we can edit this later or whatever, right? And bring that back. But I'm just like, how did his attitude change and everything after, like, compared to the first time they played? And then now winning that shot or winning that game with that shot and everything. I mean, how was he after that?
Well, I'm glad you asked, actually, Bear, because I am having so much fun on this podcast. I enjoy talking, as everyone who knows me knows. And I always think I have a lot to say, but like, I talked earlier about learning. I can tell you this right now, and if he's listening to this, my son Jake, I love more than anything, is I was tough on him. And I mean,
I remember you talking about that.
An asshole tough at times. I thought that's how I needed to be, and to make him the best and to do all these things. And I was that parent, and yelling at him, talking to him in the car on the ride home. And I failed him miserably in regards to that. He got to the pinnacle. He got to play basketball at a high level, and he has records and all these things. But Braden's going to do the same thing without that, right? Like, so he played Friday night. It's a packed gym. We're playing the 15th in the country. It's a big game. And like I said, he didn't show up. And that's rare that either of my children ever would not show up in a game like any game. They understand that all I've ever really asked for him is just to play hard and compete.
Did you say anything to him?
So it's funny because I called Michelle, and we were all in different cars because I worked the snack bar beforehand. Michelle came after. Braden was, at the school.
Right.
Normally I would have said something right away. I was fuming a little bit. I told a few reporters. By the way, I'm like I said, I'm way better. I'm calm in the stands now. Didn't used to be. But all this stuff, and I was pretty bummed after the game. Our team played hard. Our team competed. The whole team needed Braden to play. We lost by 10, but it was a tie game with 2 minutes left. And and again, it happens. He I don't want to say he didn't show up. He still played the game and whatnot, but he was 1 of 5 shooting. So, because I'm going to tell you that goes back. So I call Michelle. She can hear my anger. She's like, you're not going to talk to him. I said, I won't talk to him until I get home. Turned off, we hung up. I'm driving. It's a 25 minute drive. I'm listening to some music, and I take a deep breath, and I said, you know what? I'm going to actually call him on the phone, and I want to have a conversation with him and just, get it over. So he picks up the phone, and how are you, bud? And you can, hear the pretty bummed in his voice. And I said, what happened? And he says, I don't know. I said, that's your answer? And Coach Riley is the coach at Washington State. And so I said, so you're going to tell me, and after a game, you don't have a good game, you're going to walk in and Coach Riley's going to say, Braden, what happened? You're just going to look at him and say, I don't know. And he said, yep, that's what he said. So we're on the phone. And so I was like, I said, listen, we'll talk at home. I love you. Boom. Gets home, go into his room. And to go back to your question, Bear, is he was pretty in despair. Wasn't happy, was disappointed in himself, was disappointed in the way he played, how he competed, not played. Again, shots fall, shots, will go in.
Sure.
Very rarely do athletes like him and kids that are at that level and where we were don't show up to compete in a game like that. It's one thing to be playing on a Saturday, but top team in the country, home crowd, packed house, to not show up, to bring it, to not bring it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go 0 for 30, but to not bring it is one thing. And so, he said something that he's like, I'm supposed to be this college basketball player, commit. And and so I actually totally went different route with him. And we just talked about it and about, what's it going to take and I said to him, listen, that it's over. But what you need to do is you really need to understand why. I don't know the answer why. Why did you play like this? What has been going on? What's internal that's changing this? And I said, what really separates the best from the best, the Kobe's, LeBron's, like I said, all I can go on, and the Gretzky's, the Montanas, the Brady's, like I said,
Karais.
The Karais, the Misties, the Carries, the Hollies, I could go on the Sue Birds, I'm talking about all the sports, just everything to go with it is when you fail, you immediately change that. And that doesn't mean you're going to come out and score 50 points the next game or shoot, score 3 goals or, hit the bullseye in the archery. But what it does mean is you're going to change the way you go about it. And so that's what I told him. He was kind of sad all weekend, didn't do much, played his video games, was introspective. On Sunday, he went and just out of nowhere, took Michelle, asked her to go to the gym. They went and hit the heavy bag, got some aggression out, got to work out with his feet.
I saw that picture actually.
Yeah. And then this is my favorite part. I almost tweeted it out, but I didn't. But he went outside to a park and shot the basketball. Most people go to the gym where he goes all the time and trains. He just went and his mom went with him after their workout and he just shot,
Beautiful.
and
Beautiful.
I didn't say anything to him again. The next morning, all I said to him is right before he drove out and left is I said, listen, I love you.
Yeah.
And just compete tonight. So get to the game. Great team. Like I said, they're going to have 2 NBA players, if not more. And he competed. He was great. And he wasn't just great because he scored. He was awesome on defense. He was great on passing the ball, which probably his best attribute. He's the lead at that. But he just was everywhere, touching balls, deflecting balls on the ground, would have ran through the wall. And
he brought it.
And then he was, again, when you're playing like that, after your mindset is, again, I said he was 1 for 5 in that game on Friday night. He was 6 of 8 and he was 5 of 7 from 3. And that fifth 3 that he made was at the buzzer. And, it just goes to answer your question, Bear, is like, he took a deep breath. He had to assess quickly what was causing that mental and emotional distress to not go out and compete in an environment like that. And, he figured it out quickly. And that's what I was most proud of. And I told him and a bunch of people after the game, even before the game, like I'm texting all my Northridge chain and my other chain with Matt and Adam and all these guys that, play volleyball. And all I'm saying is like, I'm more proud, maybe the most proud I've ever been of him at this point in his career through everything he's done is how he was playing after that game from Friday night.
How he responded.
Yeah, it was just
his
it was
mindset.
so awesome to watch that. And again, then on top of it, you put the icing. I mean, for him to hit a shot, every kid dreams of that. You're playing on the road in one of the toughest leagues in the country. If we lose this, we have no chance at first place. Santa Margarita's never won a Trinity League basketball league championship. Okay. And just to have that packed house, Rich Paul, is an agent, he's there. There's NBA scouts, there's trainers, there's writers, there's reporters. I could go down the list and college coaches, and to play like that. And then of course to hit the game winner is amazing, right? Like that's something he'll live with forever and kids dream about that. But just to play like that and be able to help your team win is what made it super exciting for me to watch that. And then he turned around last night, dropped 16 and had the same attitude. Our team rolled again, but I think, actually you need to sometimes, like we said, you need to fail. You need to learn
Absolutely.
to take 2 steps, back to take 5 steps forward.
Sure.
And, we always forget that sometimes. I mean, every team loses, almost every team, not Phoenix School 30 knows occasionally it happens, but every team loses. A lot of teams go through ruts. A lot of teams go through, sometimes a game, sometimes multiple games, and guys hate each other. Girls don't like each other. Like, they're going through all kinds of problems, and like all of those things usually work out. Sometimes they don't. You have a bad year, right? And that's what happens.
Seems like when you lose, though, at times you really think about it. I mean, when you win, you almost expect it, and sometimes to be a really good athlete, after you win, you still got to break down film and watch film and all that stuff, and be retrospective on what you did. But it almost seems if you lose a game or have a bad game or whatever, it seems like it's just ingrained in top athletes that you don't want that to ever happen again. And you cannot get it off your mind until you get another chance at improving yourself.
And that, the biggest factor that I'm hearing with you, Coley, is your son just didn't bring it.
Yeah,
forget the fact that they lost. Right?
Yeah, no, he didn't bring it. And he didn't compete. He didn't bring it. And the cool thing, is like, and we said we're going to do a series on this, and I've talked to so many folks who can't wait to do it. And we should probably talk about maybe putting a series together about the parents raising children that are athletes and whatnot. And, having a wife that played sports at that level, to be on the same page is awesome. So Braden is, there's tweets, there's Instagram posts, all his life, which was one of the biggest 8 million followers, posted it. That's a big thing for a kid, right? Like all of these things. And he's walking up the stairs after, finally, getting home. We're all talking. We're still cheering. He's walking the stairs, and she leans up and says, "Hey, remember how you feel right now, and remember how you felt Friday.
Yep.
Don't let that happen again." And I was just like, that's his mother, not me, right. the father. That's his mother saying, like, understanding the magnitude of playing the same. It's just awesome. I'm fortunate.
Tell
That's
her
good stuff.
I love her, by the way. She kept you in check, which was great. That's a
can't
great
believe
partner.
She's still here. Yep.
I mean, great partner that says, hey, do not talk to him because you wanted to, right? And then to come home and give him, your son, that, take him to the park, because she knew this is what he needed. Just get out here and just do your thing and shoot, carefree, fresh air. And then say that at the end while he's going up the stairs, go, to his room. Yeah, she's a keeper, brother.
Yeah, she is. And it's, I wish, like, this goes back to some of the things we talked about the journey, right? Like, regret's a big word. I don't regret a lot of things in my life. And I don't want to say I regret, because Jake did get where he got. And him and I have a wonderful relationship right now. We didn't always. I really wish I could go back and change some things.
Sure.
I wish I could have done things differently with him on being as hard as I was. But it is also easier with the second. And a lot of the things I want to tell Braden, he's already heard.
Yeah.
And that's what changed me for him when he was probably like 12. I'm trying to give him a speech and not yelling, but right after the game, still like, you said this. Maybe it's like 11. And he really stopped me, and I love him. And that's why his relationship is great. He stops his dad. I've heard all this. You told Jake.
Loud and clear, by the way, because you were that dad.
I was like, all right. Okay, man, like, you get it. You understand it. Okay, I don't need to do that. And that was probably one of there's been many that I needed to learn and get better. Michelle's been trying to get it for years, but like, it really hit me, like, into my heart and my soul. Like, okay.
Sometimes it does.
You get it. Like, Jake probably got it too, but like, you're actually telling me you get it. So I don't need to do that. And it's also been freeing for me and making, me healthier and less stressed. And really, for me, trying to enjoy the journey as being a parent. Like, my kids they're done with high school basketball for the league next Tuesday. Like, they have playoffs. They could lose their first game. Like, he's already then a senior, right? Then I have one more year of high school sports.
Empty high school hoops.
Yeah.
House.
Like,
empty nesters now.
It's been a lot. We've been doing this our whole lives for like the last, we figured out, like 15 years or whatever.
Yeah.
Nonstop basketball. And we are those parents that we're fortunate enough, and I work hard enough to try to get us to every event. And like, I just love watching my kids compete.
Absolutely.
And win or lose, I just love watching them compete. And so
all good stuff.
I got to enjoy the journey. I appreciate you asking, Bear. I mean, we talk about it, you know, Sully, I'd love to hear more about your daughter in track. I think, you know, I love track and field.
Dude, parenting is tough. It's so rewarding, but it's tough. You got to make some decisions, hard decisions at times. And you know, you just cross your fingers. You were raised the right way and surrounded by great people. And because it's a tribe, you know, it's an overused term, I think, but it's true. I mean, you have a tribe around you, and like, it's going to sound funny, but going to Southern California with Boise kids with Jaden, and who gets to host? Bear right there. I mean, it's a tribe, and it just wasn't me. And, you know, and so the influence and all that kind of good stuff. So great stuff, Coley. Like I said, just, Mooney's great. I can't wait to get her on here. I think it's going to be pretty cool. And if there's a mute button on here, I'm going to fucking figure that out, and then just let her keep talking.
Well, she'll just hit me and tell me that. But like, you know, it's the truth though. And, you know, we keep talking about like what volleyball's done for everyone and what sports has done for everyone, and like the small world of it. And like, you know, it's the journey. Like you said, like you guys, she came down here in high school and like Bear hosted her, like, and she still remembers that. And it's like, those are the things.
Fondly.
Yeah, fondly. And those are the things about the journey. And we talked about that and just really embracing it all. And like, to go back to what you were saying, Bear, and you, Sully, about being parents, like, again, this is my advice, Coley Kyman's advice, who's been through it and who was a terrible parent at times, you know, like, really enjoy it and embrace it. I would give anything to watch Jake play basketball.
Yeah, I'm glad I wasn't around you during those times. Honestly, like, I would have a different perspective. I probably wouldn't want to be around you.
It was just with my kid, though.
I'm like,
that's the worst thing.
Still,
I was so
like,
great with. I love every other.
To a son, you know.
Yeah,
what I mean?
I know.
Like,
you're right. You're right.
But
you're right.
But to come out in public and say, or even, you know, to your boys, that they're like, dude, that was not a good situation when I was first doing this with my first son, you know, and be able to now come on a podcast and admit it. But at the same time, you know, Jake loves you to death, and he was willing to help us for this podcast if we need him. And so, you know, that relationship is there. But to come clean like that, Coley, that's pretty commendable, man.
I appreciate it. And, you know, him and I have had many talks, and this has been going on for a lot of years of me, you know, trying to, you know, I apologize, of course, but more importantly, like, learn from my lessons from my second one. It's funny because there'll be occasionally where I'm like, we text after this game and Jake's like, oh, great. He's like, and then Michelle Mooney will be like, yeah, but he didn't do it. He's like, of course not. If it was me, like, I would have do blah, 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 blah. And it's like, you're right. And you're right. And I'm sorry. I wish I could go back and change that. But you know what? At the same time, like, it I don't want to say it made him tougher or stronger, but, you know, we grow and learn from it. You know, I always wanted to try to be the best dad I could. And the athlete in me, the competitor in me, clouded and caused some problems with that, with the sport for my kids, not going to school or going on a trip or things like that. But with sports, and sports are played almost, you know, year round in this house. So it's a tough one. And so hopefully, you know, if there's anyone listening to this and you're too tough on your kids, I already told you that it really doesn't matter. So if your kid misses a serve at 15 all in the 5th game in their junior year in high school, when they're 30 or they're 25, you're not going to care that they missed the serve.
Nope.
Don't yell at them. You know, tell them you love them. I wish I was better. And hopefully by hearing me say this, it'll help other parents be better. Because at the end of the day, like, the support and love. Now, again, if they're not competing, if they're not giving you their effort for all that they're putting in and you're putting in,
big difference.
It's a big difference. And there's a discussion to be had about that.
Don't disagree with that.
But the rest of the stuff is it's not worth it. And, you know, like I said, just, you know, love those kids and enjoy the journey yourself as a parent, because it ends soon. And when it ends, you would give anything back, just like we'd all give a chance to play again.
Sure.
I'd give anything to watch Jake drop a 3 again. He could shoot the ball with the best of them. And I'm fortunate enough to get my kid, you know, have another kid to do the same. So
I was
appreciate you guys asking. I do. I love
was
my boys.
the opposite of you, Coley. When I went into especially volleyball, I went into the far corner away from every parent around and was just like, go team, yay, go team. Oh, good job, kid. You know, that kind of thing, because my brain is just high level, and to listen to other parents, I couldn't, I would not have made a lot of friends. I would have,
voiced my opinion when I probably shouldn't have. So I was better off in the corner, but I was there. We were always there watching and just bit our tongue when we had to.
I think showing up and just being there for them.
I totally agree, Bear. Yeah, for sure. I mean, even if they're not in sports, right?
Whatever it is.
Just show, whatever they're in, showing up. And you've got a unique situation we should probably talk about too, Bear, is you're actually kind of working side by side with the oldest, right?
Oh yeah. My oldest daughter, 19, Michaela. I'll back up a little bit. I work at high school, Edison High School, which is kind of funny. That goes back to the E-Rap story.
E-Rap. E-Rap getting some love today on this pod.
I went to Fountain Valley and I hated Edison, right? And now I'm a teacher at Edison. So my wife went to Fountain Valley. I still live in Fountain Valley, and I get a lot of crap for working at Edison from my Fountain Valley people.
I'm sure.
And the first time I had to wear an Edison hat or whatever, some gear, I had a hard time putting that thing on.
Crushed you. Yeah, it did.
But anyway, so my daughter, Michaela, is 19, and I work in the special ed department. I'm a teacher there. And she's just started working here about 6 months ago as an aide. So
that's awesome.
I get to see her every day. And,
I get to see Dad
we work
different
together, which is kind of fun.
To see Dad as a professional and how people respect him as a professional rather than dumb dad. We're all dumb dads.
A little bit of my story,
right?
I guess. It's my second marriage, right? So she's from my first marriage, and the last couple of years of her childhood, 16 to 18, she was with her mom a lot more than with me. And so that was kind of a bummer, obviously. And to be able to see her every day now is quite special, and just enjoying the journey, Coley, with her every day. Yeah.
That's awesome, dude. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for her. And, like you said, you just got to be there. And, it's probably the toughest job in the world. It's the greatest job in the world, but you got to wanna have that job, right?
Oh, yeah.
As being a parent. And, good for you. I'm glad you get that opportunity. It's great.
Yeah, it's fun. It's great.
All good stuff on Set the Pipe, folks. I think we'll probably shut it down, but I got to tell you, some of these conversations that CK and Bear and I have are going to be 20 minutes. It's been an hour and a half for this one. We can go on for hours. Seriously, we can go on for hours. There is nothing going to be off limits. We try to tie everything into volleyball if all possible. But, like CK brought up his kids in basketball and I brought up my kids in track, but there's lessons there to be learned to apply to volleyball in the volleyball world. So I really appreciate you guys. You guys know I love you. And
we got some great guests.
We do have great guests coming up.
We have some guests lined up, a bunch in a few guests in the next week or so that I think you'll be very happy to listen to. So what we're asking you to do, because we want to continue this, is first and foremost, hit subscribe. Send this out to all your volleyball people, club teams, colleges, high schools. Let's try to get this podcast, listened to, talked about, so we can, listen to what you guys want us to talk about as well. We're trying to be informative. We talked a little bit about volleyball today with, John Cook retiring. We talked a little bit about college volleyball with the big clash in the Big Ten this weekend at Ohio State.
All the teams on men's side is just exploding. And Bear's awesome coaching job, by the way.
The learning experience. So there's a lot to cover here. There's so much to talk about. As Sully just said, I think the three of us could, I could probably talk for hours just by myself. They're probably like, oh my God, enough already. But, I'm just so grateful to be here. Keep listening, keep setting the pipe, keep hit subscribe and send it to everyone you know. And, just enjoy the journey. I mean, that's really the last thing I'll say one last time, to reiterate one more time, is with everything you do, just enjoy. The journey is the destination. So enjoy it.
Yeah,
love you all.
All right.
Make the story. Yep.
That's right. Set the pipe, baby.
I said it. It's all about the story.